access and sit somewhere in the where the people outside, like a conference room, you will keep it, and or otherwise lounge, you will keep it. You will request to keep them and sit there until the one of the person comes, goes wherever he came to meet. Am I right? And similarly, if somebody wanted to access our some services, the DMG like in a launch of our organization where we allow them to sit, and whatever the things required for resources which we'll give it to, and from there itself we will send it back. Same way, so when somebody wanted to access in our email server, web server, he will come to that, and through DMG they will access and go that. In case these three systems are part of one of the network, then they can come here and they may also try to access internal machines. We don't want that. Outside member is coming and accessing my internal machine. We don't want to do that. That's what we separated this zone as a DMG, and we are hosting the services. Further, we also giving the same, even the internal member also want to access CDAC, he should also come through gateway firewall. Everybody should reach here, that gateway firewall, to access this side and to access this side. So to control, because if you look into the last 10 years, the most of the frauds and attacks are happen through internal system only, whether intentionally or unintentionally. So the systems, first hackers, because they can't beat these firewalls and all, they may be using a social engineering attacks, and they may be coming through by sending in a malware to the desktops, and from their desktops they may access our servers, because they cannot come directly, because we simply implemented some security system. So somebody attacker will target this particular person, and from there he will try to go and access. That's what. So we separated these servers as in a separate DMG. So this is where that architecture. But when packets are flowing from one device to another device, only the two addressing systems which you are using, one is MAC addressing, the second one is IP addressing. If your mobile having MAC address or not, let's check it. So go to the settings and see that your system configuration or mobile configuration, definitely there would be a MAC address. The MAC address is nothing but is integrated with your network card. If your mobile is having a connectivity, whether WLAN or LAN, so that easily this one. And MAC address is also called physical address because it's a physically attached to your network card. It is also called hardware address because it is in your NIC card integrated, your WLAN card, it is integrated. So any system in this world, in this global network, if you wanted to identify the first address, identify the first thing only you should know about the MAC address of the system. If any culprit is doing some activity from remotely, and if you are able to get that MAC address, it would be easily identify that. The second point, when the MAC address is always, there is some limitation there with MAC address. MAC address cannot forward the packets from network to network. Why? Because MAC address belongs to data link layer. Is almost physical layer and data link layer combination. The MAC address is there. So it cannot be working as a routing address. So it cannot route the packets from one network to other network. But if you look about that, this MAC address is very useful for peer-to-peer devices. That means, let's say take these two devices are connected, this switch. So switch is knowing about this machine and switch is knowing about this machine MAC addresses. Similarly, this switch MAC address is sharing with this firewall. Though the packets, once they are understanding their knows each address, simply they will forward the packets because of they know the address. If any packet is coming, that packet belongs to, that MAC address belongs to this switch, is simply forward this side. The destination MAC address belongs to this switch, simply packets divide. So intelligence it is using, switch is using intelligence. So when a this person is contacting or sending a message to this thing, the switch knows that this particular address, so that it never forwards the packet this side, it forwards simply packet this side itself. So some filtering is happening here itself at switch level itself. That is what the point. So like if you take this router, this router is even the our router itself, our organization router itself, but we are taking a connection from BSNL. BSNL was also having given some other routers in the peer organization where they physically located at place, so that the two routers also talk to each other. This router is Namke Vasta router, but it is a part of internet. So many packets from internet can come here. But so the destination address, after seeing that, it forwards this side, whether it is IP address or MAC address. So it simply forwards the packets other side. That is where the router is works there, because this one. Because IP address is basically that is the IP layer, third layer devices where it can forward the packets, routing packets. So we'll see one by one. So what is the MAC address? MAC address is a 48-bit address. See, if this is represented in for the immediately recognizing and remembering with the numbers in hexadecimal format. But if you see the first 24 is talking about the company who designed and developed this particular thing. See, that is where this is the authorized unified identifier of that company. And the remaining 24 bits is basically the unique of that company which developed. So that means it's a 48 bit, 24 bit is the company's name, the remaining 24 bit is basically that unique number. Suppose this series is over, this number would be same, it starts another series. Similarly, if you look into that, these three different networks, this is a MAC address, Apple car, this is maybe a Dell car, this is maybe a some other system car. So we can identify MAC address, which company that belongs to that particular, what kind of device it would be there. So MAC address is used to ensure the physical address of computer. It uniquely identifies the device on a network. Every device connected to either your home network, your office network has a unique MAC address. If your computer has multiple network adapters, each adapter has its own MAC address. So that is where, so remember it, MAC address is 48 bit, 24 bit is the related to that organization, and the remaining 24 is the uniqueness of this one. And any network card, any physical address, if you are taking, that is unique in this world. Now we look about that, how does internet work? So how basically we all think of that it's in a cloud. So generally we make it, this is a cloud, because wherever you are there, you are accessing your email. Whether you are in Bangalore, you are accessing the same email, but just logging into that. And when you move to Delhi, so your data is available. You move to anywhere in the world, so the same emails will be there available. So wherever you are going available, we all think that how it is coming, the data, as a normal person when he doesn't know any IT background. So it's a simply cloud. But actually, if you look into that, everybody is connected. Even though the continents separated by, and there is no land between these two continents, so still they are connected. So you may, the possibility is maybe one space or otherwise satellite communication, but I don't think so. Everybody is using satellite communication. The wireless technologies won't extend except the satellite connection. So, but see, internet is connected a kind of an line. Everybody was connected to that particular physical lines. So when you are taking in a BSNL site, and if you are clicking www.infosecawareness.in website, what example? So computers doesn't under any computer doesn't understand about www.infosecawareness.in because computers only understand binary address, binary numbers, one zeros. Until it knows the binary address of that particular www.infosecawareness.in, it cannot forward the packet. So it should go to the DNS server where it is exactly this one and send that I would like to access www.infosecawareness.in. To that particular infosec awareness, you should be connected to your local area network, or otherwise you should have a public IP address to access this DNS server to get the address of www.infosecawareness.in. Once it gets www.infosec awareness, it goes to reaches one of the web server and get the page. So but entire thing, wherever the servers are located, co-located, they are all connected. Suppose your server is located in US for a particular website, so you can get the IP address and you can reach by connecting this backbone of this network. So how they connected? If you look into that submarinecablemap.com, you can see that and you can click that. So this is what happening. Let's say we will see that we will submarine cablemap.com. Oh, site is not reached or some problem is there. Google.com. I'm typing site name. Submarine cable map. This is one of the website you can look about that, all the maps. See, look at coming to India. So how India is connected. So recently the Bay of Bengal. Chennai, India. Now there is a separate line recently. Yes, this one. There is a separate line. Port Blair, India cable was laid and inaugurated by our beloved Prime Minister of India. So Chennai Andaman Nicobar Island cable. So everything is connected here for continents, countries. So there are number of lines are there. So if you can see that this is one line talking about that, and most of these are terminated at Trivandrum, Kochi, Chennai, India, and Kolkata and Mumbai. So all submarine cable. So that is where we have to look into that. Now coming to the IP address. So what is that exactly IP address? Because as we learned, MAC address is a physical address, yani our hardware address is only peer-to-peer devices, and within LAN itself it can work. But between LANs also the routers which are connected as a gateway routers of that particular LAN also could be exchanged with the MAC address. But however, one network to another network, you have to route the packets, you need IP address. IP address is logical address. So logically in the software based address you will give in the software. It's not fixed with any hardware. So that's what we generally called it as a logical address. If any packet is initiated, let's say you are host 1, host 2, the host 2 are talking about host 2 and host 3 is accessing the website of www.cdac.in. So what exactly you may be using HTTP protocol or HTTPS protocol at the application layer. It will talk because you required a web page and you required a reliable connection. You may be using TCP. So that request would be taking at the transport layer with the TCP, and you have to route this packet. So that's what network layer is required. That's what you are taking IP protocol. So from there, this should be connected either Ethernet, because your network may be Ethernet, or your network is a point-to-point protocol based network, and then packets would be sending into the hardware, respective hardware, and the packets will go through like this. And when it is reached, so the server side, it will come to the network card physical layer and understand that what kind of frames and how many frames are came. Then take the network header layer, removing transport layer and application layer, reaches the web page, they can send it back like this. So that TCP/IP layers are very much important to transfer this one packets from one place to another place. TCP/IP suits helps, and the entire internet is working on this TCP/IP protocol suite. Sometimes this CDAC.in you are accessing in a video, so that only one time only request will come. Then from then the number of packets will travel to deliver to yourself. So at that time you may be using UDP. This transport is using UDP protocol only, because there is no reliable connection. All packets I am sending, when I'm sending, the all packets should reach to you, and that whatever video running YouTube or some video streaming, that should run and come back. If something you are missed anyway, you will only request back that, refresh it, and you will get back those packets, so that I don't have required to anything confirmation whether packet is delivered or not. When packet is delivered or not to the remote system, that time only the TCP we use it, but not this one. But when streaming, I'm giving videos, I'm giving, it's your responsibility. If that something is not coming, you may be again sending the request that refresh, so that again I will packet send it. But in the website communication, pages communication, I always look into that whether packet is delivered or not. Once delivered only, I'll try to start packets continuously. Otherwise, non-deliver packets, again I will resend it. That is what TCP. TCP is a very much reliable connectivity, and the UDP protocol is non-reliable connectivity purpose they use it. So IP is common. IP layer may ICMP protocol is there for testing of the various network internet control messages. Now, if you look into that about this classful IP address, see, as that is 48-bit. MAC address is 48-bit, and in the representation in hexadecimal, and divided into the 6 octets. 6 octets, 6 into 8, 48. Each octet representation with the 2 letters, that means 0 to A, B, C, D, F, 0 to 9, and A, B, C, D, F, hexadecimal form 16. So each bit is 4 bit, and each 2 letters is 8 bits. So that would be divided with the column, so that 6 into 8 bits, 48 bit. But when it is coming to the classful IP address, IP address is 32 bit, and divided by 4 octets with 3 dot notation, separated by 3 dotted notation. Like you, by this time you know that 145.10.34.13. So for our convenience, it is in the decibel system which we are able to tell that 192.168.1.1. But if really speaking that computers cannot understand decimal system, so computers only can understand binary system, either zeros, one. So 32 bits would be represented like this, and by dotted notation, this one. That doesn't mean 166.75.29.22. And this entire portion would be divided as a network number and host number, or network prefix or host number prefix, because total is 32 bits. And if you're looking about the dotted notation, let's say like this 10, simple example, we'll take it. So these are the representation of 8 bits. How do you calculate? How you get this 10? 0 into 2 power 0. So that means 0 only. 1 into 2 power 1. That means 2. 0 into 2 power 2, 0. 1 into 2 power 3. So 8. So this is a 2 power 4 into 0, 2 power 5 into 0, 2 power 6 into 0, 2 power 7 into 0. So it is 2 power 0 से start करके 2 power 7 तक रहता है, because the 8 bit, 0 to 7, 8 bit. So, but when you, wherever the ones are there, this is a 2, this is a 8. So that became as a 10. So generally we were able to tell in the binary format 145.10.34.3. So that is where the representation, but actually computers will speak with this material. Now, if you look into that, if you are representing that this entire classes would be divided into 5 classes: class A, class B, class C, class D, class E. And so whenever you represent it into 0, 1, 0, 0, 0 into 8 bits dot 8 bits dot 8 bits dot 8 bits, so total 4 octets. If first octet, if you look into that, the first bit, if it is 0, that is always class A, because 0 means last 0 2 power 7 into 0, the remaining things would be there. So if all together makes that, that lies always between 0 to 127 only. So that A class A always belong to 0 to 127. That means first octet is lies between 0 to 127. That is class A. And class B starts, if first octet starts when in a binary format with 1 0, that is always class B. When it became 1 0, that starts, that first octet always belongs to either 128, from 128 to 191. So first octet belongs to 128 to 191. Okay, so that is the B class. Similarly, 110, if first octet starts, that is the class C, and that is belong to 192 to 223. Generally, class D, class C are not defined, but however, the first octet is 1110, that is class D. The first octet, all first 4 bits are 1111, that is class E. Class D maybe they are using for multi-classing, etc. But this is where they define, and most of the people know that. And I request the people to type their address, IP address, what is their IP address and class. So please type your IP address and your class. If you are working in Office, just look into the type about ifconfig if you are using Linux, or ipconfig all. So see that what is that IP address. Tell me that what is that IP address belongs to which class. So total in IP addresses, there are 2 power 32 IP addresses are only available in this internet. That means maximum, if you are using IP version 4 network, there is a IP version 6 is there, 128 bit. But when you look into that IP version 4, the maximum 32 bits are there in IP address. So you can create the addresses 2 power 32 addresses only. So it's like a 429 crore addresses are available. That means 429 crore net machines only you can connect it. But if you are looking into the countries like in China, India, US, so there itself is sufficient, not sufficient these IP addresses. That's what they introduced, public IP and private IP, and also static IP and DNS IP that we will discuss in the firewall. But when it is coming to the public IP and private IP, so some systems which are made as some IP addresses are added as basically private IP address, so that all LANs can connect these IP addresses where when they connect to internet only can use public IP address. This way they solve depletion problem. So wherever the opportunity comes, I will discuss about this private address and public IP address. So otherwise 0.0.0.0 is the default route used only during the startup purpose, and 127.0.0.0 is loopback. That is only the testing TCP/IP for IPC and local machine. Host all, if everything is 000, that is belongs to host, and if every bit is 1, that is broadcast, local net broadcast. So basically, if you look into that, as we said previously, the network class A, class B, class C, but here is network address is class A is, you just didn't mind about the number because 192 belongs to class C. But telling about that, this one, the first octet in class A is the network address. The remaining 3 octets are the host address. And sending in a broadcast for that network. So this is the 192, and 192, it's not like if you take example as a 10.0.0 is the A class address. 10.255.250 is the broadcast. When coming to the class B, see, class B is 172 is the class B, 192 is again C, is wrong here. 172.16, let's say, is the, these 2 octets are network address. Here, the whatever the red thing is showing as a network address, blue thing is as showing as a network. In class A, the first octet is only the network address. The remaining 3 octets are private host addresses. When it is coming to the class B, first 2 octets are belongs to network address. The remaining 2 octets are belongs to host addresses. When it is coming to the class C, this was basically first 3 octets are belongs to class C address, and only last bit is let's say take example of this C. I hope some people are typed this chat box looking that I'll look about the chat. What are their IP address? Okay, 192.168.1.4. Mr. Srinivasan R is saved. See what is the network address in this 192.116.1.4. What is the network address? Anybody? I am typing 192.168.1.100. This is the IP address. Out of this, which one is the network address and which one is the host address? Anybody? Just type. No. Uma Shankarji, 192 is the network. Is anybody corrects him? The host address is 8. Yes. Neha Yadav is correct. 192.168.1 is a network address and 100 is host. So that means in that LAN, all machines are having the common name, common 192.168.1 common. So 1 to 255, 0 to 255 would be the host address. Why? Because in host address, there are 8 bits only there in the C class. The 2 power 8 means 256 hosts only you can connect it. So that means 0 to 255 would be becoming the IP address. Now I am typing another IP address. Somebody other than Neha Yadav or those who answered C class can tell this. What is the network address? Because 172 lies between 128 and 191, so it is a class B. So Kanika Gambhir has already answered. See, always we should say network address means 172.16.0.0. That is always the better representation of the network address. That's great, Deepaji. So now I am giving A class address. Now A class network address, perfect, Kanika Gambhirji. So that is where we look into that, the network address. So that's perfect. Then we will move on. So total limitation of the class pool addressing is total running out of address space soon. Definitely that's what they bought the IP version 6. Class boundaries did not foster efficient allocation of address space and lack of address class to support medium-sized company. Why? Suppose let's say in the class C, how many networks we can keep only the 254 hosts. If you remember, 0 is the host network address and 255 is broadcast network address. So maximum 254 machines only you can connect it. When it is class B, the 2 power 16 nodes are there. Am I right? 2 power 16 is maybe 65,536. So that host network address and destination network address removes 65,534 hosts. So any company, these many machines, these many IoT devices should have. So that is good. Now my another here is that how many class A networks are available in this world with respect to the IP version 4 addressing? Anybody? IP version 4 may how many class A networks are available? How many class A networks are available? Anybody response? Or shall I go? Yes. Yes. Kanika Gambar has said 2 power 24 and Kishore Jagdap said is 65,534. Remember, but so the answer is Neha Yadav's correct and Deepa is correct. 256, 255, that's okay. So basically, how many bits are there in the network address of class A? The first octet to only network address in class A. That means 8 bits are there. So maximum you can have 2 power 8 networks in class A. So anybody want class A networks, there are only 256 networks. So when it is class B, the 2 power 16 networks and each network is having 2 power 16 clients. And when it is coming to the class C, 2 power 24 networks are available and each network is having only 256 hosts. So perfect. I think we'll move on. So as we discussed it, because of this address spacing is getting soon, that's what they divided these numbers. Remember all these numbers, you please remember when you assess, these questions may come to you. 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255 belongs to class A address. And 172.16.0.0 to 172.31.255.255 is only the private IP addressing system. And 192.168.0.0, 192.168.255.258. These two, this range is in class C is also private. So private IP addresses. Okay. So remember it 10.2, 10.250 to a full space, but 172.16 to 172.13. So there could be a 172.17, 172.18, 19 up to 31. That's many networks you can use it if you have a multiple departments in class B. 192.168.0.0, 192.168.255.0 is the class C networks. So basically, as we discussed, network prefix, host number. Subnetting is how do you that? The subnetting number. Suppose let's say this is the network prefix and this is the host number, entire host number. With host number, if you add once the left side, that can become as a subnetting. That means, let's say your why subnetting is required. Let's say you have a 15 machines. But what is the minimum class you can adapt? C class adapt. When you are adapting class C, there is a 256 machines. If there is a broadcast message sent, because of 15 machines are there, all 15 machines receives the broadcast message. But the remaining machines are not there, but you have sent in a broadcast. So it will try to deliver the package to until somebody is receiving those packets in a stipulated time. So packets unnecessarily roaming. So 256 machines are sending at a time 256 into 256 into 256. into up to 256 times, your network congestion will happen. So that as much as subnetting is required, so if an opportunity comes, I will try to explain in separate video and host it on subnetting. But please remember that host number could be added, and could that left side bits if you are adding, because all 250, this is host number. So 172, 168, if this one of the number, host number, some part number, if you make it as a network, that would be the subnetting. That means this host, I divided into two parts, 256 hosts, I made it as a 128, 128, two subnets. Suppose if I divide into four parts, so that is what is happened, 64, 64, 64, 4 into 64 subnets, 4 subnets. If I divide into 32 part, there is a further, I am 8 into 32, 8 subnets I can create it. If I have a 15 machines, only 16 network as enough, so that I can divide into 16 parts, 16 into 8, that could be 16 into 16 networks, subnets can be created. So what is that? That a subnet number one is extended to the network prefix and it becomes as a total network, and this is will be host number. So if you look into that, 130 is 130.5.5. Which class network? B class network. Am I right? Because it is from 128 to between 128 to 191. That's what this is a B class network. Okay. Now this is I made it as a subnet member. So like if you, how do you define that this is a class C, that if as somebody some people already represented by 8. So if your subnet box is 8 bits, that is an A class network. If subnet mask is divided by 16, that is B class. Divided by 24, that is C class. Now this is the divided, this entire part. Actually by default subnet is the mask is how much in B class, only because network address is only the 24 bit. So up to 24, that means 255 258.0 only basically subnet mask, the remaining are host. But this one once we added, so that so this is becoming is already made a subnet, even though it is a B class network. Anything that you added any number here, so that is definitely subnetting, as there somebody is divided as a subnets. Hope you understood this. So IP addressing and MAC addressing, then when it is coming to the internet fundamentals, it's very basic fundamentals. But anyway, if anybody is missed in the first class, then we will look into that. When you are in home, what is exactly you do that? You will connect to the Wi-Fi, and your family members also connected to the same Wi-Fi and share it. Similarly, when you are in office, you are connecting to a device, switch device, where these devices are connected to both. Your colleagues are also connected to switch device. But when you want to connect to the internet, either at your home or whether you are at office, you would be connected to gateway device and you will access internet. And you will access internet. And of course, in the organization, they may use firewall. Firewall is a device to control your communication, to filter your communication between local network area and external network area, private network area and public network area. Private network means private to your organization, private to your home. So that's what those networks are called, private. When you are accessing internet, you are would be part of public. Anybody can come and anybody can see that. That's what public is, public network. So these are all divided into three parts. If you look into that, these devices. Repeaters, layer 1 devices, ops. What is the repeater? Repeater is layer 1 device means physical layer. Physical layer is, as you know, that networks are all works in a minimum length. Let's see if you example, for example, Ethernet works maximum 100 meters only. That is also generally we say that, but to reach one point to another point 100 meters, you should have a kind of an signals, boosting signals. If you wanted to send the packets more than 100 meters, you should have repeater. So repeater is physical device. It only gives the boosting the signals of physical and electrical signals, mechanical signals to forward further some more distance. So that is where repeater will call. So when it is layer 2 device, they're called as the bridges switches. As you know that layer 2 devices can understand MAC addressing so that they can understand the packets where that to deliver destination side if they are all connected to peer-to-peer, because they are all connected in the star mode, star network, so that every device is connected to switch. So they know about that what their MAC address is. When within the LAN, when they are talking to each other, the packets would be delivered to the right way. Layer 3 devices are router. When suppose this is one network, home network, this is another network, anything you wanted to transfer, so that would be router is required, layer 3 devices. So layer 4 devices is proxies, gateways, where we have seen in the first slide, which is the gateway device firewall, dividing into the 3 different places and all. So this is where we devices infrastructure is very much important, whether it is banking, whether it is this one. What is the difference between router and gateway? Mrs. Kanika Gambhir is saying that. See, as you have seen in the layers, router will work on IP layer. All IP related, the IP main job is that routing the packets from one network to another network. If we have a LAN, let's say example LAN 192.168.1.0, and in the same department you have another network 192.168.2.0, these both are different. If the packets one network to another network, if you wanted to transfer, you required router. In the switching, switch also possible, but that should be a third layer switch where the router capabilities also should have in the switch. Then only you can packet. Gateway is that, see, within the network you are talking each other, within the network transferring, like 192.168.1.0, 2.0, you are able to do with the router. But when you wanted to go to the public network, or for both these two network at a time, and the gateway is that for 90 to 192 to 168 1.0 also gateway is that router, and 2.0 also router. You should have some other departments that is also router. If anybody in these three different networks as being a local area networks, if they wanted to access a gateway internet, so they should be reached to that gateway like in a proxy server, application server. So which is above third layer, fourth layer, fifth layer type of devices could be a gateway. I'll explain this further in slide. So now before going to the explanation, so now the same concept of public IP and private IP you should understand. Let's say local area network. If we have at our home, let's say basically you may be taking a broadband connectivity, broadband router from any internet service provider. So you are connecting your iPad, iMachine and mobiles or to this one, having the LAN IP. That router, your ISP is giving an own public IP to connect the internet. Am I right? You will allocate a public IP here, and LAN IP are all belongs to here, which is including router is having two IPs. One is LAN IP, which connect to your LAN devices, public IP to connect the internet. Let's just take example, in your apartment, there are 4 or 5 members are there. Same BSNL they are using. So BSNL what exactly gives? The same ISP. The one public IP, static IP on that day will give it to the router, and second public IP may be giving to the router. So ISP same, so that your public IPs are different. Am I right? But here you also using 192.168.1.1, and your opposite gar may be they are also using 192.168.1.1, and another third floor apartment also they are also using 192.168.1.1. If really speaking, if you wanted to connect the three directly, they can't talk to each other because the IP spoofing happening. But they are connected to router. So for them, this is the gateway. For these people, this is the gateway. For this is people, this is the gateway IP address. Suppose any member wanted to talk to this member, first they should reach this gateway, and they have to get this gateway, then only goes to then talk to that, even though they have same addresses. So that is the beauty of the depletion of the, they solve the depletion of the IP problems. As many as missions you connect to private IP address, but when you are coming to the public IP, you required only one public IP to access internet, so that all IP addressing problems are solved. Okay, then when internet is coming, you may be going to the internet with this same IP only. So your internet address is always this only. So because ISP was allocated this address, it remembers whenever you go to the Google responds back and it delivers back based on this IP address and the respective port number. So their NAT address, network address translation and port address translation would be used that we will discuss in the firewall session. So when it is coming to the DMG, so that we will see that. So before going to that, this is the email. Let's say, so when somebody is sending this email server, what is that destination port number of this Mindspace email server? The packet will go to this gateway, email gateway of that particular organization server. When it is sending, that gateway of that Mindspace email server will be reached and forwarded. So this way we will understand it. So these are the examples I already explained before. So the skipping, like somebody like you are using an email, opening an email application, then you are presenting the email in different format, like including JPEG files or attachment. Then session would be there, your e-learning server. Then transport layer will take care of the end-to-end connectivity of that other side email server, and network layer supports to find out best path, and a data link layer may be using, suppose let's say you are using Wi-Fi, I'm using Ethernet. These layers should understand, and physical data is only ones and zeros. So we are using OSA layers, which we already discussed. OSA layers, then simply skim. These are the standard layers. Then TCP be adapting these layers in this format. So and which we discussed about all the layers in this format. So that is where the routers will work on layer 3, layer 4 devices more on application based like a proxies, network layer, and a data link physical layer. The packets HTTP always travels TCP, ICMP like this and receives this side. And this is what data. So for every data, there would be adding the TCP header, IP header, Ethernet header, and forward it. And when it is receiving side, Ethernet header removed here and forward to this one, and IP header would be reviewed, then TCP header removed, then only the data can see receiving side. It's all discussed. That's what I'm skipping in the past. See, when you are looking at the application side is called data or message. When you added authentication header and data, it is becoming as in a segment. And when transport layer added, then TH added and forwarding into the IP layer, that becoming as a data. When internet header added and forward to the lower level, that would be becoming as in a frame. Then when Ethernet header and Ethernet trailer added to the data and forwarded to the physical layers, that becomes as a bit. So bit, packet, frame, packet, segment, or the different names where the packet is traveling. So this is one of the 2 or 3 questions you will get in the assessment. The packet, when we mention as a packet, on which layer that packet is, the data is called as a packet. So network layer. The data in transport layer is called segment. The data in data link layer is called frame. The data in physical layer is called bit. So please remember these things. And when the receiving the Ethernet driver, either it could be ARP, ARLP, IP, if it is whether ICMP or management IGP, if it is an application, either it takes UDP, TCP, and that respect to application will go to that. So this is called demultiplexing. So our client server communication, if any server, any client wanted to talk to each other, so web browser will be talking to the particular web server. But www.cdac.in, when you say that, it cannot understand, so that it's required in a DNS, domain naming system, where DNS query would be happening. Then an DNS response will get an IP address, then it will be accessing. So ARP request in generally happens first if it is the local side, then DNS will be there. Sometimes the DNS server is because of the this action. Then ARP reply you will get also. This is basically for understanding about what is IP address and what is the MAC address. So then TCP three-way handshake, then only request, HTTP request will be sending. That means when you are typing www.cdac.in to the particular thing, all above things will be happen. Of course, if you have a DNS cache, DNS IP, then directly DNS can be avoided. By the time you understand ARP request, because of the you visited before itself, so that would be reduced in the next consequent communication may. But three-way handshake is must. Three-way handshake, which we learned in the second day, synchronization packet will be sent to the server, acknowledgement will get to with respect to synchronization, and this one. Why we all learned all these like in a protocol understanding? When you are looking about the infrastructure devices, when you are want monitor your infrastructure devices, when your IDS is working based on this three-way handshake it. If somebody is doing a scan like a SYN scan continuously from remote system, how your IDS will recognize it? SYN scan is what? So basically synchronization packet would be sending, server will send acknowledgement if port is running, and then server will be waiting for the this one. But that guy is what they doing? He is, because he already knows about the port, he drops the packet, he reset the connection, and he is continuously doing each and every port. That means he is not coming for the resources. He is only finding about me. So meanwhile, if IDS is there, yeah, this guy is scanning your system, and immediately alert the system administrator, network administrator to block that IP and to reduce the congestion. So IDS ke liye, we required that understanding of the TCP communication. Firewall, if you look about the FTP protocol works on two different protocols. If one is not enabled, FTP connection is enabled, but you are not enabled either one port, then communication never opens. But to test that, you require TCP communication. Anything attack pattern, if somebody is doing denial of service attack, you required understanding of this TCP/IP packets. So TCP handshake happens, then only web page comes. The beauty is that all these things would be in the practice of fiction. You might have collected packets, you might have seen each and every packet within SYN packets within a fraction of seconds you are able to get it. So what are these four layers? When I'm coming that repeaters are shared layer device. Shared means what? If in repeater is nothing but multi-port, the multi-port repeater is nothing but an hub. So maybe you know very well, in generally in home you use hub only. That means if this guy is sending a message to this guy, this repeater doesn't understand. There is no addressing system in the repeaters and hubs. Where to send it cannot understand, because repeater is nothing but boosting the signals to forward other side. So one point से data आ रहा है, other point से data transfer करने के लिए I am simply forwarding. Other than that, I am not using anything. So this switch doesn't know about that. So the packets are it is sending. What is that? Because of the there is no nothing is known. It forwards to other side. Simply each and every point it is forwarding, copying, forwarding, copying, forward. There are 8 ports. Are there 8 multiple copies? It will forward it to the 8 ports. By whomever this you take it, I don't mind it. That is way forwarded. So in case he is sending I love you message or I hate you message, that others also can see that. And even though when you are sending in a Yahoo mail में advertisements आते हैं ना, वो भी देख सकते हैं. If you are able to collect the package through Wireshark and understand the Wireshark. So you are keeping your eye on the communication, what is happening in the network. So, but when coming to the switch is not like that. Switch is basically the A is forwarding the data, A is forwarding to the data B, because switch understand by the time what is the A's MAC address, B's MAC address, C's MAC address, D's MAC address. When A can forward it to B directly, so C and D cannot see that. But when coming to the routers are basically, so when you are dividing, these first two are repeaters and switches are, both two switches are part of LAN, and routers are basically for two different LANs or two different networks. When it is coming to the gateways, when you have multiple connectivity routings are happening like a firewalls and application gateways, all will come that. When you are hosting WWW, SMT, DNS, so at a time 3 times, so and controlling that, these are all comes under gateways. So I hope you understood these things, and this is where network architecture, where we will look into that hardware. I have taken 6 minutes more. So firewalls, IDSS, that I request Mr. Nandiswar to join and take these classes. Any questions? Any by the time when he joined? Any questions? Any, please? I hope Miss Kanika Gambhir, the difference between router and gateway, you might have understood. If you have any other questions, let me. Hope Mr. Atul, you got some network basics through this lecture as we discussed yesterday. If no questions further, let me hand over to any doubts of that previous lecture, network concepts, or anybody wanted to speak? Okay, thank you. I'm giving to Mr. Nandiswar to take about the firewall in detail. And again, 2 o'clock, if you have any questions, then I'll come for 10 to 15 minutes so that I try to explain the things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And yeah, so you can take it up to 11 o'clock, where 11 o'clock there is another external person, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, and you may continue from again 2 o'clock.
Okay.
About the firewalls and IDSs.
Okay, sir. So,
thank you very much.
Yes. There is a small query. APIPA address is useful in WAN connection. Actually, APIPA is one concept like automatic private IP address allocation. So as this itself says, it is in private IP address allocation. This cannot be used in WAN connection. This comes with respect to the DHCP. Whenever the dynamic host configuration protocol uses, this uses as part of OS. If at all any system doesn't get the IP address from the pool, then it uses this APIPA or the automatic private IP address allocation. So it is used only in the LAN kind of scenarios. Okay, so I'll be sharing my screen. We'll have a anyway, the firewalls, the basics of firewalls are discussed. I'll just brief you about what are the features that are available in firewall. Then we'll, if possible, we'll have a quick demo on the kind of features that are available in a firewall in real time. So I hope the screen is visible. So whenever we talk about the firewall, this is the base security device. When we talk about in the IT infrastructure, there are a lot of security devices again after firewall also, but we have intrusion detection systems, we have intrusion prevention systems, we have web application firewalls, and we have next generation kind of threat analysis. There are a lot of again security kind of devices which are available, or the features that are available with respect to security. But the baseline or the starting point when we talk about security, that starts with the firewall. So whenever we talk about firewall, this is the general architecture which we have discussed. So a firewall is used to write the rules to allow or deny certain traffic in with respect to the kind of environment which we have. So it may be from internal network to the public network, or to the internet, like from LAN to WAN zones. We have other public hosted zones like the demilitarized or the DMZ zones. So we can write the rules to allow a specific set of traffic from LAN to WAN, or LAN to DMZ, or LAN to WAN. Now let's say the people inside the organization, they want to access internet, but not the complete exposure to the public network or to the internet. Now we can have only certain ports to be allowed. Let's say they can access only the web traffic, or they can be allowed only to send only the email communication. So in this case, what we can do, we can write a LAN to WAN rule in the firewall, saying that the LAN environment, or certain even in LAN, we can define how many people want to access the internet, or the complete set of LAN can be allowed, or only a specific set of people, like the different departments, are allowed to access internet, and what kind of ports. Now in this case, I can allow only port number 80, that is only with respect to the access to the web, or in case we can also allow port number 443, that is HTTPS communication. And if there is a mail communication, we can allow port number 25. Now whenever I write a rule like this, that means from LAN to WAN, I'm only allowing a certain only 3 services to be sent from my internal network to the internet. So rest of the ports are blocked, or rest of the services are not allowed for the internal people to access onto the public. So even though there is a connection, I am trying to put a limitation, or we are trying to put a particular kind of rule environment where I can restrict certain kind of only applications are allowed and rest of the traffic is denied. Similarly, now let's say there are some public websites hosted of my organization. Let's say there may be an email server, or there may be a web server, or there may be a kind of a DNS server which I am hosting as part of my organization to be allowed for the public also, or it may be some internal kind of websites. So for this kind of environment, what we can do for this infrastructure, maybe let's say there is some updation that need to be done on the email server. Instead of allowing all the people from the internal network to the DMZ zone or to the public hosted kind of servers, only a set of developers who need to update the code, they can be allowed from LAN to DMZ, so that only certain people can actually access the server, they can update the code, and they can do some modification. Similarly, for the external people, even though I am hosting a web server for the public to give some information, I cannot allow the complete kind of access to the hosting servers, because let's say I am hosting a particular web server. That means only port 80 need to be exposed to the public. So in this case, what we can do, from DMZ to WAN, or from WAN to DMZ, which is let's say a traffic coming from the public environment, I can allow from WAN to DMZ only port number 80. That means whenever a particular user is actually accessing cdac.in, he can only access only port number 80. Or if there is a specific requirement, let's say an email server, let's say a port number 25 can be used. So accordingly, we can write the rules in the firewall, whether certain traffic has to be allowed or the traffic can be denied. So this is how the firewall will be used as a basic filtering mechanism to allow or deny the traffic. Now, when coming to the firewalls, again, it provides a secure connectivity between networks, because we can have a limitation or the kind of traffic allow what to deny and what to allow. And we can write the specific policies between the two networks, like LAN to WAN or LAN to DMZ, or from DMZ to WAN or WAN to DMZ. So we can write the security policies accordingly. So generally we say it is a kind of wall which is there to prevent the fire. And what we can actually set up in a firewall is the kind of setup rules, what to allow and what to deny. But whenever we talk about the rules, the basic or the fundamental rule of the firewall will be to deny everything. So it's like whenever we need to write something in a firewall, we need to whitelist a specific set of things. Now, let's say I want to allow from LAN to or some internal people want to access a website. So I need to write a rule specifically from LAN to WAN saying that the port number 80 are to be allowed. So this is where I will try to write the rule specifically to allow. And also, like we need to protect the computers from the outside. So this is where the filtering will write the rules accordingly. And it also sits at the central point where it can understand all the networks, because we connect all the networks to the firewall, because it need to understand the various networks or the various kind of topology that is there with respect to the organization. Now, whenever we talk about the need of the firewall, we need some sort of protection from the traffic that is flowing from different parts of the network to across the organization. It may be from one network to one other network, or it may be from one department to the other department, or a certain set of people need to have a specific privilege for accessing the network. So these kind of things can be written with respect to the firewall. Not only in terms of organization, even the desktop also have a firewall feature. Every operating system has this inbuilt feature with respect to the firewall. And also, not only with respect to the operating system, even the antivirus or the kind of anti-malware solutions which we generally use also comes with respect to the firewall features, because along with the kind of traffic in a network environment, the system also need to have certain specific rules or specific kind of limitations, what to be allowed and what to be dropped. So because the security of the infrastructure is serious in nowadays, so we need to take care of what kind of rules. Because again, I just want to highlight this point, because we have seen certain critical infrastructures where that, like, placing a firewall is not only the kind of thing that okay, in an infrastructure I have this firewall, now it is okay, but we need to write the rules accordingly. Let's say we place a firewall and we write a rule allow, let's say I want to allow a traffic from LAN to WAN. If I write a rule, even though I'm writing a rule like LAN to WAN, or the internal people want to access the internet, if I write a rule saying that any to any, that means any person in the internal network can access any system or IP on the internet, or with respect to certain ports, or with respect to a particular kind of port. It is not that I can allow any of the ports. Okay, so we I mean, these are some sort of default kind of rules which we write into. So we need to keep in mind what kind of rules or a specific set of rules we are allowing for the public. Because if even though there is a firewall and we are trying to allow any to any traffic, that means it is like an open gateway, okay, where the entire traffic is actually sent from one network to the other network. So the specific functionality of the firewall, we need to properly utilize that, saying that what kind of traffic we really wanted to, or that is really intended to send from one network to the other network, that need to be defined. So that is where we have to write the rules accordingly. And also the rules need to be in a manner that it has to again specify the business needs or the security policy of the organization also. So this has to be taken into consideration while writing the rules with respect to the firewall. And generally, if we talk about the functionality of the firewall, we have filtering kind of thing where we write the rules, and also the kind of inspection, what traffic is actually flowing from one network to the other network. And the most important point is that we need to log, because whenever there is a certain kind of incidents, or if you want to troubleshoot any kind of instance, this logging is very important. Because as a centralized device or a firewall, if something is blocked or certain traffic is allowed, every point or everything will be considered as an event and will be logged. So we can have this specific kind of analysis on the traffic that is allowed. So we need to have this logging feature also enabled, so that we can have the control or the complete access to network information and resources with respect to the access that is happening. And also we need to understand some certain parameters the firewall cannot do in the sense, it cannot completely monitor all the traffic on the kind of behavior that is happening, because firewalls will specifically look into the kind of rules we have written. Let's say I have allowed a particular rule from LAN to WAN saying that only port number 80 or the HTTP service has to be allowed. So it will simply check the rule and try to allow the traffic, but it will not check what is the data that is contained in it, whether it is a malware or any kind of suspicious traffic. So that kind of detection is only possible when we actually combine certain security features like the intrusion detection system or the intrusion prevention system or the kind of gateway antivirus. So these kind of additional security parameters or the features all also need to be included with respect to the firewall, so that we can have a clear or more kind of analysis with respect to the traffic that is flowing into. And one more point we need to highlight in this particular traffic is the traffic that doesn't go through the firewall. Why this is also important is because as more and more the smartphones and the kind of devices or the IoT device we are using, so even though let's say my organization is having a firewall, which there are a lot of rules and enough infrastructure is actually provided, but let's say what if a certain employee uses a hotspot where he can divert all the traffic through his hotspot. What happens in this case now? Even though there is a firewall in place in the organization, my traffic is not going through the firewall. Now it is being diverted to the certain other device. So in this case, the firewall cannot actually detect or monitor the traffic that is part of, because the traffic is not flowing through that particular device. So this also need to be considered, and a strict policy has to be there with respect to kind of allowing these kind of devices. And mostly the internal traffic may not be passing through the firewall also, because whenever we talk about the firewall will also act like a kind of routing, where whenever the traffic passes through the firewall, that is, it is switching from the one network to the other network, or from LAN to WAN. So in this kind of scenarios, mostly the internal network may not be possible to actually send from that traffic cannot be passed through the firewall. And we have seen this man in the middle kind of attacks where these are possible with respect to the LANs. So these kind of things also need to be considered. That is where the desktop firewalls or the desktop kind of environment or the antivirus solutions on the endpoints are actually useful to tackle with these kind of devices or with this kind of issues. And also with respect to the misconfigurations in the devices, where like these kind of things which we have discussed, like the default rules or the kind of rules which we write into, like any to any, or the default set of rules where everything is allowed, or certain parameters where that should not be done. So these kind of misconfigurations may also be possible, that the firewall may be misbehave, or it may not give the actual kind of output which we are intended to. And there may be certain traffic with respect to the kind of VPNs or the public VPNs that can be used. So these kind of tunneling traffic can also be can't be done. Also malicious use of authorized device, where certain gateway antivirus solutions will be coming into picture, and the users that are avoiding the firewall to access, and if there are something flaws in the operating system. So these kind of things can be possible when we combine certain security features along with the firewall, which we'll actually see in the demonstration also. Like nowadays, instead of firewalls, we are actually getting the UTM device or the unified threat management devices, where along with the basic feature of the firewall, these security features are also coming as part of our inbuilt kind of things with respect to the firewall. Now, again, when we come to the firewalls, again, we have hardware firewalls as well as software firewalls, where the hardware are the dedicated kind of devices with respect to the firewalls. Let's say it may not have any kind of dependency on the software to run, because when we come to the software firewalls, again, these has to run on top of other operating systems or other part of software. There may be kind of latency or dependency on the software also. So whenever we come to the hardware devices, these are the specific devices or the hardware specific to the firewall functionality. So this can be mostly preferred actually in terms of the organizational requirements. And when we come to the features, we have packet filtering, we have application based firewalls. Again, we have stateful inspection firewall. So based on the kind of functionality or the placement of the firewall, so again, the basic kind of or the firewall features can be enabled. So this is how the firewall will work. Whenever we talk about the packet filters, it will work in the layer 3, where it can understand the kind of IPs, what kind of traffic that has to be allowed from a specific IP to the destination IP, or from a source IP to the destination IP, whether it can be allowed or it can be dropped. Whenever we talk about the kind of application level proxies, because mostly the firewall will work at the layer 7, because it has to understand the entire TCP protocol suite or the stack of the entire layers, because it need to understand whether what kind of service we are trying to allow or deny, whether it is HTTP service or whether it is FTP service, or what kind of IP addresses we are trying to allow, whether we are trying the complete access to the WAN IPs, or we want to block a certain, let's say there may be a kind of scenario in this kind of pandemic where we have a certain kind of traffic that is coming from different countries also. Let's say we want to block a set of countries traffic, then that also we can do with respect to the WAN, where the geophysical kind of thing can be identified with respect to the IP. So we can filter certain kind of IP addresses also. That is possible if the firewall understands the complete protocol suite. So it will try to take a decision or the kind of scenario where we write the rules accordingly. So it will try to take the decision. So this is how we can place the firewall, which we already discussed. We can place the firewall to allow the traffic from the public hosting sites to the internet, or from the internal network to the public. So based on the scenarios, we can write the rules accordingly to defend the network while using the firewall. And also we have certain desktop firewalls. Even Linux has inbuilt firewalls, like how the Windows firewalls we have, where it is called IP tables. So what happens whenever we type the packet is travels to the firewall, first it will try to check the routing information, from which network it has to flow to which network. Then the input will again come to the firewall. It will actually check the rules, whether the traffic has to be allowed or denied. Then based on the kind of rule, the traffic will be passed to the outside network, right? So I'm not going much into the details of the complete filtering parts, because again we have packet filtering with respect to the OS level kind of thing, where we can actually allow or deny the particular traffic with respect to the headers in the information. That means what is the IP that has to be allowed, whether it is source IP, we have to take the action, or we have to take the action on the destination IP. So these kind of things can be decided with respect to that. Again, in packet filtering, we have static filtering, where we have to write the rules with respect to that, or we can have a dynamic kind of rules we can also write, where that will come as the static stateful or the application level. Now this is how the rule can be written. We can actually decide on the parameter, like whether we can write on the source IP, or we can take action on the destination IP, or what kind of protocol type we are actually trying to take, whether it is the ICMP protocol or TCP or UDP or HTTP, and what is the source port that we need to take action, and what is the destination port on which we need to action, along with the flags of the TCP. We have learned that there are 6 flags in TCP: SYN, FIN, acknowledgement, reset, urgent, as well as push. So according to the flag, we need, if we want to take a specific action, because in the stateful kind of things, where we have learned one command like netstat. Whenever we type netstat -a in the any of the operating system, we can see what are the ports that are open on the operating system, along with the kind of states of the connection, whether it is established or whether it is waiting connection. So based on the kind of state of the connection, also we can take a decision to actually write. Also, we have seen in the scanning part, where we can use certain kind of techniques in Nmap, where we can use acknowledgement scan or different kind of scanning mechanisms. Now, whenever we enable the firewalls, the scannings can also be blocked. Let's say instead of directly sending a SYN packet, using Nmap tool, I am sending an acknowledgement packet. If it is a normal kind of operating system, it cannot actually take a decision. But in terms of firewall, what it will do, it also, as it is maintaining the states of the connection, it will try to check whether any kind of SYN or the initiation has already done with respect to that. If there is no SYN, why an acknowledgement is directly coming to this connection? So it will simply drop the connection. So these kind of actions can also be possible if there is a security device like firewall which is placed with respect to the network. So this is how the sessions can also be used with respect to the firewall. One more important feature with respect to the firewall is the kind of proxy servers we have, where we can, instead of directly talking to the public network, we can use this proxy at the application level, where let's say I want to allow a certain website, or I want to allow the specific content. Let's say we want to block a particular word called cricket, where it should not be allowed to the public or from the internal people. Then we can use these proxies. And the main advantage of proxy is that on behalf of the entire, let's say there are 100 employees connected to the proxy. Now, on behalf of all the 100 employees, the proxy will be talking to the internet. So all these 100 IPs or the 100 employees will be behind the proxies. Whenever someone sees from the outside or from the public interface, they can only see the proxy server, not the complete infrastructure of the thing. So this is how proxy will actually be placed, like where all the internal people will be hidden with respect to the public. Okay, because it provides security to system and data, and also it can increase the, because it also caches the kind of access that is being done with respect to the internal people. So we can use application level proxies, where it works at layer 7. So this is how the main advantage with respect to the proxy, because directly we are not connecting all the internal people, and we can also have certain features like URL filtering, where we can block or allow certain URLs, and also we have certain content also, where based on the kind of keywords we can actually block or allow certain content also. So this is how the one of the feature of proxy firewall can be used as proxy. Again, we have transparent, non-transparent, where if we explicitly write what is the proxy address, it is called as a non-transparent, or without there is no need to write any kind of proxy details with respect to the browsers or any kind of settings, then we call it as a transparent proxy. So this is how the stateful inspection will be used. So this we have seen already, the TCP three-way handshake. So based on the kind of connections that are established, so the certain states of the connection are maintained here. We can see when a SYN is sent, it is in listening mode, and when a SYN is received, it is in a SYN received mode. And when a three-way handshake happened, then the connection will be changed to established. So even the firewall will also maintain these kind of states of the connection, so that based on these states, we can also take the decision whether to drop or to allow the connection. And even with respect to the close or closing the connection also, the firewall can take a decision what to be done on these kind of states. So this is a stateful filter firewall, where it can also be used, because there may be certain cases where two simultaneous connection can be done. There is a query whenever three-way handshake is done, what is the next session? See, whenever we are done with the TCP three-way handshake, the next will be the data pushing. That is where the push flag will come into picture. So whenever there is a data flow, the push or the push flag will be used to continuously send the data. Or if we want to close the connection, we can directly send the reset connection. That is where most of the scanning tools will do. So this is where we need to also keep an eye on the monitoring or the logs of the firewall, whether we are getting a legitimate traffic or a kind of scanning with respect to the kind of number of reset packets which we receive from a certain IPs. So this is how a stateful will actually work. One simple scenario. Let's say the user is trying to connect a certain website through a firewall. Now this is how the states are maintained. First, it will come to the firewall, then the firewall will actually try to access the website. Okay, now when a reply comes, because firewall also has the state, it will verify, okay, this is a legitimate connection, and it will be sent to the user. Now let's say there is no request from the user, but still a certain type of we are getting a response from a different IP or on a different flag. Then it will check with the state table whether I have any connection prior with respect to this website. So there is no connectivity established, or there is no request from the user to this website. So it is simply dropped at the firewall. So this is how the firewall can be used to get evaluation of the certain kind of source and destination IPs, as well as the ports. Even we can also check the header values or the parameters like sequence number, what is the current flag value. Based on that, the stateful decision can also be taken with respect to the firewall. So this is how certain rules of the firewalls are in terms of the thing. So this is where we are trying to, now let's say instead of the graphical thing, if we get certain kind of packets or the filtering with these kind of rules. So this is where we have tried to explain in the previous sessions with respect to the Wireshark. So even by using this, we need to understand whether it is a legitimate or what kind of state we have with respect to what is the source IP address, what is the destination IP address. So by looking at the packet itself, we can assume or we can get some data with respect to that. So again, there are a lot of features with respect to that. One is authentication and authorization, as well as accounting of the kind of traffic that is flowing through. And the other thing is called network address translation. Let's say we want to host a certain type of public IPs onto the organization. Then we can use this NATing feature, or even the proxy can also use this NATing feature to allow the internal people to access the public. Where what happens is all the traffic of the internal network is translated into one single public IP address using this NAT feature. The same set of thing, now we are hosting a particular IP address, but the internal IP may be different. But for the public, they will be accessing through the public IP address only. So for this kind of thing also we use NATing, or the network address translation, where certain IP of the internal network is translated to the public or vice versa. So this is where we use the network address translation mechanism in firewall to translate the private IP addresses to the public IP addresses. And for content security, we can use any of the kind of features like the gateway antivirus or the gateway kind of thing. Even we can use load balancing kind of thing, where we can map all 2 or 3 different servers to a single IP using this NATing mechanism, where one request will be sent to one server, the second request will be sent to the other server, and the third request will be sent to the third server. So these kind of load balancing is also possible with respect to that. And the most important, as we discussed, is the logging activity, where everything has to be logged with respect to the firewall. So this is some of the kind of analysis or with respect to that. So with this, I'm just closing the session with respect to the firewall. There is a question like a firewall is a device, and if hotspot is used, then firewall should come into picture. So this is what we are talking about, because firewall is used as a gateway device in terms of the organization. Now I am using a hotspot. My traffic from the endpoint or the system I'm using, it will not be part of the organizational traffic. Now it is being bypassed from the hotspot of the let's say I'm using an Geo or Airtel or some sort of other hotspots. Now this traffic will not come to the organization traffic. It will be bypassed through the hotspot of the different ISP. So in this case, the firewall doesn't know whether this traffic is coming into the organizational or not. Okay. Next generation firewall can detect and mitigate cyber attacks, where we have to place web application firewall. Sir, actually this web application firewall is also one certain security parameter or feature that is part of next generation firewall. Or else if there is any specific kind of device which we have, then it can be placed along, I mean, after the traffic that is coming after the firewall, we can place that web application firewall. Once the traffic is filtered, then the traffic will be filtered with respect to specific rules of the web application firewall. Then accordingly, the decisions can be made. So it can be used in line with respect to the firewall. Or if it is already a part of the firewall feature, then we can enable on the specific kind of rules where along with the decision whether to allow or drop the packet, the application rules can also be checked with respect to the content of the firewall. Just a minute, sir. Naresh, can we have time so that we can have a demo, or can we pass on to the Yash?
Hello, Mandisha. Actually, yes, sir. Start class at 11 a.m. today.
Okay. Okay, then we'll pass on to Mr. Yash for continuing the session. The demos will be demonstrating after the lunch for another 15 to 20 minutes, where we can show how the desktop firewalls are used, and also the organizational firewalls, what kind of features we have with respect to the organizational firewalls. Thank you. If any doubts are there, then we can discuss in the chat box or in the WhatsApp group. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandishwar. Now I invite Yash Dhingra sir to take his slide. And I also request sir to share the PPT.
So good morning to all the participants and to all the panelists. I'll just quickly start the presentation. Naresh sir, can you just confirm if my screen is visible now?
Yeah, yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So,
No, sir. Sir, sorry to
yes.
interrupt you, sir. I request you to kindly allow our participants a 5 minutes break in between.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So you want the break right now, or do you want me to pause in between the presentation?
We will check with participants, sir, once. Or
Okay.
we will give around 11:30 as well.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm just starting the presentation for now. You can just pause in between, and between two modules, I'll just ask you if we need a break, and then we can pause for 5 minutes.
Perfect, sir. Perfect.
Okay. So once again, good morning to everyone, and welcome to this session on Introduction to Mobile Security. So this is an introductory session on how we can secure our mobile devices, which includes not just our mobile phones. It also includes tablets as well and other similar devices, which are basically mobile. So starting with the presentation, we'll talk about certain current trends, just like my previous presentation. I'll just give you an overview of the kind of things that have been going on in the mobile security domain in the past few months. Um, so I think we already talked about this last time, but we'll just go over this once again. This was about fake Arogya Setu applications, and fake Arogya Setu APK files were being circulated to trick people into installing these onto their mobile devices. And then government had actually banned 59 applications which were deemed to be prejudicial to the security of the country in June. And later, we again banned 118 applications in a similar way. Main cause for this was that these applications were actually collecting a lot of data of Indian users, and then it was being stored on servers in countries which are prejudicial, which were deemed prejudicial for our security. Then TikTok was flagged. TikTok was actually flagged for collecting a lot of user data, which it had not declared it was collecting, and then all this data was actually used for user profiling and for serving targeted applications. So TikTok was also one of the applications which was banned by the government. Now, moving on to some basics, I'll talk about the permission model of Android. Similar permissions are there in the iOS side as well, but they are more structured when it comes to the Android domain. So I'll talk about the permissions on the Android side, and then similarly, we can like extrapolate towards iOS. So you might have seen a similar page where while trying to install any application on your mobile device, it shows you a list of all the permissions that the application is asking for. Permissions basically are is basically an access to a particular feature on your device. It could be your messages, your contacts, your call logs. So any of this feature, if a particular application wants to access, it is going to be declaring that while you're trying to install that application from the Google Play Store. So the only difference now from this particular screenshot is that certain permissions which could be used for dangerous purposes and which could be used for malicious purposes as such are not actually are not actually asked from the user in the initial phase itself. While you are running the application, it will ask you for permission to access your camera or your SMS or your contacts. It will not ask you for those permissions while installing it, although you can obviously see those permissions initially. So these are the different types of permissions. The first type is normal permissions. These are all the permissions which do not need access to your personal data. So personal data could be like your contacts, your call logs, and your location history, and all your messages. So all these things are actually personal data, and even your file systems. So anything that could be that has any kind of personal data is actually not part of these permissions. So these permissions are basically accessing the internet, figuring out your time zone. So all these permissions are very basic permissions and do not lead to any user privacy issues. So these permissions are automatically granted when you are trying to install this application. The application will obviously show you the list of these permissions, and when you click on that install button, you're basically agreeing to give all these permissions to the application. The main point about these permissions is that they cannot be revoked once you have given it to the application. So once you've given the internet permission, basically while installing the application itself, then it cannot be revoked. And most of the times it has been understood that these permissions are not actually required to be revoked by the user anyways, because most of the application, if it is asking for the internet permission, it will not function itself without the internet permission. So moving on to the next permissions, this is basically signature permissions. So signature permissions are those permissions which are not defined by Android, but actually are defined by a particular app developer. And so for example, if you have a company which has multiple applications hosted on the Play Store, and you want one of those applications to access the data inside another application. In such a case, the first application where you want the data to be accessed will declare a particular permission, and the application which wants to access that data will ask you for permission for that for accessing that data. So once you grant that permission, then both these apps can actually talk to each other. So just to simplify it, you can think about Facebook and Instagram, for example. Both are owned by the same company, and if Instagram wants to sign into Facebook, basically you can sign into your Instagram account via your Facebook account as well. So if in the Instagram application wants to use the Facebook login, then Instagram will actually ask for permission to access the data inside Facebook application. So once you grant that permission, then both these applications can talk to each other. The only catch here is that both of these applications should actually be signed by the same certificate. So every app developer has a certificate, and when the same app developer is actually signing two different applications, then it is understood by the Play Store that these two applications belong to the same developer. So only such applications which are signed by the same certificate can actually talk to each other in this way. Moving on to the next kind of permissions, which is dangerous permission. So dangerous permissions actually cover all those areas where your personal data could be there, including your call logs, your contacts, your location history, your messages, your file systems. So all these permissions could actually be misused by any application. So these permissions are categorized as dangerous, and all these permissions actually need to be explicitly granted at runtime. So while you're running any application, you might have seen that most of these applications nowadays ask you for permission to access your cameras. So once you give that access while running the application, only then the application can actually start running the camera. Otherwise, it won't be allowed. So these permissions are need not be granted at install time. They need to be given access only at runtime whenever the application tries to access that particular feature. So nowadays you might have seen, if you have the latest version of Android and even iOS, you'll see that whenever you're trying to grant a particular permission to an application, there is an option to grant that permission only once, and there is another option to grant that permission only while the application is running, which means that the application will not be able to access that particular feature while it is running in the background. So only while you have that application running in front of you on the screen of the phone, only then that particular application will be able to access that particular permissions. So all these different segregations have been made only for these dangerous permissions, and the catch about these things is that they can actually be revoked. So you can actually go inside the settings page of your mobile, and inside that settings page you can actually find out that particular application, and you can see all the permissions that a particular application is actually accessing. So you can go inside that page and you can actually take back all those permissions from the application. Although in most cases, what will happen is that the application may stop functioning, but this particular feature was actually rolled out to make sure that any application is not accessing any superfluous permissions which are actually not required for the basic functionality. So moving on to the next permissions, next kind of permissions, which is special permissions. So these are highly sensitive permissions, and there are only two, I think, of this kind. One of them is called rights settings. So there are certain applications which will ask you for permissions to change your settings. So which is a pretty sensitive thing to do, and any malicious application, if it is granted this permission, it can actually cause a lot of damage onto the device. So these permissions are very special in the sense that when an application actually requests for such a permission, you will not be shown a small dialog box where you can accept it. You will actually be taken onto the settings page, and it will explicitly give you a warning that these permissions can be misused, and there will be a small checkbox where you can actually enable, and then only the application will be able to access these settings. So you might have some of you who are using the Android OS, you might have installed applications called launchers on your device. So these applications basically are able to change the home screen itself of your device. So such applications need to change the settings, and that's why whenever you try to run any of these applications, they will give you this particular prompt that they are trying to access the settings of your device, and they need to be given that permission before they can actually start doing any of their functionality. So again, these permissions can be revoked by going into the settings page. And just some best practices to note about permissions. You should always check the permissions before installing any applications. So most of the times while installing nowadays, you'll see only basic permissions like accessing the internet or accessing your time zone or some basic permissions like that on the install page itself. If the app asks for further permissions during usage, it's always a best practice to deny unless you know that it is absolutely necessary. So for example, a lot of applications will ask you for accessing your messages to read the OTPs. But I think it's always a best practice to actually not give that SMS permission to any application, and instead just read out the OTP from the message and then manually punch the OTP inside whatever application you're using. So the reason why I'm saying this is that once a permission has been granted, you will never know when that application will actually be accessing your messages. So if you have granted the SMS permission, then you can assume that the application can access your SMS anytime that it wants to. And most of the times we have like tens of applications on our devices, and in most cases we don't even remember what all applications are actually accessing our SMSs. So it's a very small example. Similarly, it's always a best practice not to give your location permission to all random applications. To your Google Maps or your any other maps or any other maps application, you obviously need to give that permission, otherwise it will not work. But for other applications for which it is not absolutely necessary, it's best to actually avoid giving the location permission. Then you can then there are certain red flags which could be there. So if you go inside your settings page, you will be able to find out certain red flags. Basically, you might be able to see some third-party web browser which is trying to which has access to your camera, your contacts, and other permissions. although simple web browser should not ideally be asking for search permissions in the first place. So you might have heard of an application called UC browser. It was very common, and it used to come bundled with a lot of mobile devices itself. So this particular application was also one of the applications which was banned by the government, and the reason for that was that it was a web browser, but it used to access all the permissions on the device. So then the last point on this slide is that you should check permissions that have already been granted. So just go inside your setting page and then just go through all the applications which are installed, and then all the permissions that all those applications are taking. So if you find any application which is accessing more permissions than it should ideally require according to its functionality, then you can simply go and disable those permissions. Or otherwise, if you don't need that application itself, you can simply uninstall those applications. So we are done with the permissions modules. I think we can take some questions if there are any. And if we want to have a break, we can have that as well. So there's a question from Ms. Neha Yadav, which is, does app have permission to share the data with other application? So if an app actually needs to share data with other application, then this particular application will actually declare a permission. It will not ask for a permission. For example, like I told you about Facebook and Instagram, the Facebook application will declare a permission to the Android OS that any other application which wants to access my data can actually access it via this particular permission. So Facebook, for example, will have a permission called Facebook.access, Facebook.login, something of that sort. So if Facebook is declaring this permission, then Instagram can actually seek that permission inside its settings. And when you install that application, Instagram, and when you try to log in, then it will ask you for accessing the Facebook's data. So this is how it works. So if an application is giving out data, then it needs to declare a permission. And if an application is accessing data, then it needs to seek that permission from the user. So next question is how we can check about the permissions for installed apps in settings. So sir, you can simply go inside your settings page. There will be a section called applications. Inside that, all your applications will be listed. And when you click on any of those applications, there will be an option to see to look at the permissions. So you can go to that page and you can look at the permissions that have already been granted to any of the applications on your device. Then there is another question by Mr. Mayank Kumar. How can we modify the permissions? So you cannot actually modify the permissions. You can go and disable any of those permissions, or you can enable them, but there is no way to actually modify any permission. So Naresh sir, do we take a break right now?
Yes, sir. We'll take a break. Naresh sir is also just gone out. We'll take a
Okay.
break for 5 minutes and then continue, sir.
Sure, sure. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. I request the participants to please join us back in 5 minutes after a small break. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Nareshji, can we start with the presentation now?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think it's 5 minutes break. After 5 minutes, you just we'll check with the participants and we'll start, sir.
Sure,
One
sure.
one moment. One moment. Yes, sir. We'll start, sir.
Okay, sir. So, Mr. Mayank has actually asked me again that there is no permission to change. There is no option to change the permissions. Should we uninstall and then reinstall them? So, sir, it's possible that you're using an older mobile device which does not have that feature yet. But in most versions of, the most recent versions of Android, they actually have that permission page over there. You can also go inside the settings page and then search for these permissions, and I think you'll again be able to look at the permissions and then revoke them. So that option is there in most of the recent mobile devices. So welcome back everybody, and just moving on quickly to the next slide, which is things to keep in mind. So again, these are certain best practices, and most of them you would probably already know, but we'll still just go over them just to make sure that everybody is on the same page. So the first thing is that we need to keep the operating system itself updated. So we talked about in my previous session, we discussed about vulnerabilities and how they are actually released by the manufacturers. So, for example, if there is a vulnerability in Android, then it will definitely be fixed in the next security patch update. So, and Google releases Android security patches once every month, and all the other manufacturers who are using the Android OS are actually supposed to follow suit, and they are also supposed to push these security updates regularly to devices. But most of the manufacturers who are using Android operating system are not able to comply, and there is always a certain delay that is associated with them. So it's best to choose mobile devices from manufacturers who are actually more prompt with pushing these updates onto the devices, because if there is a known vulnerability in the wild, then any attacker can actually utilize that vulnerability to compromise your device. So the quicker you get these updates, the better protected you are against these attacks. Then we should always keep our applications updated. So you might have seen that Google Play Store keeps giving you notifications that there are so many updates which are available. So it is always best to keep all the applications which are installed updated. And another small little best practice from my side is that you should only install applications which you absolutely need. So if there is one application which you have installed and you have not used for the past 6 months, then it is always better to take it away, remove it from your device, because it will always keep using that much memory. And again, if there is any vulnerability which is associated with that particular application, then obviously you can fall prey to that as well. So it's always good to uninstall applications, uninstall unused applications, and only the most necessary ones should actually stay on your mobile device. Then there are a lot of memory cleaners and battery optimizer applications which are available for Android. So personally, I believe that these cause more harm than any good on your device. And most of these applications actually take a lot of permissions on your device. They'll try to access your contacts, and since it is a memory cleaner, it will obviously have access to all your files and your entire file system. So there is a lot of damage which can potentially be caused if any of these applications is installed and the developer itself is not scrupulous and they are actually sharing a lot of user information. So it's best to keep these applications away from your device because they are not needed by the Android OS or by the iOS. I think no such applications are there, so we don't need to see this for that. Then some other best practices: always use an antivirus on your device, and do not to install applications from untrusted sources. So there is a particular setting inside the Android settings page which actually asks you for permission to install applications from untrusted sources. Untrusted sources means anything outside the Google Play Store. And if you're installing any APK file from the which has been downloaded from the internet, then the first time that you install it, Android will actually ask you for permission to install that APK file. So it is always best to keep that checkbox unchecked and not to allow untrusted APK files to be installed on the device, because that is the source of most of the malware. That is how most of the malware actually propagates. It is through APK files only. And then you should not click on links which you have received inside unverified SMS or maybe WhatsApp messages as well. So we'll look at a case study in which one of these vectors were actually used through SMSs. APK files were actually circulated. We'll look at that case study, and then we'll talk about this in more detail. Then you should check which applications have permissions to access your location and your contacts and your file systems. Just go through that settings, and especially be very careful about these permissions, because these are the most important permissions on your device, and this is where your personal data is actually there. So none of the applications which are requiring all these permissions by their virtue of their functionality should actually be able to access these features. Then there are a lot of applications which actually ask you for a lot of permissions initially itself. Some of them are actually listed here, and I've striked them out specifically because two of them have actually been banned by the government: UC browser and Cam Scanner. And then Truecaller, which has not been banned, but personally I don't use this, and I have seen that it actually accesses a lot of permissions, and it actually takes access to your file system, to your contacts, to your call logs, even to your SMS messages. So it starts reading even your OTPs. So all these permissions are taken by Truecaller, but the risk is that it may be a scrupulous company, it may be a good company, but no company or system is actually 100% secure. So if Truecaller suffers a data breach, then all your data is gone. And that has actually been seen previously, that there was a breach in the Truecaller data. So this is a news report from 2019 May, which said that data leaked for 300 million Truecaller users. So this was reported last year by some security researcher who found all this data on the dark web, but it was never actually acknowledged by Truecaller. They never agreed to it. They said that this data is not does not belong to Truecaller. So this is a snapshot of the data which was found, and you can see that in the images column, you can see that there are a lot of images which have the link of Truecaller over there. So that is how I think the researcher was able to assume that this data actually belongs to Truecaller, but they did not agree. Then again, in 2020, 4.75 crore Indian Truecaller data on sale for 75,000. This was again reported by Cybele, and then again it was denied by Truecaller that this particular data does not belong to them. So it's a personal advice that we should actually stay away from such applications which give us a good functionality, but in turn they are taking a lot of data with them. So that is, we are now done with the presentations, and I'll just move on to the case studies. Before that, I'll just check if there are any questions in the chat box. So there are no questions yet. We'll move on to the case study, and then we can take questions towards the end if we want. So this is the first case study. This was an example of how phishing links were actually sent out via SMS messages, and you can see that the SMS short code, as it is called, VK Notify and then AD TeleOS. So these are some random bulk SMS short codes which were used, and a lot of these short codes actually looked like the income tax department's short codes. So it would be like AD-ITREFL, which is actually one of the short codes used by the income tax departments, which was misused by the attackers to send out fraudulent SMSs like this, which would say that, dear so and so, your income tax department requires you to click on this link to submit a request for remittance of your unclaimed approved tax refund. So these were actually SMSs which were promising refund of income, a certain refund of income tax, and there would be a shortened URL which would be given inside the SMS, and when the user clicks on this particular shortened URL, the user will be taken to this kind of a phishing page. This is of the income tax department, and you can see that the link itself does not belong to the income tax department. It is some random website.com, and then such a page would be hosted, and when you actually select your bank from there, you will be taken to your specific bank's page, and on the bank's page you will be asked for your user ID and password, just like your actual bank's page. You can see that it is actually hosted on this random IP address, and it is not showing you the actual domain of the bank, because this is a fraudulent page. Then on the next page, it will ask you for all your confidential information. Once you have given it your login ID and password, it will ask you for your PAN card, your name, your address, and apart from that, your date of birth, your email address, Aadhaar card number, your debit card, credit card number, and your ATM pin, and all these details. So once the attacker actually has all these details, he can actually cause a lot of damage, and they can actually take out money from your bank accounts. The only missing link in this entire tale is that they need to have access to your OTPs, which are sent onto your device for accessing your bank accounts. And you can see that once you have filled out the application, this is the page which is shown to you, which says that in your income tax refund application is incomplete, and you need to install this particular certificate application on your mobile device so that your mobile number can be verified. So once you get onto this page, an APK file will actually be downloaded onto your device, and it will have instructions on how to install that particular APK file by enabling that unknown sources permission. So you can see over here at the bottom, it says scroll down and check the unknown sources permission. So they are also giving you all the steps for installing this particular APK file. And so what we were actually able to do is we were able to take a dump of that particular website which was there. And we found this particular APK over there, team-mobile.apk. So this particular APK, once we found out, we were able to analyze this APK file by reverse engineering the code. And what we found out was that it seeks SMS permissions, and it seeks permissions of your contacts, of your call logs. And then it also asks you for permission to become the default SMS application. So it will replace the default messaging application, and it will start receiving all the SMSs. And it obviously starts reading all your messages. And once it receives any SMS which looks like an OTP, then it starts forwarding that SMS to the attacker's mobile number. So what happens after that is that it actually deletes the OTP message from the device. So you actually never even get to know that an OTP has been shared by your bank with you. So these are some of the screenshots from this application. You can see in the first screenshot that it looks like it has the logo of the income tax department, and the name is E_mobile. And when you open this application, it will ask you for permission to your contacts, call logs, and then it will ask you for permission to become the default SMS application. You can see that in the second screenshot. So use e_mobile instead of messaging as your SMS app. So once you grant all these permissions to this application, it will actually start start doing all the malicious steps, and it will start forwarding your SMSs. So this is a snippet of the code of this particular application, which we were able to reverse engineer. And you can see it is asking for 3 permissions: send SMS, then get accounts, and read phone state. And then all these permissions, once they are granted, it will actually start forwarding the SMSs. So in this screenshot, you can actually see that this particular code, SMS manager.send multi-part text message. So all these, there are different phone numbers which are there. All these are actually Indian mobile numbers of the attackers. And what we believe is that these different phone numbers were actually being used for sending out SMSs of different kinds. So for example, for sending out OTPs of Amazon, there would be one number. For sending out OTPs of Paytm, there would be one phone number. So they have different phone numbers for all different SMSs. And the attacker, once they actually have access to your login ID and password of your bank, and if you've installed this particular application, they actually get the third thing, which is the OTP, or as we call it, the second factor authentication. So they have the triad completed, and then they can log in and make transactions from your bank account. So that was the first case study, and I'll just go through the second case study also. This is a very short one, but the modus operandi was again the same. This was not through SMSs, but it was circulated through WhatsApp messages. So you can see that it is giving you an offer of a loan, of a low interest loan, which you can avail by clicking on a particular link. So different kinds of these messages were there. And once you click on that particular shortened URL, you will be taken to this particular website where it will give you different options, and then it will tell you that you can actually download an application from Google Play Store. When you click on this particular link, you will not be taken to the Google Play Store, but an APK file will actually be downloaded onto your machine. And once you install that particular APK, it will again ask for all the permissions on your device, and they can actually take all your data also. So these are some of the screenshots from this particular application. So it is showing you some text box which is asking you for permissions to access your camera. And then it will take you, once you agree to that, it will take you to this particular screen for logging in, and it will ask you for a mobile number, and it will send you an SMS which contains an OTP, and once you enter that, it will start asking you for all other informations. And obviously, since you have already given it the camera permission, and since you have given it other permissions, it is already able to access a lot of data on your mobile device. So this was a very recent one, and these are the list of the permissions which this particular application was taking. So you can see in this slide that it is accessing your camera, it is accessing your logs on your device, and it is accessing your contacts. It also has that particular sensitive setting called write settings. You can see that is the last setting which is there. So it is able to access all these permissions on your device, and obviously there will be no loan which will be granted to you, but all your data will actually be taken away. So that's it for the presentation from my side, and this is our email ID, incident@cert-in.org.in. If you receive any such application, or if you find anything suspicious over the web, or if you've been attacked, you can always send in an email, and we will always analyze, and certain will obviously guide you on how to take what actions you can take in order to protect yourself. So that's it for the presentation. Now, Naresh ji, if we have any questions, we can have them.
Yes, sir. Actually, here I'm not able to see any questions. I think, sir, there are a few questions.
Yes.
If one person is using Android emulator on desktop, then
Okay.
will the app collect the data from the computer to their server? This question from Nayak Raju.
So on your if you're using an Android developer on your Android, basically, I think what you're asking is that particular virtual Android emulator if you're using on your machine. I don't think it can actually take any data from your PC itself, because that particular emulator actually runs inside a virtual machine, which is a sandbox in itself. So it runs in its own sandbox, and the only data that can actually be taken if you are installing any application inside the emulator is the data which is there inside the emulator and not on your machine. So you can safely use any of these emulators. The only thing is, if if you're installing any malicious application on your emulator, then the data is actually flowing through your main PC. So if you don't want your IP address to be leaked to the attacker, then obviously you would not directly install that emulator on your machine. You always need to use some VPN service, or you can there are even online emulators which are there and online sandboxes which are there. So that is the only risk. Otherwise, the data is only localized inside that emulator itself, and it cannot access data on your PC.
Thank you, sir. And there is one more question from Saravanan. What to do with apps that cannot be uninstalled?
So there is an option to actually disable some of the applications which are not uninstallable. The only way that you can actually uninstall those applications is by actually rooting your device, which carries its own risk, because if you're rooting your device, you're basically opening it up for further attacks. So I would never advise you to root your own personal device. If you want to try to do that, you can do it on some other secondary device for experimentation purposes. But your personal device, I would always advise that you don't root it, because then you stop getting security updates also. Otherwise, if you are having a device which has a lot of applications which are not uninstallable, and that is the case with a lot of Chinese manufacturers, they bundle a lot of applications, and most of those cannot be uninstalled. So in some of those cases, you will actually have the option to disable that particular application, or otherwise, if that option is also not available, you can actually revoke all the permissions from that application, so that it is at least not able to access any of your data. In some cases, even that will not be an option, that you cannot even revoke the permissions. So for that particular that particular case, there is only one option, and that is to actually change your mobile device. So I would always advise you to use a mobile device from manufacturers who are not bundling a lot of applications onto their nascent OS. So if you are using mobile devices from Google and Apple, I think they are the most secured, because you will get all the security updates at the quickest pace, and you will also be able to uninstall all the unused applications, and all the Google and Apple, they will not have any of these bloatware applications installed anyways. So it's always a best practice to actually opt for such vendors in the first place.
So there is one more question. I think it is relevant.
Okay.
Relevant to the same question which is asked by Nayak Raju earlier. Which of the free VPN service software can be used in our day-to-day activities in our office desktop?
So, sir, actually, I will not be able to endorse any particular VPN service, because because I'm not using any of these at the moment for my personal usage. But you can use any of the good paid VPN services. The only problem here is that even we have actually seen certain attacks against these VPN services as well. So none of these are actually secure. If you're using any VPN service to actually hide your IP address, then I would suggest to go for the most common ones and the ones which have been around for a long time. Avoid the ones which have been launched very recently, because they could be coming from certain companies which are not following security practices. So it's always actually best to go for VPN providers who are trusted and who have very good reviews overall.
Thank you, sir. I think now there are no more questions, and thank you very much for a wonderful session.
Sir, I think inside the Q&A box, 1 or 2 questions were there.
Yeah, please, sir.
So I think there is a question regarding Evernote application. So Evernote, I think it's a trusted application and it has been around for a long time. I'm not personally using it, but if you're using it on your device, just go and check what all permissions it is taking. So it is a basic note-taking application. If it is asking for any further permissions, you can actually go and revoke them. If it is asking only for one permission for accessing the internet, because obviously it will need to sync all your notes on the server, then you can just keep that particular permission. Otherwise, if there are other permissions, you can disable them. And I think.
Thank you, sir. There is one more question from Atul Walingden.
Yeah.
Many apps ask for contacts, photos.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, etc. Should we enable the services?
So once again, if any application is actually asking for your contacts permission, then you should first make sure that it is actually required by the functionality of that application. So for example, if a web browser is asking to access your contacts, you should never give that permission. But if a particular, for example, the default phone application on your device, or if you are using WhatsApp or other such messengers, then the contacts permission is actually necessary for their basic functionality itself. So in those cases, you will actually need to give the contacts permission. Otherwise, these applications will not work. So only for these applications for which the contacts permission is absolutely required should you actually enable that. And even for your photos, your gallery application will actually require this particular permission to access your photos or your file system. But if any random application, for example, if you're browsing through the internet and if your web browser is asking for this permission to access your file system randomly, then you should not give it this permission. But if you're trying to upload a particular file onto the internet from your web browser, then obviously you will need to give it the permission to access your photos and your file system. So it is always dependent on the functionality. If it is required by the application, then you need to give that permission. Otherwise, it will not work. If it is not required, and if you have a suspicion that this particular application is actually asking for superfluous permissions, which it should ideally not ask for, then you should always deny such permissions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for a wonderful session. Now I'm just handovering mic to our Tapas Bandyopadhyay from STQC.
Thank you, Nareshji, and I'm signing off.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Tapas sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Shall I start or you will introduce me myself? Or
I'll introduce to you, sir. Yeah.
Okay, please.
Okay. I welcome Tapas Bandyopadhyay, sir, scientist here, STQC, MIT, Government of India. He has received Master of Technology from Calcutta University in 1991 and working as scientist in STQC, MIT, Government of India. And sir has is a qualified MTech PGDM and ISMS lead auditor ISO 27001 IDA UK accredited and QMS lead assessor ISO 9000 and ISMS lead auditor, CSTM certified software test manager, and trained on common criteria evaluation by TUV IT Germany, and ISEB software testing intermediate certification course. Sir, with this short introduction, I would like to invite you for this session, sir. And as per the yesterday's discussion with Vellapindi, sir, there is some session which needs to be covered. I request you to kindly start with that and proceed further.
Okay, Mr. Norris, thank you for your nice introduction. So
Thank you, sir.
yesterday, Mr. Villapandi has covered the basic of ISMS overview. So shall I complete some the remaining portion? Then I go to network security.
Actually, sir, sir, I said 27001, a short introduction for about 10 to 15 minutes. You please
Yeah.
cover that from yesterday's session and please carry forward with this today's session, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So please, thank you, Sam.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for this, the participant for this course. I will talk about ISMS requirement and ISO IC 27000 family. Yesterday, Mr. Villapandi, my colleague from UTC Chennai, he has covered the overview of ISMS. So I will talk about the basics of the requirement of 27001. And if you see that the evolution of the standard is started in 1995 from BS 7799. Then ultimately, first standard came into 2005 at 27001 2005, and the present version is 20001 2013 version. So every 5 to 10 years, there is a revision of standard from the ISO body and accordingly published, and people all over the world follow that. So if you see another family of is 27,000, so there is 27,000. So that is basically for overview and vocabulary, and 27,001 for the requirement, basically the information security management system requirement, ISMS requirement. So this is the standard to which one gets certified. And 27,002 is for code of practice, basically implementation guideline also. 24/7 security management system 3, 4 are also guideline and measurement. And 27,005 is for the security risks and assessment. And there is like different standards for basic guideline. And recently one standard also come, 27,701, 27701, that is called PIMS, Privacy of Security Information Security Management, PIMS. Now some people are getting also certified and accredited by the standard also, 27,701. So information management system, like other management system, ISO 9000, that this ISO 20,000 for IT service management, ISO 20,000, different standards are there. So ISO IC 27,000 is one of the management system standards. I will quickly just go. So it has basically two parts. If you see that from basically from 0 to 4, 03 is that a term and definition, normative different terms and definitions there. And it's basically standard starts from the 4, context of the organization. So this is very important for defining the scope and all this context of organization to define. And then leadership, then planning, the risk assessment, and information security objective define. Support means resources, competence, awareness, communication, documented information, and then 8 is operation, and 9 in for performance evaluation, the internal audit, management review, and 10 is for improvement, or either a compliance to the any problem or any continual improvement for future improvement. So this is the basically structure of the standard, and this is the mandatory requirement. Other than that, annex control is there. So we mostly talk about annex control because Mr. Villapandi has covered the basic of the initial mandatory requirement. So where the different controls and control objectives are there in this new standard, there are 11 domains are there, like different physical security, cryptography, network security, compliance, legal compliance, business control management. Then I will talk in detail. So there are 11 domains are there, and 33 control objectives and 114 controls are there. So this is only indicative one. So for defining your system, you can take help from this 114 controls and control objectives, whatever you define. This standard also given a flexibility because this was published 10 years back or 8 years back. So at the present moment, if you feel, you can also add more controls. No problem. In your SOA, statement of applicability, you can also add new controls there also. Now people are adding the cloud security. When it was published, that was not there. So now in the SOA, because now cloud is one of the important requirements for the implementation of ISMS or infrastructure management. So they are also including the cloud requirement also. So like that, like PIMS requirement may be there. So data security is not a part of, so initially. So you can also add a requirement to meet your security requirement in the SOA. So this also like other management system, this also follows the PDA cycle. This plan, do, check, and act. What is that? Establish the ISMS, maintain and improve that, monitor the review whether whatever you implemented is correct or there is some lacuna, any deficiency there. If there is some requirement there, you have to implement and operate. This way, you can operate the ISMS system. So this is a basic model of any management system. And I already told the context of the organization is very important to define the scope and purpose of the organization. Accordingly, what technology you're using, what activity being, whether it's a IT oriented or non-IT oriented, IT enabled services or infrastructure development services, whether cloud services or on-prem services. So depending on your context, organization, business profile, you have to define your context organization. Accordingly, you have frame your locations also, like whether you will operate for single location or whether multiple location, whether you will operate in India or operate from different parts of the world. So accordingly, your context organization define, and you have to say define your scope of the services, and also define rules and regulations, land of law, so may be different from different countries. So accordingly, you have to frame your security framework. So this is the first with the establishing the ISMS, define ISMS policy. That is very important. You have to define the policy, undertake the appropriate risk assessment, identify the risk areas, select control and control objectives which is justified, prepare the statement to apply. This is the starting point, statement of applicability for any ISMS. When you going to implement your organization, the ISMS, you have to prepare a statement to apply. If you see any certificate, if they are written that, so this is certified against the ISMS, this standard, this SOA version, and date of release is written there. A document should be prepared that describes the scope of ISMS in terms of organizational location, assets, and technology. The scope will demonstrate to the management their security responsibility and encourage them to pay appropriate attention to subject. So how to define the scope, already discussed. Example of scopes there, you can also define a C. You have to, and also their documentation there, the different levels are there. First level is the apex level. You have to give the ISMS policy statement, followed by policy manual, where different policy like what is your email policy, what is your internet policy, what is your backup policy, what is your mobile policy, or what is your infrastructure policy. So different policies to be defined, user acceptable policy, to make a different detailed policy on different aspects, all covering all the domains of the ISMS. It should contain a statement of intent by the senior management. The policies should be simple and to the point. the top level policy, security policy should be maintained. And also this is important, this should be distributed to all the staff for communication. You can display on in the portal, you have to communicate and acknowledge whether they are aware of the policy or not. That should be important. So during audit, we check it, the implementation of the security policy and awareness of the staff member about the policy. And you can make a PPC policy manual, continue all the documents. So leadership, I talked about planning. Risk assessment is important aspect in defining what is your context, your operating environment, your business operation, your asset values, whether you are doing in the internet business or e-commerce, e-procurement. So those operating risks should be considered in defining your system. Every activity will start is a risk assessment. You have to find in implementing the what is the hidden risks there, whether it is sufficient. You have to make a detailed risk and mitigation plan. So that is a starting point. So if it is not clear, you cannot go, and otherwise afterwards you will face some problem. Action to address the risks and opportunity also. When you address some risks, you also land with some opportunity, new opportunities are open. Your new business areas may be open. Your productivity will increase. Your awareness, the skill will increase if you address the risks also. Integrate and implement action into MIS management system process. Evaluate the effectiveness of the actions. So I think Mr. Bhilapandi has covered this. Security object is one of the important requirements. The policy is supplemented with the security object. What we are going to achieve. So you need to make a framework, and also you have to make a this detailed objectives. So what we are going to achieve, the ability to secure all the types of system resources. You have to provide the training to the personnel. You have to provide authentication services, authorization services. So this has to become in the form of the security objectives, and there should be a security matrix to measure whatever your security objective is implemented or being maintained or not. So monitoring is important. Whatever security objective defined, the should be regularly KPI should be there defined in support of this objective, and regular monitoring on the regular basis. And the statement of applicability, I told you there are sample documents available. So this is one of the sample, like control is a control against malicious software. You have to select yes, and you have to give a justification. So like all the controls, you have to make a format like this with the version control and document number. You have on left side the control, you have the selected and no, yes or no, and you have to give a justification. If you have given a excluded, you have to give a justification. If your business is not working in that particular domain or area, you can also give a justification. Support services, operation control, implement risk management plan, allocate resources, roles and responses. This is important. You have to define all the roles and responsibility of the personnel working there. Implement controls to meet the control objectives. Implement training and awareness, very important. Across the organization, you have to provide a training and awareness. Manage operations, manage resources, implement procedures. You have to, whatever critical processes are there, you have to define, like backup procedure, network shutdown procedures, or any services or any complicated issues are there. You need to make a harmonized procedure so that same is follows across the organization. Then the performance evaluation monitoring. It can be done through internal audit, management review, and also regular basis. You have to justify the NC non-compliance and corrective actions. If during the audits you may face some NCs are there, you have to take a corrective actions, and you have to take a preventive action also, so that it should not reoccur. And from that you have to give some idea for control improvement. Execute the monitoring controls to detect errors in processing, detect security incidents. So this security is an important activity. So whenever there is a security breaches or any non-violation of the security policy, procedures or program, so that will give the trigger to act on it. Review effectiveness of ISMS, review risks, taking into changes of the organization, technological change. Like in a present situation, pandemic situation, people are working from home. So you are introducing more risks there because you are taking your device to your home, your connectivity, your physical theft, or the data loss, or so many things are there. You have to take care through risk assessment because technology may be there, VPN connectivity is there or not, or other physical controls are there or not, the regular patching of the thing is there or not, or malicious activity, these antivirus solutions are there or regularly updated or not. So these issues will come there in those working from home issues. You have to address it. Otherwise, it will introduce some problem in your network or systems. Then external events like legal requirements, social climates, legal event, whether you are using licensed software or not, if you are not using, so legal implications may be there. Implement the identified improvements, take appropriate corrective action, communicate the results and actions, agree with the interested parties. Who are the interested parties? Maybe stakeholders, employees, your AMC partners may be there, your suppliers may be there, so they are also interested parties. If there is some improvement areas there, all are concerned there, you have to communicate to the all party who are involved in the activity. Ensure that the improvements achieve their intended objectives. Whatever plan is there, whether it is objective is achieved or not, you have to monitor it. So as I told, the ISM is a formal activity. You have to document the systems and the policy procedures and ISMS procedures, the SOA documents, risk assessment documents, procedures, the scope of the ISM procedures and controls in support of the ISMS, documented procedure needed by the organization to ensure planning, operation, and control of its processes. A record required by the ISMS. What is a record also? A record is a evidence of activity, whether you have performed or not. Like there is a requirement of regular review of user access right review. You are telling I am doing, but you have to prove that you have a record of regular monitoring. So like any activity, you have to provide the record so that you can substantiate with a document or any evidence. So what is the critical success factor? You have to define the security policy objectives and activities should reflect the business objective first. You have to know what is required for the business purpose. So that is the driving force. Visible support and commitment from management. So that is important. Your top management should be convinced. So this is required for implementation. Otherwise, he is not convinced, the resources will not be provided and you will not get the proper support. Good understanding of security requirements, risk assessment, and risk management. So this is a starting point of any organization for implementing ISMS. Effective marketing of security all to management and users also. So security is everyone's responsibility. The strongest point of the chain is the weakest point in the chain also. So if your management is not properly convinced, either not followed user a password policy or access controls, whatever is implemented, so that will be a weak point in the chain. The user, each and every user who are using and practicing, accessing, processing the IT facilities, they should be keeping the all awareness and they should be properly implemented and monitoring also whether they are following or not. Distribution of comprehensive guidance, education and training is important. Comprehensive and balanced system of measurement. So different KPIs are there or whatever you call it, the metrics should be there to assess, and that could be a dashboard type. So that will give you the health of the organization in respect of the ISMS implementation in the organization. But the problem is to determine how much is too much. so that we can implement appropriate security measures to build adequate confidence and trust. Why we are implementing ISMS? To build the trust within the organization and outside the organization also. Within your employees, you are keeping their biodata and personal data and other things are there. You are keeping the IT assets are there, and also you are dealing with the customers. If you are doing a web business, so the customers will have the faith and trust on you. Whatever business your information is secured. So that trust has to build up, and ISMS is that a platform of framework that a third-party assessment or certification is there that will give the confidence and trust that you are following the ISMS in the proper manner. Therefore, information security needs to be managed. So up till now, I talk about the mandatory requirement from clause 4 to 10. Now there are from A5 to A18 the annex control. There are A5 to A18 domains are there. You have to talk about the information security policies are there, organization security, information security organization like your internal management system or MSF, whatever you name it, call it. Then human resource security, the human is the asset in the organization. From the very beginning to when I exit from the organization, you have to maintain the record and also secure them. Asset management, access control, cryptography, physical and environment security, operation security, communication security, the system acquisition, development, and maintenance. When you acquire or process a new system, you have to properly test and see whether security inbuilt or not. The other there could be a problem. Supplier relationship. When you engage some AMC operator or any developer, you have to see whether they follow some security policies or not. Information security incident management. If something incident happens, how to manage that, how to report that, how to learn from the incident. So that has to be properly formulated and framed. Information security aspects for business continuity management. So that's very important. If there is some natural disaster or any calamity or any incident happened, so your business got interrupted. So how to bounce back? So whether you are prepared to deal with the situation, so that will deal in the information security aspect in the BCP management. How we are prepared in a worst case situation, whether it is natural calamity or any other aspects of the attack to the organization, so the organization can survive and deal with the normal operation. Then compliance. So there are two requirements: legal compliance and technical compliance. So there are total A5 to A18 controls are there. Now this starts with the security policy. The security policy should be comprehensive with your organization. So this is not a good policy. You have a thatched house with a steel gate. You have to make a policy which is relevant to the organization and business purpose, and that's suiting your requirement. The policy on security is the organization's statement of intent that provides the foundation of management and staff alike. Then organization of security, internal organization, how to operate it, you have to distribute the roles and responsibility among the personnel. You can make a small team of implementation. Some people call MISF, Information Security Management Forum, or whatever name you call it. But these are the people responsible for implementing and executing the ISMS in the organization with the roles and the responsibility defined. Then mobile device and teleworking. So that's a very important activity. Whether you allow any individual's laptop to work from home or not. Some people are following BYD, being your own device. So what is the problem? They are not within the domain or within the domain. How to control their network, how to control the installed softwares, how to control the images. So they will come in picture. And also mobile devices and teleworking, whether they have a secure tunnel like VPN tunnel or not, so whether it's publicly accessible or not. So those things you consider in the mobile device and teleworking. So this is more important under the work from home and teleworking. Human resource security, there are three parts are there. Prior to employment, when the employee has not been recruited, so you have to need to screen their background. whether he belongs from a good family or he has a good character or his education is okay or not. So you need to have a police verification report also. So that will give a good certificate of the person who is going to be recruited, first level. This is called background screening. Then he has to sign ND also, non-disclosure agreement. So for any a person who is going to join in the organization, he has to sign a NDA, non-disclosure agreement with the organization. So whatever information will gain or see or access or process, he should not disclose to other personnel outside the organization. Then during the employment, you have to provide the proper education, training, awareness as relevant for this function. And also during the retirement or superannuation or the transit or termination or truncation, you need to have exit policy also. You have to ensure that he's not taking the system or any softwares or any patented item with him. So you have to remove all these access rights. You have to take back all the software, hardware item given during the employment. You have to ensure that, and all the rights has to be removed immediately on his exit from the organization. That is the important thing. Otherwise, he can do a more harm to the organization. Asset management. What are the assets? Asset could be information asset, hardware, software. Then service assets are there, like ISPs are the communication channels and the assets are there. So you do proper labeling also the asset management, whether assets are maybe information like your network diagram, architecture diagram, configuration file, with the also assets are there. Licensing also there, this is the assets you have to maintain properly. And you need to proper classification because there are so many clauses are there for asset management. You have to prevent unauthorized disclosure, modification, removal, or destruction of information stored on media. Also, there are different requirements are to protect the assets. Responsibility assets, inventory of assets, ownership of assets, acceptable use policy, return of assets. When you exit the organization, you have to return the asset. Media handling, the media very important, whether you allow pen drive or CD in the organization. So there could be a problem of copying and stealing the information from the organization. Some organization block the any CD pen drive in the domain policy itself. No CD pen drive is allowed in the system. So physical transfer is blocked there. And also the disposal of media is important also sometimes. Sometimes because your information are there, your old system you're selling on auction, but they may contain some important and sensitive information about the organization. So you need to securely dispose of, you have to erase all the information. Hello? So media disposal is important. Then access control. So there are two things. One is initially the physical access control, and is the logical access control. Both are important. You have to give the business requirement of access control. So need basis, not blanket access. But server room is limited to the limited persons only, not for the all.
Sir, you are already connected, sir. Why you are logging again?
Oh, just a minute. Sir. Okay, just a minute. You are able to see me then, presentation? Hello?
Now your mail ID is open.
Uh-huh.
You just open the presentation, sir. That's it.
Oh, okay, please. Okay, thank you. Okay. I'm just
Open the presentation so that we will see.
Okay, please, thank you.
Yeah, now we are able to see your presentation.
Yes, the camera is okay? You see me?
No, sir, we are not able to see you, but we are able to. No, we are not able to see you, but we are able to see all your PPTs.
PPT, but you are not able to see me, nah?
No, sir, no, sir.
Oh, that's some problem maybe with the camera, I think.
No problem, sir. No problem.
Okay.
And the sound and everything is fantastic. And
Sound okay,
so
That's also feelings. I thought my camera is not working that properly. I think.
No problem, sir. The session is so interesting.
Okay,
Please,
thank you so much. Okay,
please,
please. Okay. So now this access control. Yes. So access control, both are there. One is you have to define the access control. ACL policies are there. Business need you have to give it the access control, and for the access control, you need to have a proper user authorization, like user ID registration. For when you are giving any access to them, either mail access, email access, or any application access, you need to have a user ID registration. So that is authorized. You are authorized the person for accessing the any document or the system or mail or email, internet address or any applications. And also user got some also responsibility also to maintain that. User responsibility to define. So they may need to make a proper this password control, and they should disclose to others. System and application access also required some policies, and whether you will give some, if you have to give this network-based application, you have to give a sometimes through multi-factor authentication. I will talk in detail during this network series. I access and integrity identity management, where single authentication or multi-factor authentication, or sometimes maybe RSA token may be there for accessing your applications. Then, and this domain 10 is a cryptography control. So there are requirement in your operation, what are the cryptography applications you are carrying out, whether you are doing any encryption or hashing or anything are there, and the key management, what are the protocols are using, what are the algorithm being used, whether digital signatures are being used or not, what are the SSL certificates are being used in the servers. So that has to be controlled on the cryptography control. So cryptography algorithm and key management is a requirement for the cryptography part. Then physical environment security. So this area where we are operating, that should be properly secured in terms of your security. That a physical security with the security personnel and installed at the gate, surveillance camera, the biometric access control, and you have to have another mechanism to protect it for this personnel unauthorized access. Then next is and also under the physical security, there are so many things are there, like secure area, and you have to ensure the proper cabling security, power security, whether you are using UPS or not. If you have redundant power supply, your redundant cables should feeders should be there. So that is required for that, to ensuring the power and cabling. So if the cable passes outside the building, that should be properly covered and properly maintained with it, so that it not got cut or intentional or unintentional breakage. Then operation security. Then what is the systems are there? The malware protection, the like antivirus protections are there. You have to install the antivirus solution across the organization. You have to regularly update that across the organization and monitor whether all people are monitoring and applying that or not. That antivirus, you will see that. Then there is a requirement of backup. That backup is very important in me. You have to have a backup policy, backup procedure, and you have to define what are the things we have backup. and which means and media, whether we backup server should be there or will take a backup in the external media, or whether backup will be taken in a clear text or the encrypted. That's how to be defined in the backup policy. Then you have to take a regular offsite backup. Whether office is there, you have to keep one set of backup outside the office. In case of some physical access problem, you can operate from that backup that outside the office. And logging and monitoring, this is very important activity. Whatever administrators are logging to the system, that's regularly monitored. And any mischievous activity or malicious activity being done by the administrator on activity can be seen to the logging and monitoring. So these are the requirements in the operations part. Then there is a requirement of change management. Whatever changes are, that should not be ad hoc, that should not be unauthorized, that should be properly maintained, and on the authorized person can only authenticate for this purpose. Then communication security, I'll talk in detail then during the network security. Network security management, A13.1 and information transfer. Whenever you transfer some information to the media, in the internet or any through other organization, you have to check it. What are the information or the policies are there, how to ensure the security and safety of that the documents, you have to ensure that. Information security acquisition, developing and maintenance. Whenever you develop any software for your purpose, you have to first start with a secure software development, and you have to have a proper requirement analysis. Security requirement of information security system, whether the security has been inbuilt in the requirement or not, you have to analyze. In the SRS document, you have to see whether security features are there in the software for applications, or whether even also when you purchase something, whether the security features are their product or not, you have to validate it. And while if you own and develop it, you have to securely develop it, or you can outsource also. We have the provision for outsourcing also. And test data after the development, you have to properly test the sample or application whether it is meeting all the security requirement as defined in the security requirement or SRS document at different stages. Then supply relationship, information security and supply relationship. Whenever you purchase something, or mostly you are giving some AMC for hardware maintenance or PC maintenance or network maintenance or any license maintenance, you have an NDA with the supplier. When they apply access, process or system, they should sign the agreement. And also you need to monitor the supplier service delivery management. You have to monitor whether they are giving the service agreement SLA or not. You can make a SLA, service level agreement, with the supplier, and these are you have to provide the support within 1 week or 1 day or 2 days, whatever there, and availability also the 90% or 95%, whatever availability ensured or committed, whether they're giving it or not, that can be monitored on regular basis. So this is supplier relationship management, because they are the important part in the ISMS implementation. Then information security management system, you have a formal reporting system. Some people are using help desk or any other applications so that you can report any incident happening even fast. In the first, you have to define what is a security incident. You have to convince given to the users. So if this happens like this, you have to report it. So how to report it? There should be provision. There should be emailing or by phone call or a portal or the desktop, so that they can accordingly report. And reporting information security weakness, then you have to study it. How it has happened? What is the impact analysis? Then you have to do the proper corrective action, response to information security incidents, and then learning from the security. This is important. If something has happened because of some flaws or vulnerability, or that has been exploited, or any incident happened, you have to properly analyze and take corrective action and collect evidence for future reference also. Then business security continuity management plan. So you have to be prepared for the worst situation, and you have to properly redundant systems are there. Like in a network system, you have a router firewall in a redundant mode, or a power supply in redundant mode, ISP supplies in redundant mode in case of some problem. You can also, if some fails, other can take over that. You have to make a redundant system also. Legal compliance, mostly licensing and copyright controls are there. And technical compliance, you have to take a regular vulnerability assessment and penetration testing to ensure your proper system. So these are some mandatory requirement for the implementation of ISMS. These are some non-mandatory requirements. I think this has been provided to you. So this is all about the this 1725 27,001 2013 version. So Mr. Naresh.
Yes, sir.
So regarding 27,000, I have completed. Now we talk about the network security.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. ISMS requirements and network for security devices. You please cover this topic.
Okay.
And please see that it should complete by 1 and maximum 110, sir, not more than that, because
because I have covered
participants are
actually
not getting
basically
much time.
this ISO 27,000 we take it for 3 days for the awareness program, but okay, I will try.
Please, sir. Thank you.
So okay, network security, as I told you, the 17 or 25, this the 27,001, this domain communication security, and the comes under the network security. So network security to protect the information against any unwanted access, to safeguard the data from any inappropriate delay in a route followed, to deliver it to the destination at the desired period of time, to guard the data from undesired amendment. So these are the basic requirements for the network security. So as I told that this is requirement derived from the A13 objective to ensure the protection of information in networks and its supporting information processing facilities. So what are the facilities? All the servers, applications, printers, any resources behind the network is the information facilities. To guard our hardware like hard disks, PCs, laptop from attack of malware, viruses, etc., which can damage our system by corrupting or deleting all the content stored in, to protect the PCs from the software which, if installed, can harm our system or hacked. safeguards from our system from Trojan horses, worms, so different malwares may be there to destroy our system. So this is the network security need at different layers. So first is the physical network. What is physical network? So network would be a wired network, Cat5, Cat7, Cat6, physical UTP line, and wireless network, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth may be there. And there is a Wi-Fi protected access, WPA is there. WPA encrypts information and checks to make sure that the network security keys has been not been modified. And WPA is designed to work with all wireless network adapters, but it might not to work with other older routers or access points. So this is a physical network. So there are different devices are there. We are connected through wire or wireless APs are there, wireless access points are there, and different network devices are there, and laptops, servers are connected to network. So network security consists of policies and practices adopted to prevent and monitor unauthorized access, misuse, modification, or denial of a component network or network accessible resources. Like if you are giving the web application services are there, if your network is not working, the client will not get the services given by the network. Network security involves the authorization of access to data in a network, which is controlled by the network administrator. Users choose or assigned with the user ID or password or authenticated SIM. How the data flow in the network, we see from the network how the different switches are there, routers are there, firewalls are there, and from the different devices flows from the server to the internet and again coming download and upload. The goals of network security, primary goal of network security are three things are there: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. These three are pillars of network security. What is confidentiality? The function of the confidentiality is to protect precious business data from unauthorized persons. So it should not be disclosed to the unwanted person. Confidential part of network security makes sure that data is available only to the intended and authorized persons. So there are two things are there: data at rest and data at transition. So you have to provide the confidentiality in both the situation. Like in the data at rest, you should encrypt it so the other person cannot see it. And confidentiality in transit, you can do the VPN channel, encrypted channel, so that data is passing through encrypted channel, other unauthorized person cannot see it. That is a confidentiality. Integrity means not tampering. The goal means maintaining and assuring the accuracy and consistency of data. In between, your table is there, so that not been tampered. You have a e-auction base is there. Somebody can hack and through SQL injection they change the table content. So that is the integrity problem. Your data should not be tampered or changed by unauthorized persons. So that should be reliable and that should protect. That is the integrity. So data should maintain its integrity. That unauthorized changes should not be there. And availability. The function availability in network is to make sure that the data network resources are continuously available to the legitimate user, because it is made for them only. Your website is made for the public or your client. You have to, or your users or employees, you are using a ERP system. So whole operation is now planned and using the ERP. So ERP should be properly maintained. So availability should be ensured. So in the network, there are different vulnerabilities, attacks are there. Common vulnerability that exists in both the wired and wireless networks is the unauthorized access. Man in the middle attack. So unauthorized, your session has been hijacked and someone is replaying the attack to a network. An attacker can connect his device to a network through a unsecure hub or switchboard. So there are called the rogue devices are there. So you never knowing also. So maybe so access point or maybe they are so through the if it is protected, so they can put the device and unauthorizedly access your network. In this regard, wireless networks are considered less secure than the wired network because wireless network can be easily accessed without any physical connection. Although there is SSID as password protections are there, that can be, but that is because going beyond your boundary. So anybody can, if you try to catch the password or guess the password, he can also hack. After accessing, an attacker can exploit his vulnerability to launch attacks. Initially, he tried to access you, then, so that depends on his motive, or what is the purpose of that, what is the intention, what are the resources, how many time he spent on that, what is the window of opportunity. So depending on his capability, he will initiate the attack. So sniffing attack, the packet sniffings are there, stealing the valuable information. You are looking in others area, sniffing, denial of service attack may be there. Spoofing physical identities, MAC or legitimate host, then stealing the data for further launching and man in the middle attack. So there are different attacks are there. So first, for network security, first you need to know what is your network architecture. So that is the starting point, or designing the architecture with all your ISPs, your firewall, DMZ zone, your secure zone. You have to define in a architecture document first. What are the protocols we used? That is the starting point, and that is very critical in the organization. So that is the basic backbone of the design of the network architecture. Depending on your business need and purpose, what the LANs are there, whether VLANs are there or not, what the switches are there, routers and load balance are there, so that firewalls are there, so or any UTP is there, the other things are there, UTMs are there. So we have to define in the network architecture. So security mechanism at different networking layers. If you see the OSI levels are there, so the security at application layer, how we ensure that? Like some emails are there, you can ensure through the SMIME, secure multi-purpose intent mail is there, or you can also, this is application level, you are ensuring the security in the application itself. For specific application, you have a specific protocols are there, or the applications are there, like SFTP. The FTP is a clear text protocol, but if you use SFTP, that is a secure protocol and secure application. Like DNS security will be there. So that is in the applicable security measures used at this layer are application specific. For this particular application, you are ensuring the security. Security at transport layer. Security measures at this layer can be used to protect the data in a single communication session between two hosts. Two hosts are there. You are protecting that network security through HTTPS or TLS security, socket layer security, SSL. Network level security, and the next layer, transport report. So that is the IPsec security. You are providing SSL VPN or IPsec security. Security measures at this layer can be applied to all applications. Like in the SMIME, it only application specific to particular mail, but it is across all applications, it is secured channels. And other thing is important, the Active Directory service. So if you see a big organization, so for maintaining the security policies, procedures, programs are uniformly implemented, you should have a Active Directory services. Active Directory provides a data repository that is logically centralized, maintain a single point of administration, but physically distributed, is synchronized on multiple domain controllers throughout the network. So Active Directory is important. So ADS services are there. You can control the users, you control the policies, deployment. So you are not leaving to the individual employees to implement their own security policies, but your domain will push all the policies and programs deployed across the organization. Your image can be pushed, all the policies can be deployed uniformly across the organization. So these are examples of different Active Directory services. LDAP services are there. Then other network devices are routers. Routers connect networks. For example, connecting a private network to a internet. A router acts as a dispatcher. What is the different router firewall? Router to there are even the different network sections. The router route the packet to different network sections. So its role is to put forward the packet to the next destination, to the routing table. Routing table is the most important. If you can poison the routing table, So in mostly different attackers are there, different routing protocols are there, OSPF, RIPs are there. We need to provide the proper protection of the routing table so that the routing table is not poisoned or attacked. So they have configured the routing table and configure as a router so that unauthorized access is not that, and you want to protect the data and proper routing path should be there. Then firewall is important in network devices. You have to define the firewall rules. Ingress and outgress rules should be defined. If a firewall is not properly configured, a rule are set, so it could be lead to some attacks also. The botnet attacks may be there, other browsings may be there, problems may be there in the firewall. So SneakFi, in the moment the network service is unusable, and usually by only the network, and DDoS attack may be there. So there are different attacks are there, SYN flooding, UDP floodings may be there, snap attack with the broadcast attacks are there, DDoS distributed attacks are there. So it can be protected by proper configuration of the firewall. And then next device is the IDS, intrusion detection system, and intrusion prevention system is there. If there is a packets are there, it will monitor the packet. And IPS is there, it will monitor and drop also there. If there are unsolicited packets are there, or malicious activity there, it will drop the packet. It should not allow go inside the network. There could also denial of packet spoofing of the IP. So ISAP echoes are being perpetrator is there. He is now the IP address is there, and from this he is targeting machine is there from different machines. The ICMP packets are being sent to the victim. So you will be over flooded with the this thing, and ICMP this ping attacks are there. So it will be not operational. हेलो मीटिंग में आधा घंटा बाद बात करते हैं. So there are different attacks are there, and for this one thing is authentication important. What is authentication? One-factor authentication. You know something, your passwords are there. Two-factor authentications are there, and three-factor authentications are there. Like you know something, the passwords are there, along with you have a soft token, RSA tokens are there, digital cards are there, or DSCs are there. So three-factor authentication. So as you increase the number of authentication, it will be very difficult for the attacker to again attack. So that's why if you the IAM for this network devices, identity and access management is important. So using multi-factor authentication, you can ensure your security of the devices or also network. And also nowadays people are using the federated identity operation also, like UDI and nothing. They are keeping your identity and they are providing your, if you network services are requested, they provide identity services. Identity services are called federated identity services. And for remote authentication, people are using in mostly the router and firewall and other thing. The radius and trackers protocols are being used for authentication purposes for ensuring the authentication, authorization, accounting. So properly, you have to configure the router and firewall with the radius and trackers protocol. Now, if you see that standard, the requirement is that the network shall be managed and controlled to protect information in systems and applications there. So there are remote controls are there, network monitors are there, restricted routing is there, access controls are there, encryptions are there. There are different mechanisms through it you have to control your network. I have the background so that there are different network devices are there. So depending on the network architecture, your business, your complexity, your security threat environment, security landscape, this way you have to define your own architecture and the network control. So network security mechanism, service level, and management requirements of all network services shall be identified and included in network services agreements, whether these services are provided in-house or outsourced also. Identification of security features, SLA in the agreement. Mostly if you go for a others in network you have to have proper SLA agreement. Like if you go for a cloud also, cloud agreements are there with the cloud service providers. Regular monitoring and audit of the ability of network service provider also. You have to see that whether you can provide the service as required or not. So there are different network controls. Network segregation is important. So the virtual network, if you have organization having different activities are there across the organization, if you have a flat land having 200 nodes, so if there is a problem in the network, it will immediately spread all over the network. That is a problem. And also from the security point of view, from a confidentiality point of view, if you have segregated into small virtual LANs are there, so you will protect like your business operating billing sections are there, this purchase are there, so other sections are there, ERP, HR is there. So you should have a separate VLAN. So that will give you protection. So there should be sniffing of packet also, and also isolation in case of network virus attack also. You can immediately isolate one part of the network, the other part will be safe. So the virtualization VLAN is important. And then I mean, she told the VPN used for the tunneling, secure tunneling, employees there, employee VPN clients are there, encrypted VPN connected via the internet, and company VPN client is there, and your company resources are there. Like in your this work from home, you are connecting to VPN connectivity. So this is how the VPN work in the channel. So this is encrypted channels are there, protected channel. Nobody can sniff within the packet. So then there's a requirement of A13.2 is the information transfer. Whatever information you transferring that in the network for the business purpose, establishment of the formal policy, how the information will exchange. Because if you have very secure information, you can using the public and the PKI infrastructure also. The public key and private key, you can encrypt the data and submit it on different SFTP may be there also, that authentication, then you transfer it. So different policies should be followed, and compliance with the relevant legislation also. Protection of physical media containing information like a CD or any media being transferred has to be properly controlled. So these are different information policy transfer you have to maintain if the company or may required. Agreement for information transfer with the business purpose, you need to have an agreement for information transfer. Electronic messaging, information involved in electronic messaging should be appropriately protected. Generally, reliability, availability of the services, like if you're using instant messaging or anything for immediate communication to all the employees or things, that should be properly controlled. And email policy should be there, protection of attachments there, like email, spoofing of the mail, or maybe sometime a spam mail may be there, that control should be there. That can be done through the policy level and awareness level also. The employees should be properly given the awareness and knowledge so that they should not forward any unnecessary mail, and spam mail should be avoided. So that should be proper. Either you can configure through different devices or through proper awareness of the employees. Protection of confidentiality integrated through techniques.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Yeah.
So the session is very interesting. With the permission of all our participants, we may continue for 5 more minutes. And the class actually starts at 1:45. Then we will shift that to 2 o'clock. May I have participants' response for this, please, in chat box?
Hello, I do. Continue for another 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because it is so interesting. I just wanted to seek participants' response in this regard.
Actually, if you see that it is a very huge subject, giving a small time, very difficult to cover. If you see the ISMS, the requirement of network, and network, you have first you define the policy, architecture, implement devices, hardening of the system. Each and it is a different subject itself. So I tried to compile in a very gist only summary of the services available. So I will continue another 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay. So network monitoring is important also. Now different IDS is there, and SIM tools are there. So this network monitoring systems, NMS tools are available, which will discover, map, monitor, alert, and reporting. NMS tools are there, like different SolarWinds and others are there. I will discuss. So network mapping. So these are the properly mapping of the network. So the network monitoring apart from how much bandwidth is consuming, whether some channels are being blocked or not. So it gives you the total picture of the monitoring. So there are different SIM tools are there, information security and event management tools are there. Maybe they're like SolarWinds are there, Makeup is there. I'm not endorsing anything, but there are so many tools available in the commercial purpose. So that is used for the network analysis and monitoring. Then complacency of this is important for any activity who are accessing. This is a rule of thumb. Whenever anybody is accessing, processing the IT infrastructure of the organization, he has to sign an NDA. Whatever he will see, he should not disclose. So that's why NDA should be ready. Whether it is AMC partner or any stakeholders are there, so that they should sign the agreement. Then you have defined a system, you have implemented a system that is the security is a evolving, ever evolving system. There is no need of complacent. So you have to every time alert. So that you have to analyze the vulnerability. So today maybe something is there, tomorrow new vulnerabilities, ransomware attacks are there, or any type of attacks are there. You have to always alert that. So you need to do a vulnerability analysis. So vulnerability analysis of the network devices on regular basis. So NISA scan, Hydra scan. So there's many commercial tools are available for scanning. Nmap scannings are there, scanning the port and services. So rule of thumb of any network services is that whatever not required, you stop that port. If you keep your window open, so that is a opportunity given to the attacker. He can access to that port. So unnecessary ports should be stopped. You have to see what are the applications running. So NISA scans to give all what are the applications are running, what are the ports are open. So that will give an idea, and also gives idea of the what are the different OS patches, OS these versions are there. So maybe inherent problems are there in the operating system or anything. They will give a detailed idea of the during scanning also. Patch management is one of the important because these are the patches on a regular basis to update any hitches or any problems are there. The network device, many companies are providing the regular patches to repair all these fixes. Then you need to have a penetration testing to exploit the vulnerability. Whenever there should be whether there is a possibility of exploiting the vulnerability, whatever vulnerability being discovered during this scanning, so that can be further exploited through penetration testing that has to be explored by the competent personnel. Then BCP management in the event of disaster situation, network security should be maintained. Backup and restoration on regular basis. We have to take the backup and also restoration testing. Restoration means whether backups are working or not, you have to be confident whether you can test it on regular basis. And then also redundancies in network devices at different level also. In the network architecture level, the redundancies, the topology path, the devices, the ISPs, the firewall, load balancer, you have to make a comprehensive plan. So if one system fails, other will take care of that. The endpoint securities are there. The network device system in which a user present at the remote end accessing the crucial database of the organization from the remote device like mobile phones or laptop, endpoint security required. Sometimes the checkpoints, endpoint devices are there. When you keep the data also, that is a disk level encryption also there. So this now also data loss prevention is important for the organization, and that can be implemented at the network level, architecture level also there. Network time protocol is important for synchronizing the lock timing. So all the devices should be synchronized, like router, server, firewall. All the devices should be in the same time frame. So that is done through the network time protocol. NTP protocol is for the clock synchronization between the computer system or packet switch and variable latency detection. So NDB servers available. You have to, but you have to select the good servers for your purpose. You can have own server, or you can also hire the services like other Google and other people are providing NDB services are there. So thank you very much for your patience hearing. Yeah, please, if any question, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. It was a wonderful session, and we had good takeaways from this session. I request participants, if you have any questions, please post in the chat box. Otherwise, we have a break for lunch till 2 p.m. And we really appreciate your patience, and thank you very much for your kind support for extending this program. Thank you all. If you have any queries, you can also ask in our WhatsApp group. So accordingly, we will seek from Tapas sir. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you,
sir.
Mr. Noresh, and all the participants. Thank you very much for persevering. I wish you all the best and you implement ISMS in the organization for better security of your own assets and your organization assets for a good operation. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, sir, before leave, kindly stop your PPT, sir, and like
Yes,
how
yes,
you
yes, yes.
shared, please go to the
Yes.
share button and settings and stop it. And after closing the PPT only, you please leave the session. Complete all PPTs, sir. All.
Huh? Yes,
First,
yes.
close all PPTs first.
Is over?
Yes, sir. As of now, it is over.
Mhm.
Yeah, you please exit from the session. So I will check,
Okay, okay.
and if at all any problem, I will call you again.
Okay, thank you, sir, Mr. Say.
Thank you. Sir, can we check the mic once?
Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Shall we start now or after some time?
No, we'll, it's at 2 o'clock, the session starts. 2 o'clock. We'll wait till 2 o'clock, then we will start.
Okay, thank you.
Meanwhile, I will also message in the WhatsApp group to join the session. To all
Okay,
of us.
sure. Okay, sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear participants, welcome back from lunch session. The topic on Ravi sir, you are ready?
Yes, sir, I am ready.
Yeah. I'm just giving a small brief of your introduction, sir.
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Now we have a very interesting topic on understanding malware and malware analysis. Let me take this privilege to introduce you, Shri Ravi Kishore. He's a Principal Technical Officer, CDAC Hyderabad. He received MTech degree from JNTU, and he has been associated with the CDAC since more than 14 years now. And his interest areas, and is currently working in blockchain technologies, in system software, web application, network security domains. And he is a SANS certified professional for web application penetration testing and ethical hacking. And he has written a lot of many papers which is published in national and international journals. Now, with this small brief introduction, I welcome you, sir, for taking the next session on understanding malware analysis. I request you to please take up this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your brief introduction, sir. Good afternoon to all the participants. I hope every one of you have gone through your lunch. So in today's session, we will discuss about basic understanding of malware and how it will work. All the some kind of scenarios also we'll try to analyze. So I will try to go at the abstraction level so that everybody can understand, and if required we can discuss in depth also. So basically, first of all, we'll understand what is a malware and how many types of malware we have in our software systems, and what are the major type of malware we'll be seeing in our day-to-day routine life, maybe to our laptops or mobiles or desktops, right? So the basic word of malware has come from these two separate words: malicious software. And this software that can be used to compromise computer functions, or steal data, or bypass any access controls, or any other harm which is caused to your host machine or your laptop or desktop or mobile, whatever it may be. So whatever may be the malware we have, that is also a piece of code, or it is a software already written by some of the hackers or attackers. So that piece of code will try to inject something in your system, and it will try to affect your what you call personally identifiable information. Like they'll be trying to steal your sensitive information, like bank account number, credit card information, username, passwords, and what is your browsing pattern, like which bank website you are frequently using. So that they'll try to analyze your patterns, and they'll try to cause some harm to your profile. Maybe that harm related to the financial or some kind of private information leak. So many kinds of harms are there. So those all comes under the category of malware. So this malware is a broad term that refers to the variety of malicious programs. So when we talk about what is a secure system, so we have our own laptops or computer machines, and we have our own mobile phones or any other gadgets, electronic gadgets. Can we guarantee that device is a 100% secure one? We cannot say that 100% secure. Why? Because there might be some of the bugs or vulnerabilities existing in the software of your corresponding electronic device, which is not known to anyone. That might be there, but till now no one has discovered that vulnerability. Then what happens? Some other day in the future, some attacker or some researcher or activist who is trying to analyze the systems, they will identify that bug or vulnerability, and if they are with the malicious intention, what they will do? They will try to affect all the systems which are having that vulnerability, right? So that kind of vulnerabilities may arise at any point of time and by anybody. We cannot guarantee that any system is 100% secure, right? When we can say one device is 100% secure, whenever it is in the switched off condition and it is in a locked room, then we can say physically it is secured as well as software wise also it is secure. Otherwise, it is not secure. There might be one or more bugs or vulnerabilities existing in the software. We cannot 100% give the guarantee that this device or software is bug free or vulnerability free. So if we see some of the statistics, 90% of the popular companies got hacked. That means they are unable to analyze the software properly, and there are some pre-existing bugs which are known or unknown bugs. So if it is already known, they will be fixing it. If it is already not known to anybody at the time of analysis, they will be residing in the software itself. In future, somebody will identify that vulnerability and they will try to take the advantage of that. So because of these two reasons, many of the popular companies got hacked multiple times. So these are very much popular companies which are also under this infection. So Microsoft, Sony, Wipro, and so many other popular companies software got hacked. And moreover, 60% of the company's softwares has got hacked twice. That means even though they have fixed some of the vulnerabilities available in the software, some more vulnerabilities are getting erased, right? So they are not properly analyzing and they don't have the awareness about the security. So awareness also will be in terms of two levels. One level will be for the developer. While developing the software, they need to analyze how to develop the software in a secure fashion with respect to the coding and all. Other entities like with respect to the user, whoever is using the software, they should know what are the secure practices to use the softwares, right? So let us say if we take any software where we need to configure that software in our system. So if the person who is configuring that software, he does not know the secure configuration, what will happen? He might be configuring it something else, which may lead to entire system compromise, right? So like that, we have various levels of security. We need to follow the security at all the levels. Before following that, first of all, we need to analyze what kind of scenarios are there. How can I avoid those scenarios with respect to developer as well as user? Both the things we need to analyze. And 50% of the companies are unsure about the hack, whatever is happened on their software. Their softwares are got already hacked, but they don't know anything about their software hacking and all. Still, they are using the software, and the hacked virus or malware is not leaving any traces for the user to understand whether the software is intact or it is infected or compromised, right? They are not sure that it is hacked or safe. So with this introduction, I would like to go for just a brief discussion about what are the various categories of malware and what are the brief behavior of each. So just I will at very brief level, I'll just introduce you this terminology. So the very first one, all of us will be knowing about that. At least we might have heard about this word, which is virus. So what this virus will do is like we will be having so many files in our system. So if you are using Windows operating system, we'll be having system32 folder or program files folder. So many folders we have. So all those are the system related files. Those are not specific to any application. So now what will happen? There are some of the application related files. Let us say you are installing Adobe PDF Reader. Now for Adobe PDF Reader, there will be some libraries. Whenever you are installing it, it will ask you for the root privileges because those libraries needs to be stored in the corresponding root level directories, right? So what will happen now if a virus has injected into your system or electronic device, maybe a computer, laptop, or whatever it is. So it will try to identify some of the critical files like application related file or system related file and all, and it will try to inject this virus code inside that file. So let us say we have some 10 lines of code in the original file. Now it will try to add some more lines of this virus code, let us say from 11th to 15th line. Those 5 lines belongs to the virus code. Okay, now what happens whenever you access that corresponding application like Adobe PDF Reader, it will also try to execute the next 5 lines, which is nothing but the virus code. It will open your application, that means PDF Reader, as well as it will also run your virus code. Like that, how many times you are opening the application or PDF Reader, Adobe Reader, those many number of times this virus also will get executed, right? So that is the behavior of this virus. It copies itself to the other files, and it needs a host file to propagate and execute. So that is what we have discussed now, and these are some of the examples of popular viruses. And the second category comes to worms. So these are like mostly spreading over the network. So let us say your system is having some vulnerabilities, or inside the system, whatever the applications you have, some of those applications are vulnerable to some of the injections. Then what will happen? Attacker will try to analyze your entire system fingerprint or footprint, and he will try to analyze is any of the existing software vulnerable or not. If something is vulnerable, immediately what he will do, corresponding to that vulnerability, whatever virus or worm code, whatever the malware code he has, that will be sent to your system. Immediately what it will do, that code will try to execute in your system, and then it will give the access to the attacker. Okay, so in case of worm, what it will do is like it will not only compromise that current system. So let us say in an enterprise you will be having a LAN network. Inside the LAN network we might be connecting hundreds of PCs. Now out of 100 only one PC got infected and worm has attacked into that PC. Now what it will do is like it will infect the current PC, as well as it will identify it is connected to which network, and it will go via the network and it will scan all the other PCs in the LAN. So with that, it can understand what are the applications, or what is the fingerprint of that system or footprint of the system, and again it will send that data to the attacker. So based on that fingerprint or footprint, attacker will try to send the corresponding malware to that system. Okay, so like that, worm will try to spread over the network, and it will try to infect more systems in the network. So next one is the logic bomb. So logic bomb is like the name itself indicates, it is a kind of bomb. It will blow at some particular instance of time. So that particular instance of time is based on some logic. Logic is nothing but some piece of code. So in our software itself, maybe I'll give some example. You might have heard about some 2010 or some year. Some people said like, okay, on December 31st, all the devices will get compromised. So that is like only by using logic bomb, we can ensure that kind of attacks. What I will write is like, if the date matches with December 31st of so and so year, you execute this functionality in the software. So like that, they will write some logic, and whenever the logic is erased in the software, that means whenever the date is matched with the system date, immediately the corresponding logic bomb will be activated. So once it is activated, inside that logic bomb, we can write whatever we want. We may ask for the remote control of the system, or we may ask some details to be captured from the system and sent to the attacker. Like that, we can write our own logic according to your attacker's requirement. Okay, so that is about the logic bomb. And coming to the backdoor, this is like the name itself indicates, generally we'll be having front door and back door for houses also. So if you don't know, if you don't have the access from the front door, what you will do, you will search for another door. If you want to enter into the inside of any house or office, if the front door people are not accepting, then what immediately we'll think about? We'll think about some other door, some backside, some other door might be there and all. Right? So similar to that approach, corresponding to any electronic device, for directly accessing the device, we may require some credentials which are private information or sensitive information, which may be known to only the owner of the device. And it is little bit difficult to analyze and get those credentials. So immediately what attacker will think, okay, without that having the personal credentials, I would like to get access of the system, right? So for that, he will try to use this backdoor. So what the backdoor is nothing but, sometimes the manufacturer itself, if he has some malicious intention, so let us say take a router or phone or any other device like camera, whatever it is, the manufacturer, he wants to know what is going on inside this device. For that, he requires the access to our system, but the actual access will be from the front door by using the proper credentials, but the credentials will be modified by the user. So let us say I'm taking a new router, Wi-Fi router. By default, vendor will be giving me some username and password. But immediately after receiving and configuring, what I'll do, I'll try to change the credentials there. So now what will happen, that changed credentials will not be known to the vendor or manufacturer, but he wants access to his device. So for that reason, what he will do, at the time of manufacturing itself, he will plant a backdoor inside the device, so that if the request is coming on to particular backdoor, they will get the access of the system without asking for any username and password. These are very, very dangerous, and even some of the countries will be intentionally injecting these backdoors into the devices to know the pattern of people in the country. If some terrorist kind of activities are going on, they want to analyze. So for that reason, some countries will implicitly or what you call by knowingly, they would like to inject these backdoors into the devices, so that they can get access to the device without even having the credentials, and they can know about what is going on in the system. So these are very, very dangerous things. And next one is the Trojan horse. Yeah, this also you might have seen many number of times in your system. So the behavior of Trojan horse is like, generally if you see inside the Windows, you will be having explorer.exe or service.exe. These kind of files are system files which are well known. Now what this Trojan will do, if your system is compromised and if Trojan horse is in fact injected into your system, it will try to replace the original explorer.exe file, or it will try to replace original service.exe file with Trojan horse related code. File name will be the system process name, but underlying code will be the different one. So it will spoof that I am Mr. So-and-so, but not actually. Okay, so like that, the Trojan horse is also a very typical one, and might be 90% of the people among us might have already seen this Trojan horse. So your antivirus try to identify that behavior, whatever it is executing, irrespective of the name of the program, and it will be alerting you. This process is trying to do some malicious activity. Do you want to continue or something like that? It will try to give the alert to you. Okay, so that time you can see it might be a probable system process, but it is exhibiting some of the malicious behavior. That is because of some of the malware injections. And the next one is the spyware. What it will do is like, it will be keep on spying on your activities, like what patterns you are browsing, like what banking websites you are using, what travel websites you are using. These kind of patterns it will try to spy on your activities, and those will be reported to the attacker. Now attacker will use that information for any other purposes, right? And the next one is rootkit. So rootkit is with respect to the or specific to the operating system infections. So it will go and sit in the operating system, and it will try to analyze what applications you are executing, for what purpose you are executing, and it will try to replace some of the kernel's operating system level functionalities. So let us say your operating system will be booting, right? So that operating system also will be having only single file called kernel. Now what it will do, it will try to modify that single file of the operating system and it will try to inject some piece of code into that file, right? So that is how it will try to infect the system and make some harm to the user of the system. So rootkits are majorly concerned with respect to the operating system level. And this bot or botnet, you might have already many times heard about this bot or botnet. This is like your system will be compromised by using some of the vulnerabilities in the system, but they will not do any harm to your system. But what they'll do is like they will try to use your system to create harm to any of the popular web services. So let us say you take an example of some kind of IRCTC or some kind of banking website. These are very popular, right? So what attacker will do, he will try to compromise multiple PCs, multiple systems or multiple gadgets. He will not do anything harm to your system, but he will use your system as a resource to harm other systems, right? So your system will be always listening for the commands from that attacker, and it will listen to that attacker's command, and whatever he says, it will execute. Okay, so whenever there is a reverse engineering happened on the attack, they will come to know about your system, but they don't know anything about the attacker. Now you will become the root cause of the problem, but you are not actually. It is being used by some other attacker. Okay, like that they try to utilize your system for some malicious activities. They will not create any harm to your system, but they'll utilize your system as a resource to create harm to the other systems. So these are very abstract level introduction to all the categories of malware. So this is about Trojan. It will try to pretend that it is helpful program, but it destroys your data, damages your computer, and steal your personal information. So majority of the times, how the Trojan sensor enters into our system is through the pirated software or cracked software. So sometimes we will be referring to some of the websites, and there we will be downloading some cracked software like that. So just for example, I'll give you, but it is not professional. Just for our discussion, I am saying one application name. Many of the times, Windows operating system people will not purchase. They will try to take a crack from the internet. But we don't know whether that operating system image what you are downloading from the internet, is that a genuine one or already it is injected with some malware. That we don't know, right? Because we are downloading it from some third-party website which is not known to us, which is not trustworthy, right? So that might be already having some kind of malware in it. So if you install that software in your system is compromised. You have your entire system's control is in the hands of attacker, right? So like that, one way of this is cracked software. So it may install this Trojan horse and backdoors, or the combination of both the things, Trojan backdoor, and this will give hackers access to your system remotely, and hacker can do anything with respect to your system, right? Even though he is not physically present in front of your system, he can remotely access every functionality and every application inside your system, right? So better try to avoid any compromised, cracked websites or cracked software. Always try to purchase from the genuine vendor. The licensed software, you try to take it, so that you can avoid these kind of malware issues. So we are saying like your system will get infected or compromised or affected, so many terminologies. What is the problem or what is the risk we'll get because of these infections or injections? So what will happen? One probable way is hackers could use your system and internet connection to spend spam SMS or emails. Okay, so a majority of the spam is generated by infected systems, because whenever any cybercrime department or whatever may be the department, if they want to track back from where it has been originated and from where we have received these things and all, they will get your system's details but not the attacker's details. right? So they will try to utilize your system for some malicious transactions or activities. That is the first thing. And second thing, your passwords can be stolen, and some sensitive information like credit card numbers, address, phone number is both Linux and Windows are equally prone to malware. Yeah. So initially, only Windows is having many of the malware in the market. But later, what happened is many of the people has adopted this Linux operating system for their servers and their daily usage of the system and all. Then attacker has started analyzing this Linux-based applications also. Sometimes maybe the entire OS is vulnerable, or sometimes only a installed application might be vulnerable. Right, in Linux also we have PDF readers, we have music players, we have web browsers, we have so many other softwares. Now you can assume like Linux is sophisticated and it is a robust operating system where malware cannot come. But what happens, because of the application whatever you are installing inside your system, it will give the entry point to the hacker or attacker to enter into your system, right? So we can assume that both Windows and Linux is having so many kinds of malware. So we need to take precautions in all these cases. But majority of the people still using Windows systems. So because of that reason, majority of the attackers are also trying to infect Windows only, right? Only for some of the organizations or enterprise level, they are using Linux. But if you see normal home users, they will be only having Windows and they don't know anything about the Linux. Even if we ask, do you know Linux? They will say, what is it? Right? So like that, many of the people, even if you take some older ATMs also, sometimes you can see it will be showing the Windows prompt, right? So it is Windows 7, something like that. On the display, it will be showing you the Windows prompt. So all these kind of legacy systems or home users are some legacy people still using Windows. They don't know anything about operating system, or they don't know anything about applications, or they don't know anything about security. They are just using a system, right? So for such kind of people, attackers will be trying to hack their systems and utilize their systems for these operations, malicious operations. But with respect to our terminology or analysis, we can understand that both the operating systems are prone to the malware attacks. But because of the limited users available in Linux, attackers are also limited. Because of that reason, malware is also limited. But it is not like Linux is very strong and it does not have any malware. Not in that intention, because of these percentage of users for each operating system. Attackers also will be following the same approach, right? Whatever whichever category is having the higher percentage, they want only that percentage to be infected. They don't want to go for a target for the least percentage category. Yeah. So coming back to our discussion, sir, with this explanation, I think I could answer your query. Thank you very much, sir. Coming back to our discussion, passwords can be stolen, and even all your sensitive information, whatever is sensitive with respect to some financial harm or some personal harm, all those details can be stolen, right? So if they know your phone number and your PAN number or some other sensitive information like your date of birth, marriage anniversary date, kid's birthday, these information is known. Now what attacker will do? Generally, many of the people will be keeping their passwords as maybe their spouse birthday, date of birth, or kids date of birth, or combination of both, or their phone numbers. These kind of things will be kept as password to easily remembering those things. So all this information we are also providing in our social networking or social engineering websites like Facebook, Twitter, right? All these places we are keeping. So if you are the target of the attacker, first of all, he will try to analyze all the social networking websites, and he will steal all your sensitive information. So from that sensitive information, he will try to form some of the keywords as passwords, and he will try to log into your bank account or log into your any of the other accounts by using your phone number or PAN number, right? So like that, he will try many of the possibilities. He has many permutations and combinations. He will try many of the things. So better always never share any of your personal information in the public websites, like your mobile number, PAN number, and your date of birth, marriage anniversary date. All these things are not required for your social engineering. Only why we'll use that? People will be wishing us on our birthday. People will be wishing us on our anniversaries and all. But rather than those wishes, other side of the coin, you will be having these disadvantages with that sharing. So it is up to the user. He needs to decide which is important to him, and he can decide. Okay. And the third thing is, hackers will be continuously logging your activities. They'll try to read your emails and view the emails, download your documents in the systems or pictures, your some personal photos, videos, or any other private data. Any of these can be downloaded and kept for his own purpose, and he may later blackmail you to give some money. Okay, so like that. And previously we have discussed about one thing, bot or botnet. That is with respect to this attack, distributed denial of service. What the attacker will do is, like all the compromised systems which are called as bots, he will utilize as a resource, and he will try to send traffic to a single website. So what will happen now? If many of the requests are going to a single website, that website will become unresponsive, and that software of the website will get crash. So what he will get? He is getting some denial of service. That website is getting crashed, so the reputation of the website will get damaged. So many of the clients will lose trust on that enterprise. So there are so many reasons for that. Okay, so maybe your competitors can give some amount to the attackers, and they can ask you to what you call hack, make that website as denial of service. Now attacker will try to compromise so many PCs, and he will try to at a time perform this denial of service on the other website. Okay, so like that, people will be utilizing your system as a resource to compromise or do some harm to the other systems. So they could even modify any of the system files. So they will try to modify the system files, disable antivirus, and delete any of the files and change the system settings. So he can do anything. Okay, he can even set a proxy, manual proxy in your system. So the proxy is like, I'll show you in the coming slides. We have one slide on the proxy also. So I'll go through one scenario which is called ransomware. So you might have heard this name multiple times. So just I'll explain you what could be the possible scenario, how the attacker will be trying to infect your PC with this ransomware malware. Okay, so generally what will happen, attacker will try to compromise one website. Okay, or he will create a new website, and all the pages in the website are already infected with the malware. Both the possibilities are there. He can create his own website, and he will keep the malware inside that website, or else he will compromise one of the existing popular website, and now he will try to infect that website with malware content. Right, that is the first step. Attacker will try to infect this PC, and then attacker will try to send the spam messages, spam emails to click on this link to file your income tax, or check your refund, or avoid your cancellation, or your package is in the transit. We require some more information. You click on this link and give your details. Like that, so many parameters they will use to lure you to click on the link. Right, that is a kind of spam. So he will send the spam emails and messages to all the known emails or phone numbers. Generally, they will try to collect these emails and phone numbers from these third-party data sellers. In black market, many of the people will be selling our data. So we'll be giving our details to some of the shopkeepers. If the shopkeeper is not a trustworthy person, he can sell our data to the black market, right? So now what will happen? Now this attacker will try to send spam to all these details. Yeah, this CNC server is nothing but command and control server. It will control the compromised systems and it will be issuing the commands to the systems. Okay. And you are asking about a CNC URL. Where is it? That might be the URL of this particular server. The server also will be hosted somewhere in the network. So we should first of all redirect the user to that command CNC server. For that, we require the URL of the CNC server. Once it is gone there, I'll explain you in a flow. Maybe then you can understand it better. So till now what we have seen, one website is compromised or hosted by the attacker, and he is sending spam to many of the users through whatever details he has, email IDs and phone numbers. So once the users receive that, they will unknowingly click on the link, right? Because the matter also they will prepare like you will be get lured to click on the link. If you click on the links, you will win the lottery, or you have already won the lottery. You click on this link and give us the details. These kind of many kind of parameters they will try to use to lure you to click on that link, right? Once you click on the link, what will happen? It will go to this compromised website, and it will respond you back with the genuine web page, as well as in addition with the web page, they will try to send you some malware code. Okay, so what that malware code will do, this malware code, it will try to unpack or decrypt inside your system, and it will try to execute something. Whenever it is executing something, it will send a request to this CNC server. What this CNC server will do, it will try to capture the fingerprint of this client system, and based on the fingerprint, it will analyze, is there any known vulnerabilities are available in those system software, and if there are any, they will try to send the corresponding malware to that system. Okay, right? That is the fourth step. It will try to analyze the system fingerprint, like what operating system it is running, what applications are there, what are the versions of applications, what is the version of the operating system, and for these versions, do we have any known vulnerabilities? So if I have any vulnerability, I'll send a corresponding malware to exploit that vulnerability. Okay, so that kind of analysis will be done at CNC server, and it will try to send the corresponding malware. Now, because this is a ransomware, rather than sending a malware, what it will try to send, it will try to take a public key, right, and a encryption algorithm. That might be his own encryption algorithm, or he might be using some of the existing encryption algorithms. So now what he'll do with this public key, and by using the encryption algorithm, he will try to encrypt all the files available in the system, right? And they will give you the alert like your system got compromised and all the files are encrypted in your system. If you want your files back, you give us some ransom. Ransom is nothing but you give us some payment, so that we'll give you the decryption key, right? So that will be the message given to you. Once you pay something, so here you can see after fourth step, fifth step is files are encrypted and user gets some ransom notification. So sixth step is user communication over our browser. So if the bitcoins are released, if the ransom is released, sometimes it might be bitcoins, sometimes it might be normal payment, or based on whatever they want. If they receive their money or financial related aspects, they will give you this private key. which is the secret key. So immediately it will try to decrypt all the files in your system, and it will give you the normal file system, right? But still, he has entered into your system because of some vulnerability existing, or because of some spam link. But still, that vulnerability will be existing in your system only. He can again compromise your system, and he can again ask for the ransom, right? So the better approach is, if something happens like this, one thing is, if the data is not important to you, then you can simply format your system. Or if your data is very much important, if the data is lost, I will be losing some crores of money, then we don't have the option. You need to pay the money and get the key, and immediately you need to take the backup of the entire system, and you need to format your system. Okay, because the underlying vulnerability is not gone. He has taken some ransom and he has decrypted the files, but he has not fixed the actual vulnerability. So he may tell to another attacker, again that another attacker may compromise your system, and again he may ask for some ransom. Okay, so like that, so many scenarios also happened. So because of that reason, if some hack has happened, immediately you should reformat entire system and go for a genuine software or licensed software, and install proper antivirus systems, and keep all the softwares in a up-to-date fashion. Okay, so this is overall scenario of ransomware, but there might be many other variants, but this is one of the variant which I could explain you. So these are some sample messages. Yeah, sir, can we reuse affected? Yeah, sir, just now I answered that question, sir. Can we reuse ransomware affected system again? Malware may be there in some files. Yeah, that is what I am telling. So even though you paid some ransom and he has given you the decryption key, it is not guaranteed that he may again cause the same problem to you, or he may intimate to his fellow attacker, "Arey, I got this much amount of ransom from this system, you may also try." Then immediately what happens? Second attacker also will try to do the same thing. He may also get some ransom. So you will be losing money multiple times. So because of that reason, if the files are very much important, you need to pay them, and you need to get the secret key immediately. First of all, you switch off the internet. If the internet connectivity is not there, nobody will be able to enter into your system through internet, right? And take the backup of your system, and then reformat entire thing, and then you connect it back to internet. Okay, after reformatting also, don't install the same pirated softwares and all. You need to install some of the licensed software, and keep your antivirus up to date, all the applications up to date. Then only we can ensure that, okay, up to some extent my system is secure. Because already we understood that 100% there is no guarantee that one system is secure, right? One or other day there might be some unknown vulnerabilities cracked by some of the attacker. He may try to infect your system. Okay, so these are some of the sample messages. They will be using multiple softwares to send the messages and ask you for the payment and all. So this is one more scenario which is happened on mobile ransomware. So what they have done is, like, they have crafted a malicious spoofed application, saying that this is from NSA or this is from the government. Okay, what they'll ask you is like, okay, provide us your PIN so that we can encrypt something, or like that. They'll give you some kind of alert which will give you the trust on that application, and look and feel wise everything will be the same. Okay, so when you say mobile application, many of the people does not know anything about from which manufacturer this has been come, whether it is certified by some of the security certifications and all those kind of things are not known to many of the people, right? Only the security awareness people will be knowing about all these things. So normal people, they'll simply install this and they'll try to click on that links or whatever they are asking for. Immediately they can compromise entire phone. Okay, so like that, mobile ransomware is also there. So that has happened because of fake FBI warnings on users' lock screens, and they asked for some kind of details, and then they have encrypted all the things in the phone, and they were asking some ransom for unlocking. Okay, so these kind of attacks are also happened. So till now we have seen the working procedure of these ransomware. Just I'll go through one code level analysis. Maybe you understand, or otherwise also it is okay. Just I will take you through that feel and look and feel. So how they will try to implement inside the application logic. Okay, so just listen to that and you try to understand. Even though if it is you are not aware of the coding and all, it is okay. Don't worry about that. Just you can try to get a exposure to what is going on inside. So just I'll go through the procedure what is followed for non-malicious website as well as malicious website. For non-malicious website, all of us know about this. This is the genuine user, and this is a legitimate website, genuine website. Okay. User searches something, that means for the website like irctc.co.in or onlinesbi.co.in. So with that, it will go to that corresponding server, and it will see what user is asking for, whether he is asking for login page or some other details. So it will see, and the corresponding details will be responded to the user. Now the corresponding response will be received by the user, and then what will happen? The response will be processed at the user end, and the corresponding web page will be displayed to the user. Okay, this is the genuine procedure. Now we'll go with some malicious procedure. What will happen now? Here the website is compromised with some malware. Okay, so he is the normal user. He daily uses the website, but today he don't know that that website got compromised. Okay, yesterday the website is working fine and it is a genuine website, but over the night attacker has compromised something in the website and he has injected some malware into the website. Now what will happen? He is trying to request something from the server or website. It will try to send the corresponding response. In addition with the response, it will also send the malware code. Here you can see this is sending the malware code. Okay, so what will happen now? It will be executing both the logics, normal genuine logic, genuine code, as well as malware code inside his user's PC, right? And when the attack code is processed, when this attack code is processed, it uses information about the victim's computer. That is nothing but it will capture the system's behavior, like what is the operating system it is running, what applications are running, what are the versions of these things. All those fingerprinting or footprint will be calculated or captured, and it will try to select suitable exploits or malware from a pool of available exploits. Right? And once it is able to identify that exploits, those exploits will be downloaded onto our computer, and then it will try to execute those malware in our system, and it will try to compromise entire system. Okay, initially only we will be receiving the first level malware, which will try to analyze our system and send the details to the attacker, right? And attacker will try to send the suitable malware with respect to our system footprint, and that malware will be responded to the user. Now user will be executing the user means without any manual intervention. All the things will happen automatically in the background. Okay, so on the user's computer, the corresponding malware will get executed, and it will try to compromise entire system. It will give the remote access to the attacker so that he can do anything on the system. Okay, there are so many types of compromises are there. One worst case is like your system control is given to the attacker. Now he can see whatever you are doing in your system. He can follow your browsing patterns. He can see whatever you are typing in your computer, right? So let us say you are typing the URL onlinesbi.com. After that, immediately whenever he sees that website, next to what you will be typing, obviously your username and password. So whatever the text he is receiving after that URL, he will assume that those are your usernames and passwords, and after some time, whenever you log out from your session, immediately he will log in with your credentials, right? So like that, there are possibilities. Like this, we have so many possibilities. Even though if keyboard is not given the control, then what he can do, he may take the control of screenshot. With screenshot, what he will be able to do, for every key, whatever you are clicking, he will take a screenshot. Okay, so this is helpful when you are using virtual keyboard. You might have seen in the recent operating systems, we are getting virtual keyboards, right? So whenever you are clicking your mouse, for every click, he will capture a screenshot. Then he can combine all the screenshots and he can easily get your password, right? So like that, so many other possibilities are there. So this is the overall generic flow of this infection. Initially, the user will visit a buggy website or vulnerable website where some kind of malware is injected. Okay, so what will happen now? Whenever it is being visited, it will immediately sends the malware, or we can say in technical terms, exploit payload, and it will try to payload will be downloaded onto the user system, and it will get executed on the user system. So once it is getting executed, it may give the shell access. That means the control. It will be giving the control in a remote fashion to the attacker, and it will be listening for the attacker's commands, right? So it will be keep on only listening for the attacker commands, and it will be in foreground. It will be doing all your application tasks. Whatever your application you are opening, it will normally open and it will do as it is. There is no difference for you as a user. Can we find the traces of ransomware attack through the logs? If yes, which are the logs which can be used to trace it? That again depends on how they have entered into your system. If it is through some vulnerability of a application, now you need to look at the corresponding application logs. But before that, first of all, you need to know because of what application he has entered into my system, right? So that will not be known to us mostly. But if you are able to know about that application, immediately you can look at that application related logs. And where the logs will be there will be standard location for the logs of applications or logs of system processes, right? In Linux, at least in Linux, the logs of location is a /var. If you are well aware of the Linux operating system, I can help you. In /var directory, you will be able to find logs of entire system related applications. In Windows, I'm not sure, but definitely there will be a standard location for logs of the application and logs of the system processes. But before that, first of all, you need to understand by using which application the attacker has entered into my PC, right? So then only you can do that. I hope I could answer your question, sir. Just a minute, 1 minute.
Sir, we'll take a 5 minutes break. After 5 minutes, we will gather again around 3:1 something. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Sure.
Yeah. Ravi sir, shall we start the session and conclude in 2 minutes?
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Naresh sir.
Yeah, we'll start the session and maybe please conclude by 3:10 or so.
Yeah, sure, sir. Sure. So previously we are discussing about this infection.
అసలు ఈ రికార్డింగ్ ఇబ్బంది అయిపోయింది.
Naresh sir.
బ్రేక్ ఇచ్చిన సేఫ్
Hello. Hello, Naresh sir. Hello. Okay. So we were discussing about this flow of this infection. So we thought of seeing have a look at about that how they will be infecting the website and all. So what they'll try to do is like they will try to create some kind of hidden property in the web page. So this is a kind of frame. In most of the websites, whenever you are visiting, either at the right hand side or top side or left side, you will be able to see some of the small frames with some advertisements. Something like you have visited inside Amazon this product, so it is available on this cost. Something like that, you will be able to see some of the advertisements, right? So those are we'll be calling it as frames. So here, rather than displaying that Amazon website and all, the link can be given to the attacker's website, and you can observe here the width of that frame and height of the frame is 1 and 1, and visibility is hidden. Okay, that means it will not be shown to the user, it will not be displayed on the browser, but still the functionality will be running in the background. So what will happen now, it will be not displayed the foreground or front end, but in the background it will be sending the or referring to this URL. That URL belongs to some attacker's website. Okay, so once it is referred to this URL, it will try to send some attacker's payload at this landing page code, which is payload, where it is sending something like this, which is some malware code in a encoded format. So because of this encoding, many of the antivirus or plugins and all for the browser, they may not be able to detect this code as a malicious thing. Okay, so it will be simply avoiding that. Okay, there are no malicious properties are used and all. It is a normal code only, like that it will obey, it will allow, right? So because of that reason, what will happen, it will try to get executed in your system, and it will compromise your entire system. Okay, so this is from this ransomware. You can also type this name in the internet. You can get more in-depth analysis if you are interested. Buggy ransomware via Apache's Black Hole exploit kit. It is from the open source only. It is available in many of the research analysis websites. You can also go through if you are much interested to go in depth. So I would like to tell you these entry points of malware. Till now we have seen what are the various categories of malware and how the working procedure will be followed, and some analysis with respect to code level and all. Now we can discuss about entry points of malware, where these are the 3 entry points majorly attackers will be concentrating on. First one is the applications. Whatever the applications is being run inside your system, they will try to analyze whether that application is an updated one or outdated one, and whether that application has some vulnerabilities in it or it is a genuine one. And coming to second case, it is portable storage devices. Mostly it is with respect to our USB or pen drives or hard disk or any other USB devices. Okay, so generally people what they will try to do is they will try to use same pen drive for professional as well as personal life. And for personal life, he may not require a licensed software, so he has downloaded some cracker software and he is using. Now whenever he inserts this pen drive at home PC, because of that cracker software, maybe the system got compromised. Now that compromise or infection or malware will come and sit in the pen drive. Now, whenever you are inserting that pen drive in the enterprise location or environment, what will happen? It will try to infect your system in the enterprise, and you are connected in a LAN environment now. It will try to scan all other pieces in your office environment, and it will try to inject or infect all those pieces. Okay, so that kind of possibilities are there with this USBs and web browsers. Just now we have seen we'll be getting these kind of attacks through web browsers. Whenever we visit any of the compromised website, we may download some malware unknowingly, and it will get executed. So previously we were discussing something about if the known malware is there, antivirus will be able to detect. But if there is a vulnerability existing in the software, but which is not reported by anybody till now, right? So that kind of vulnerabilities, if any person has identified, that is called as zero-day malware, right? It is not reported by anyone till date. It might be existing since long back, but nobody has till now reported it or analyzed it. So that kind of malware we will be calling it as zero-day, right? So whenever, this is the statistics about, these are the statistics about zero-day malware. So in 2020, first half of 2020, these are the zero-day malwares discovered in very much popular companies: Apple, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, Firefox, Trend Micro. Right? So these are the list of zero-day malware detected in first half of 2020. Right? Those much bigger gains software also is having some of the vulnerabilities which are not known till now. There is a very big possibilities there for these vulnerabilities. So coming to this anti-malware solutions. So if you anytime see how your antivirus solution is configured, some pages will be displaying you signature based is configured, as well as heuristic based is configured. In front of heuristic, you can say low level, medium level, and high level. Okay, so I'll explain you the differences between these two categories. First one is if a virus has come into the market, immediately what these antivirus people will do, they will try to analyze the virus, and they'll identify what are the operations the virus is performing. Let us say it is deleting a file, it is creating a file, or it is modifying a file. Like that, all the behaviors of that corresponding virus will be captured, and those will be what you call formulated as a signature or pattern. In our terminology, we can call it as pattern, but in technical terms, that will be called as signature of the virus. So like that, the signature will be captured, and it will be given to all the antivirus solutions, and the corresponding signature will be included in their database. Okay, so then that updated signatures will be released to the users as an update. Generally, you might have observed that antivirus will be asking you to update the signatures. So that signature is nothing but recent vulnerabilities or recent malware signatures. Until and unless you update your antivirus, it will not be able to detect those recent malware related infections. Okay, so even though it is identified today, your antivirus will not be able to detect it today. Why? Because they need to first of all analyze the virus or malware. They need to capture the behavior. They need to formulate it as a signature, and that needs to be incorporated in their software, and that needs to be released to the user. User has to download it. Then only your system's antivirus will be able to detect that kind of virus. Otherwise, until then, antivirus is present in your system, but still it will not be able to detect that recent virus. That is the problem with signature based. So because of that reason, vendors has come up with one more kind of solution, which is heuristic based. So what this heuristic based does is like, it will try to first of all analyze generally this malware, what kind of patterns it will try to do. Maybe it is like we have some system files, program files, and some of the sensitive files in the configuration directories and all, right? So they will try to update or modify or delete those files. Those will be the generic characteristics of any virus, but the sequence of those operations might differ. So the general behavior is formulated as a set of rules, and we call that as a heuristic antivirus rules. So what it will does is like whenever the application behavior is not matched with any of the signature, immediately they will check with the heuristic rules. That means if it is because of 0-day malware, signatures will not get updated immediately. So they will try to match that behavior with the heuristics. Whether the corresponding applications related operation is matching with the normal behavior or it is misbehaving according to these heuristic rules. So if it is something misbehaving, immediately it will give you, it is performing abnormally. So I am temporarily blocking it. You take a decision whether you want to allow or deny. Okay. So because of the 0-day malware, the 0-day malware is nothing but it is not known previously, not reported previously, but it is a new malware. So because of that reason, we are going for this heuristic based. So always try to utilize any anti-malware solution which is having both signature wise as well as heuristic wise components. It will give you more robustness to your antivirus solution, and it will try to block most of the unknown malware also. So these are some of the popular mitigations to 0-day malware. You can first of all whitelist what applications you would like to run inside your system. Sometimes what will happen, it will try to download some of the malicious applications and it will be running those applications in the background without knowing to the user. So first of all, you need to use this application whitelisting. This is a facility given by many of the security products. Even we have our own CDAX application whitelisting software, and all the antivirus solutions also provide this application whitelisting softwares. You need to install this or enable the feature in the antivirus solutions, and you need to say what applications are trusted by you. You run only those applications. Remaining applications you don't allow to run. Okay. So next one is heuristic anti-malware solutions. This just now we have discussed. So you need to have this heuristic one, otherwise the 0-day malware cannot be detected. And update your browser software and antivirus softwares regularly. And do not visit any reported attack websites. Some of the websites will be identified as some malicious intention, and your antivirus will try to block that reported websites. If it is blocking that reported website, then you need to take a call. By default, it will not allow you to browse it. If you want to browse it in any cost, you need to disable your antivirus and you need to browse it. But that is not recommended. Right? So I think these are with respect to normal web related. So I am skipping this, and web proxy I would like to tell you.
Sir. Yes, sir. Naresh here. Yeah, sir. Can you please conclude as the time is over? And if any queries are there, you please take the queries, sir.
Okay.
If no queries are also there, then we have a WhatsApp group so that accordingly we will forward queries to you.
Okay, sir. Then I am done. Only this is the last slide. If time permits, I can explain this. Otherwise, I will.
No, sir. Already it is exceeded.
Okay, sir. Okay. No problem, sir. So that's it from my end. If we have any queries, we will discuss it, sir. Otherwise, we'll go ahead with the next session.
Yeah, dear participants, if you have any queries, please put it in the chat box or in the Q&A so that Sri Ravi ji will answer your queries. If you don't have any queries on this malware, then we will proceed further with the next topic.
I think maybe already time is extended. We can go ahead with the next session. If they have any queries,
I'll transfer to you.
Yeah, that is fine, sir. Okay, thank you very much, all the participants, and thanks for giving us this opportunity. Hope this session helped you to understand something about the malware and security. So please try to follow these guidelines and secure your systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, now we have a session on introduction to mobile security. Mr. Sunil, he is handling this session. I request Mr. Sunil to unmute and share his presentation.
Thank you, Naresh sir. So I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, Mr. Sunil has joined from our Nandeshwar system.
I hope my screen is visible to everybody.
Yeah. Sunil, you please stick to the timelines and please also take any queries in between. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I will take care of that, Naresh sir. Thank you for this. Yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. So then, my name is Sunil, and today we are going to be discuss about this different threat analysis, as well as that also how our daily life is interlinked with the mobiles, and how we are going to be use it in a proper way. And we can even discuss about that what are the minimal changes and minimal functionalities we have to be changed in the device, which makes the secure way. So these all kind of things we can be discussed here, means that small security tips we can be discussed. So why? Because nowadays we know that most of the people are working from home, where the children can use your mobiles more time that rather than the previous. So at that time, what kind of precautions we have to take, and how these mobiles are affecting us in a day by day life, and how this Android technology is having some loopholes to get your data, and these all we will be discussing now. In this session we are going to be discuss these all things. So presently, if you are seeing then, so most of the time, this long back, actually what was happened then, most of the time people are using the feature phones. There is no internet connection, and then the people are using mostly for that sending the messages and do the calls and these purpose only. But later, whenever that OS, mobile OS is changed from stage to stage, then now everybody almost addicted to the mobiles. Now I can use that word addict is more relevant, I'm thinking. So why? Because so our day-to-day life, if you are imagining, so our day is starting with your mobile, and even the day is ending with your mobile only. The day if you started means, if we woke up, then immediately we are open our mobiles and we will see that whether we got any mails, whether we got any messages, what about the WhatsApp, and these kind of things. And when you are going to sleep, also the same situation here actually. So we are checking this all that social websites, and the even social networking sites, and even some maybe the professional way you are using, then everything. But the ultimate thing is you are using the mobile. So that whatever the purpose, if you are using the mobile, then how we can say this mobile is increased their usage, and their users, this ultimate growth, actually the rapid growth it was. So how it was done? So even we have more and more OS are also available. That means previously we have previously we have checked it most of the time. So then we have Nokia, Windows mobiles people use it to use for their daily life. But now after that, even Mac, means iOS also we saw that. So but if you see, then when Android came into the market, then every OS, the components are become very less, means that most of the people are adapted to use that Android only. Okay, so why it became this much successful? What is the major reason behind this one? So if you are looking for this Android thing, so why then Android thing, if you are checking, then why Android is a capable, this much capable, it have to be spread their market more than 70% it is when it comes to that mobile OS. And what is the reason that Windows mobiles are vanished completely? Okay, and why that still iOS is whatever the growth, whatever the percentage people are using that iPhone, almost it is the same percentage people using from past 5 to 6 years actually. There is minimal growth, it is there. There is not so much revolutionary growth actually. But when you are looking for that Android device, we know that Android OS is increased like anything. The users list is increased. It is a revolutionary. So why was it actually? What is the major reasons behind this one? So when comes to that query, that answer, when answer, the first one we can say that it is a open source, and that open source means, so now people who have a technical knowledge, technical thing, those people can be adopt this open source easily. So using this open source, I can develop my application, and I can give my inputs, and I can, whatever I feel, I can develop one, simply I can develop an app. So where if I have so many apps, so then there are the users can attract to these so many apps, then user can be use it, these apps for their daily life. So when I'm saying this, the users are using, the user perspective, most of the time they will check that whether this application is free of cost or not. And if I'm using this application, any charges I have to be pay or not. By not getting only the free, after started using that application, may I have to be pay something. So if these two options are eliminated, then most of the people attracted to download that apps, and they want to be use it in their mobile. See, if suppose simple thing I can tell you, then the people wants to know about that different language, different conversions I want to know then. So people just simply one installation, they will do that one app, and then they will be convert the things actually. So even if I want to read the books, so if I'm thinking like that carrying the book is very difficult. Suppose you can think some huge books are there. Suppose the students, if you are looking, so then you know that when R&D if we are doing, then the books what we are reading, those sometimes we cannot carry them. So what people are doing now, simply they are downloading it in their mobile, and they started reading the ebooks. So and nowadays we are seeing that mostly whenever you are going to be purchase something and doing something, then simply what people we are doing, they're scanning the code, and their transaction is done through the UPI. So that means compulsory we need a mobile to use these all actually. So that is the reason behind this growth of the Android, we can conclude actually. So apart from this, there are some other factors are there where we can say that most of the OEM peoples are using the Android only, and then customization, and these all very simple. And in the OS level, if you want to be change some styles, and if you want to be change the some security purpose, you can be design on your own OS. Like you can see that Oxygen OS, where it is using in a one place. Fun OS, Fun Touch OS, we can say that. Vivo is using that. Color OS, where the Realme is using that. Okay. And then when it comes to that MIUI, that highest market shareholder of the mobiles, Xiaomi. Okay. So these are customized OS only, but the underlayer OS is always Android only. That is open source. So these all the OEMs are using this Android. They ultimately the people who want to be purchase a mobile, those want to be see in these options only. They are not looking behind the scope actually. So that is a one more reason we can say that, financial reason we can say that where the Android users are increasing day by day. And when it comes to that next thing, so people are communicating easily by using the social networking site, like a video calls through that WhatsApp and these all. So the people need not to be travel some other areas to talk the people in person. So now what people are doing, they are doing the video calls, and then they are reducing their traveling time and these all, and it is making simple to them to conclude to discuss anything actually. So that means to do this all, they need a mobile. So then they are looking for the Android. Why Android in this case? So obviously the one factor we can say that the cost, expensive mobiles, they are not looking. They are looking for that low-end mobiles. So those are also available in that Android very easily and with so many options. So that is one more thing lead to be that increasing of this Android in Android usage in a day-to-day life of the, even that layman perspective also we can say that the person is thinking like that we need one mobile compulsory. So whether he know that he is educated or non-educated doesn't matter. He need one Android mobile to do calls and to do something actually. So this is the way that smartphones as well as Android is increasing its percentage in Indian market day by day. So if you see the statistics here, so we can see that according to this, these are the expected and average of increment of the smartphone usages in our country. But to be frankly, now 2020 means 2020 we already that according to some statistics, they told it is already crossed at 500 millions. Especially at the time of, from this pandemic time, it is increased so much actually. So how this growth came into the picture, why this much is there in there, in that case, how it is increasing. These are the reasons what we are discussed before. These are all the reasons behind these statistics actually. These are that increase due to that the users are, the people wants to be use it. So yes, then this many people are using the smartphones, then automatically the mobile internet means data usage. The data usage also will be increased so much in their daily life actually. So why? Because if they want to use any application, anything, if they want to be use it here, so compulsory they have to be used at internet. So that means data should be needed to communicate in with others, whether it is a social website, a social networking website, other is a professional, means that office emails if you want to check that, and if you want to be discuss in a meetings, if you want to be conduct the webinars or anything, so that data is compulsory, the virtual calls and anything if you want to take it, so the data is compulsory. Then obviously what will happen, the smartphone usage is increasing, the number of the stakeholders of this mobile smartphone people are increasing, means then ultimately what will happen now, the data usage people also will be increased. So then what will be happen, then data consumption will be increased tremendously. So that was the same thing. You can see that number of the people who are using that in a 2020, you can see that 448. According to the present statistics, it will be 400 plus millions people, 425 around it is. So that means even people are using the future phones. Those people also nowadays browsing, using their local networks, means that using their networks actually, like a like a Geo or Airtel or something else actually. So these all they are using now for the browsing. Even in a future phone also these kind of browser and these all available, so people can be use it for their browsings actually. So this is the way that internet usage as well as the smartphone usage is increasing in India so much. I told you about the payments, that UPI transaction, mobile payments are increased tremendously. After that, whenever the digital changes came in India this year, so we can see that most of the people nowadays are using this or any transaction if they want to do that, they are using through the mobiles. Most of the time the people are using, even to transaction of the 5 rupees and 10 rupees also, people are using to scan the code only. The tea stall, some nowadays if you went to the tea stall, you can see that phone pay is available here, a GPay is available here. So why? Because that street vendor, we don't know whether he's educated or not also, whether he knows that how to use the mobile properly or not also, we don't know. But now he's using that mobile for financial purpose, to transactions actually. So then when is the 5 rupees or 10 rupees, he is using one transaction. So then how we can say that a person is in a secure environment? So then how we can say that mobile, whatever he is using, it is a completely secure, it is not leaking any sensitive information, there is no data leakage. I cannot give a 100% assurance to any mobile if he is using actually, even including the iPhone. I can say that it is secure, we can say then, but it is not 100% secure. So then when it comes to these mobiles, actually when it comes to that Android especially, we can discuss. So then we are saying that there are so many applications are available, that Play Store contains the millions of applications with the free access, means that free downloads are there. So how can you say then, if these many applications are available free of cost, then which applications are original one, which applications are not a fake one, and which applications are secure one, which applications are not using your personal data? So most of the time if you are seeing then that application, when you install it, it will ask some permissions. Most of the time people in a hurry, otherwise if they need the features compulsory, then they will give a permission allow. They will not bother what is that application doing exactly behind that, means in a background what is doing. We don't know that, means the people, most of the people don't know that. So you can see that some applications, you can see that the beautification means capturing the pictures and beautify it by adding some kind of graphic things and animated things. The people can be do some changes in that. But so whether this is a proper one, whether this is a secure one, so we cannot assure that. So previously, if you have seen, then some applications are out of India banned, and apart from this also, most of the application every year, the Google is removing some hundreds and hundreds to thousands of applications. It is removing from the Play Store. That means that application is not secure, they are telling. It is a malicious, they are telling. But so before it is deleting, if somebody else is installed that application, if somebody else already using that application, whether that person don't know about this application, so we to uninstall. Whether the application is already installed in his mobile and used it for that at least the 1 month or 2 months, you can be think so. So then how could you say now that application is not theft any data? Google itself, it is declared if it is a malicious, that meantime, whatever that period it is installed in your mobile, that time it can be consumed the data. At that time, it can be read your sensitive information. That time it can be affect that settings and it can be affect your device so much. So then, so these all can be happen. Then why I am saying that it is very means that the data can be theft here and the data loss can be hacked. So very simple thing, the number of the users are more here. The number of that people who are using the different applications are more millions in a numbers here in India. So if the numbers are in a millions, the attackers can target these kind of devices easily. Well, because the more number of the people are using the device means if somewhere, if one small application, if you developed and if you pushed into that Play Store, if somebody is installed then, so then the same way, if other persons are installing, then the data can be transferred to that into the hacker's hand easily. So we can see that kind of attacks also, what are the attacks that happened recently in a coming after a couple of slides. And then we can easily we can be understand that how the attackers can theft your data also by using the relevant terms. So which is famous nowadays, the people are telling very clearly that most of that students and most of the people are addicted to the PUBG, one of the famous game in that Android in a recent times actually. So then how could I say that now PUBG is anyways banned? But once the PUBG is came into the market, how could I say that this is the only the major, this is the original one? People are now, what will happen? Then he'd addicted. So once again it will come back, then people immediately will download something which is on the name of PUBG. So then whether if that application is malicious now, if the application is getting some your payment things and this all, then how could we know about it? So that means we have to be know about that any application by seeing their developer and by seeing developer site and who are released that and any patches, how many versions are they released and what are the changes they are doing, and by based upon the reviews, and even you can check that whether that application is consuming so much data in your mobile, whether the application is running background in your mobile. These are all the minimum things we have to do. When only we can be prevent some kind of frauds we can be prevent actually in the mobile. So why we are saying like this means actually, so nowadays we know that the kids are using the mobiles more than that actual owners of that mobile, like that father and mother. So if they are using, they don't know properly what exactly it is. If they started click on this some URLs and these all some advertisements, and sometimes that install that some application which are not free of cost, those also will be installed, and then that amount will be deducted from the card directly without giving a proper information to the user. So then these kind of card details and everything, if it is going into the wrong side, then attackers can easily they have a more probability to get the details of these payments actually. Payments and then all the major things what is happening in this mobile, they can understand. So we can be see that nowadays we are hearing that cyber crimes or cyber attacks based on the mobile, it is increasing day by day. Okay, from past few years, when whatever the number we saw, that means that before that 3 to 4 years back, so the cyber attacks will be in a number. That number is almost 400 times. It is increased it now. So that many complaints now people are raising. See, very simply the word some application. If you see, then what the developer is developed one application and he pushed it into the Play Store. So what happened? Some other person, like an attacker, what he did, he downloaded that application's binaries. The binaries we call it as a APK. Android binaries we call it as a APK. So Android packaging kit. Android packaging kit. APK. So we call that Android binaries or APKs. So that APK he taken and he did the reverse engineering and then he got the code of the developer. So now what he did? So he injected some adwares into that. And then with that almost the similar name, only the capital letter he kept it as a small letters, and then he changed it into the special character and he pushed that application into the Play Store again with his own keys. So now what people did when they searched about this application, they got into that one or two, in a first top or second, this application, this malicious application also means the cloned application also visible actually or visible to the users. Now what people did, that somebody is taking the proper one and somebody is downloading that improper one, means that cloned one. So ultimately, without doing the much hard work, he is able to get that original application, and now he is indexed the ads actually. So whenever the person is using this cloned application, the adware also it will be display on the screen based. Suppose if somebody clicks on that, otherwise the time it is spending on this ads and these all, now that cloned application owner will get a financial aid. So he will gain some financial things actually, means he will get some amount actually. So then now the original owner, if he didn't identify that this application may be the clone of his own application, then if the process will go, means that other application will be exist for that lifetime, then that application also gets some downloads, and that through that he can get some financial amount actually. So here how so then when we are seeing here that cyber attacks are happening, mean, so that first of all we have to be think like that which applications you are installing. So whether it is a financial applications, whether it is a social networking sites, whether the sensitive data permissions if you are giving. So whether the financial applications if you are using is any other applications is trying to get your applications data. So these all we have to be check actually. You can see that. So every time if you are seeing that mobile is with in our hands only, always it is. So that means what we can say now, so the people who are using that mobiles, so they are doing all their works, most of the time they are going through the mobiles only. So that means check the email and send the reply, and then do the payment and confirmation of this any amount if you received, and then next one take the pictures and talking that we are receiving the calls, and then almost everything whatever you are doing in your daily life. So if you are checking, then almost everything is indirectly relevant to your mobiles only. If you are going home, then using the mobile you turn on your TV. You can turn on these lights in your home using the IoT technologies we are using nowadays. And then AI also be spending that AI also be playing the major role in our life. These all are also connected to the mobile, where the mobile is existing with you for the for almost that day, entire day. So how then we can be say that these all are secure in a way. So these all are also leading to leads to that cyber attacks. Why? Because if that any malicious application injected in the TV, you are using your mobile to connect the TV, and you by using it you are mirroring, you are casting this one, and so many options you have to connect with the TV. If the TV is affected with any one application, then automatically now what is happening? Your mobile also be going to be affected with the same applications. So now after that, any financial fraud can be happened if you are using your mobile only for all the all these transactions and these all. You can ask me very clearly one question here then. So anyways, for my transactions, I'm getting OTP, so no problem. No, so what is the concern about this all? See, we know that, but whenever the OTP, if it is coming also, the people can do the that SIM swapping also be possible actually. So that is also one technique. Previously people used it to, but now what happened? People are unable. Then when they are doing that some transaction below 1,000 or like this, they are no need of the OTPs and these all that nowadays we are looking. So if the attacker is targeting the people, so if from one person is able to get that, suppose think like that 100 rupees only is getting from that one person. Like that, if his code is affecting that at least the 10,000 people in India, 10,000 into then 100 rupees. So easily it is 1 lakh. So if it is 1 lakh users, then it is the 2 lakh. If it is the 1 million, then so these all are attacks only. These all means maybe that from single user, maybe the small amount, but in a bulk when you are looking, so it is affecting so many people. So that's what, if any theft or anything is happened in the mobile, then immediately better always give a cyber complaint about this one, cyber payment, and these all we have to be know about these all. And then if you are giving a proper approach, if you are doing, then maybe it won't affect you again and it won't affect others also. This is that minimal level of that awareness we have to be get it, then only we can be avoid that huge loss in your mobile. You can see that 2016 it is 50,000 and 17 it is 53,000, but the completely that 2,08,456 in 2018, where we cannot be compare then how the growth it is here. So when it comes to the 2019, now within the 1 year, that till October only, it is a 1,05,000 we can be see here. That means the growth of the cyber crimes are increasing like in a huge in a speed. That growth, if you see, then we cannot compare it actually with the previous. So that much growth it is there. Then what we can be, how we can be stop it? The question you can get it immediately in your mind. Then how we can be stop it? The best way to use it as in a proper network, we have to be connect when you are doing that payments and these all, and means a secure network you have to be connected, not in a public network. You can see that some people will say that you can use my hotspot and you can do the transaction. So then sometimes if you are in a railway station and these all in a free Wi-Fi it is available, people think like that is a free public Wi-Fi. So people are easily attract to that one. They will be connect to then that Wi-Fi. So now what will happen that? So there is so much chances are there. That means that risk level is high now. The people's data can be easily affect actually. So then the people can understand then what kind of a transaction you are doing. Then by capturing the packets, they can understand what is your password length and this all. They can be go ahead in deep also of this all. So those all are the reasons behind that cyber attacks. So then by using the proper network, by using in a whether your mobile is connected with any other PC or whether it is connected to any other device, these all we have to be checked that, and whether your device is rooted or not. These all if you are checking, after that if you are doing the payment, then that could be the better way. And the same time, this is about the financial gain I am talking. Then what about the sensitive information? Some people have the personal stuff in their mobile, the personal data, that images, and then that voice records, something they have. Then if those will be going to that public, then what we can do then? So see this one kind of attacks here, Agent Smith. So at the time of the pandemic, actually, at the time of this Agent Smith, what he did actually, this is one application. So first of all, if you see, then we can download this application, and then what happened? So that application, what is available in the Play Store. So that application you downloaded and we are using actually. But later what happened, after sometimes if you observe, so after some days if you observe that application is showing some ads actually. The initially when you are download that application, it don't have any ads. Even if in the Play Store also if we are seeing it showing like that, there is no ads actually. But after 1 month or like that, if you are using that application, you are seeing some applications, some ads in your mobile, especially from that application. So that means what we can be understand, previously we don't have any ads in this one, but now it is showing some ads and it's showing some clicks actually, whether if you click on that one, it is going to be download some applications from the Play Store as well as any third party app stores actually. So that means that could be a affected one. So that is nothing but here that example of this Agent Smith. So what it happened in between, if you are seeing that in middle, so that application is injected with some adware. Now that app is infected with this adware and now it is showing this ads on the screen. So whenever if it is showing the ads actually, sometimes by mistakenly, if you are then the kids, if they are using also, by mistakenly they can click on this ads, then that ad URL can be redirected to the Play Store to install other application, or sometimes it will be installed at some other application without the user knowledge. So you can ask me then how it is possible without click on the install button, then how it is possible? Yes, it is possible. So some applications have a sibling application. Sibling means with that same author, same developer is developed one application. So now what it will do, suppose one application, you can see some kind of application like a Dr. Battery kind of this applications. So then once you install that application, so it will ask one permission to you, install application permission. That means whenever you give that permission, that application itself can be installed the application in your mobile. So even though you can ask me the question like this. So if I given that application permission, then this Dr. Battery's application can install n number of application. No, it won't install that n number of applications. So it can be installed only the application which are along with the same developer. So that's what, when you click on that scan button in that application, you can see that after scanning, then it will show that deep scan is available. You can scan it by using so and so app, it will show that. When you click on the deep scan, now what will happen? In a background, that application will be installed. There is no mistake. There is no mistake from the user, and there is no problem. You cannot raise an issue on this app also. Why? Because it's showing there. You can, if you want to deep scan, then click here. So when you click on this one, so it is invoking one more app inside this application, and that application will be installed and your mobile device will be scanned. So what we will think, yeah, it is scanned so much and so much malware is identified. So now clear the so much cache. So my device is more secure. But you are not understand, but we are not aware about that other application which is installed inside my device. So if that application is available, so that application maybe will do some malicious things inside the device. Maybe the application can read your data continuously continuously. It can be read your data which is stored in the device and which you are using on the Surface Manager also. The Surface Manager means nothing but the display of your mobile device. We call it as a Surface Manager. So what will happen in these all cases now? So then once if that application installed in that background, now the application, what it will do, two things are possible. Whether the application will have a contains that icon, and it may not contains that icon. If it is contains that icon, then you can see that after some time and you can uninstall that. If it don't have an icon, then it is a hidden application. Then we call it as a hidden application. Then if it is hide inside the device, and it can do that many things, it can be do it by getting some permissions. Then it is able to read your complete screen. Whatever the app you can open, doesn't matter. That screen's data can be read it. If you open the WhatsApp and you are doing the chatting, so if that application got a proper permission, then it can be read what you are typing and what you are sending, what you are receiving. And at the time of financial app also, it can see the data which is available on your screen completely. So nowadays some applications are more securing their app. No other app can be read it if they are in the Surface. Like that, they are enabling that features, and then they are restricting some. But still, I'm telling them, if you are using some applications, then those all will not be hide their Surface. Suppose a very simple thing: if you got a OTP, if you are using some the Paytm, otherwise XYZ financial app you are using, so then you got a OTP. So what people will do, Now they will go into that by using this recent apps list. We can go for that message and then we can be keep it in a stack, and now we are able to see that, and we will enter the pin here. Again, you will see there and you will enter the pin here. So that means that both are able to see on the screen now at a time. At a time, we are able to see that. So if you are able to see that two screens, means now if any malicious application or any hidden application there inside your mobile, and it is able to read your application also, it is read your application's data, even it is not related to that application, but other application, financial applications also, if you are using, yes, it is possible. It can be read the data which is available on the screen actually. So these are so many different kind of frauds are possible through these Android applications then. So then it is not only in Android, even it is possible in that app iOS also, but not this much. Why? Because first of all, there are no open Play Store not available, correct? So that means if something, if you want to do, if you want to be installed, the people will think about that application, whether it is exactly usable to me or not, and exactly it is that properly what I want, that is a proper thing it is doing or not. These all people will be verify. Why? Because we are spending the amount on that. So the same thing when it comes to here, it is free of cost in Android. So that's what people are able to install so many. So that then you can ask me then how to avoid these kind of these things. So then better always maintain a proper secure antivirus. If you are using, that is a better way we can stop at least some point. I'm not saying that 100% you're secure after using the antivirus. I'm saying at least a better performance your device will do by identifying some malicious. Otherwise, use some MDM applications, mobile device management applications like mKavach, which we developed, which CDAC developed previously. So that kind of things we can be use it to avoid at least some amount, some level of protection we can give actually. So that is the one more way we can be do it. So then you can see here the report of the Qualcomm says that wallet and mobile banking applications in India are not using hardware level security. So this point you can raise a question, what is this hardware level security? So that hardware level security means by when you are taking the permissions, not taking the permissions only in application layer. So you have to be take the permission from that kernel level actually. Otherwise the kernel level, if you are taking the permission, then we can say that the device OEM people also will provide some secure mechanisms. So we can be stop some most of the things. But that if you are giving application level permissions only, means if the device that wallets and these all are want to make the user friendly environment, they are saying always my application is very easy to use and you can do anything like payments or reading the documents and these are whatever you want to do. My application is giving a very simple UI to do that, they are telling. So if it is that much simple, then somewhere you have to be compromised actually. So if that compromisation was happened on the security level, then what about our users' information? So that won't be compromised, correct? If it is compromised, then automatically, even if your application is having very simple UI and these all, but it is affecting that users a complete usage, and even it is everything means is a personal and everything will be affected actually. So that's what we have to be always, you have to be more careful, more careful when you are giving some permissions. So this is that session, especially we are suggesting that when you are giving some permission, first of all, do some read about that permission, what exactly it will do. So I can say that, so we know that WhatsApp actually, most of the time people are using the WhatsApp, almost every day they are using. Maybe they're sending messages to their family members, maybe they're sending the messages to their close relative circle, otherwise that friend circle, and they are sending so many images and they are sending that so many voice things, these all they are sending. So we are thinking like that WhatsApp is doing end-to-end encryption, so no problem to us. So then we know, do you know that this data is stored inside your device only? On a hidden folder, it will create and store the data of your status and these all. So if it is when you given permission to other application, to read that, to read or write the data, external storage or internal storage permissions if you given to other applications, means apart from the WhatsApp. So now what is the thing? So that application is able to read your data which is present inside your mobile. That means there is a chance that application is still get your photos and still get your status what you kept it. Yes, it is possible. So that means now what is happening when you given the permission, you don't know that application is capable to read the other application, but it is possible when you given that permissions. There is a one component in Android, we call it as a content component. Actual content provider we have. Content provider, this is nothing but storing all the applications data inside it, and it is tightly packed actually. But now what is the thing? So whenever that permission is given, access is granted to that application, then that information what is there inside the content, then that malicious application, otherwise any other application, is also able to get, and it can be read your applications also. So that means now what is the thing here? So when we are giving the permissions, we have to be take care about our application. See, then most of the people are don't know that there is an accessibility service. If you give that accessibility service to any other application, it can read that your data completely it is able to read it. Once you open on the screen, if you open any application, the WhatsApp messaging or the video you are watching or the video you are taking, everything it can be taken. And so then this kind of permissions when you are giving, so we have to be more careful that whether it is needed or not. So best example I can give you one, this just one and a half year back, there is a one application that, so it is normally just what it will do, camera application. So then camera application, then it taking the permissions. So it taking that camera permissions and means that beautification app. So what people will do, obviously they will allow that camera permission. So what it is exactly doing actually, it is asking that changing the system, it needs to be, it is asking to do changes in the settings. It is asking to do that changes even when the application is installing. It is asking to install that application permission. And apart from this, it is asking that this application should be auto start, and it application should need to be use that battery consumption. So battery consumption, when it is increasing, we will use it as a battery saver. So when you click on the battery saver, what will happen? Actually, the background applications, whatever the applications are there, those will be stopped there only. So that means it won't be run immediately. It won't be comes into active. So only the application which you are using the foreground, means on the display, that only will be able to use this battery, and then service of this mobile we can be using. But if this application, this camera application, the beautification application, what it is taken, exception from battery saver, means even if you are given that application permission, so battery saver, once you are disabled for this application, so even if your application is went to the sleep also, even your application's battery levels are low also, this application still running on the background. So you can ask me, okay, let it be that application is running, so what is the issue to me? And here the issue is actually that application is having the camera permission also, and storage permission also, accessing this gallery permission also. So then even you can say that, so what is the case then if it is getting the camera storage, all applications are getting, so what is the harmful thing can be happen by this application? The harmful thing is the camera will be stay in a background, and it will capture the pics without the user knowledge. So that means if you are in a any if it can be used that personal photos whatever you are taking actually. The same time, if your mobile is even turned off, you can think like that mobile is turned off, but turned off means it is in a sleeping situation. So it is in a sleeping mode also. Sometimes that mobile can be capture the pics. So the same thing it can be with the mic also. That application is using this camera permissions to capture the pics without user knowledge. So, and it is installing some more applications into your device. So by reading that permissions properly, you can be say that that application is a malicious. By according to the Google, you cannot say that application is malicious. Why? Because you are giving all the permissions from your end only. It is asking the permissions very clearly. So you are giving that permissions. So how could now Google say that this application is malicious? So Google cannot say that it is malicious. Why? Because it given all the details clearly only. I'm using this camera app. I'm camera permission to capture the pics. I'm using this uninstall permission to install that some other applications of mine. So like that it is giving. If you are unable to, if you are disable the permission, then nothing it will do. But if you given all the permissions to it, then obviously it can do that some harmful things to your device. So this we cannot blame in that case that Google Play Store. So why? Because Google Play Store is doing that as much as it can. You can see nowadays there is a Play Protect tag for some applications and some editor choice application, some tags for some application. These two, when you are downloading some applications, you have to be more careful about these applications. So these, especially these kind of tags, if it is there. So that times, if editor choice or Play Protect and ad free like that, if it is there, better go ahead with that applications. Why? Because it is already given certified by the Google. At least some protection is already given. They checked it. Some up to one level they already checked it. So that after that only they certified it is a Play Protect actually. And editor choice. The editors will be select some applications. So based upon their security score and these all. So that is also one of the thing we can be do it actually. So these are some parameters you have to be do when you are installing some applications. Even already if you install, then again go for the Play Store, whether check that whether this application have a Play Protect, whether this application comes under the editor choice. These all also you can check that actually. So this is most of the things you can do like that, and then you can be avoid that at least some level of the security issues you can be solve it actually. So then comes to that we can see now some of the recent attacks what were happened and how this is affecting the so many people. So we know that nowadays anytime anywhere you can go that the word COVID pandemic, COVID-19. So COVID almost everywhere we are listening this word. For every 1 hour we are hearing this word more than that 5 to 10 times actually. And then everybody is wearing the mask and everybody is sanitizing every time, most of the time. These are very good practice for us. But so what about the mobiles? These are all the case. So every time we are telling we are depending upon the mobiles, especially that lockdown time people are staying in their home. The most of the time, almost everybody who is not aware about the smartphones also, now they use it to addict to these mobiles. They use it to the smartphone usage, and they use it to be learn about this smartphone usage and how it is. It makes the simple how it is make the difficult things into simple. They learn this all. So what was happening in that case now? So at the time of lockdown, people went through that Google and they did their own things. We heard so many times that people think like that the sanitization, if you do the hands, then that coronavirus, if it is there on the hand, then it is corona is die. So then what people did, they drank this sanitizer. They thought like that it will be kill all the virus which is inside their bodies actually. So now people are depend upon that on the technology. So people are dependent on the mobiles. So people are dependent on the mobiles. We know that Arogya Setu, it is one app actually. So like that, so many other applications also came into market. Say like that, these are the COVID-19 tracker, COVID virus trackers, and a COVID virus identifier. Like that, so many applications came into the market. In that one application, this is coronavirus tracker. So what is the main thing they mentioned here? So you can be identify that around your around you, if surroundings any corona patient is there, otherwise any the symptoms person, otherwise any virus related some objects is there, it will be identified and it will inform the user that it is affecting it is showing the user your surroundings are not a secure one, so you are go for that other location. Like that it will be. This is actual major thing of this major motto of this application. But so what it is exactly doing? So when you install the application, after some time, so maybe it is for some people it is 1 day or 2 day, but after some time, couple of days actually, so it is started showing its original behavior actually. So then what it is doing? So whenever you install this COVID-19 tracker, so whenever it is activated, when you given up all the permissions, whatever it is asking, obviously people are thinking like that it is helpful. So people are installing, giving all the permission, whatever it is asking. So once you given that kind of permissions, now what happened? So people are got a message like that your device and your data of your device and the photos and the voice records and everything, the financial things and your mail and then what is there inside the mails, all are hacked. The entire data is hacked. Then device is blocked directly, means the device is locked, you cannot do anything. So just you got a message on the top of like a notification like that your device is completely hacked, you have to pay some amount, then only we can be unlock your device and your data will be also be released. Otherwise your device won't work, and even if you are thinking your device is won't work, then I will throw that. So no problem if you are thinking the all the data contacts whatever you have inside it and all the pics whatever we have there, that entire thing will be going into the public. This is what actually they did. They said like this only actually. So this is the way the people are trying to blackmail the users and getting some financial gain they are getting. So here what is the thing then? So we don't know whether this application is a secure or not. Whatever the developers details they mention in that Google Play Store, whether those are correct or not. If that correct also, whether we have any complaints or not on this one also, we have to do some little survey we have to do. Then only you can be install it. It won't take the much time, but people are thinking like that Play Store it is there. So in a Play Store, whatever it is there, it is secure only. No, Play Store, it is a open source one and the free of cost it is available in Airtel. They are doing their level best actually. But as a user, as your data is going to be viral actually. So that's what you have to be more careful than that other users. These like this so many attacks we can say zero click spyware it is attack was happened. So in this case what happened in this spyware, very simple thing, user got some user got one voice call in the WhatsApp especially, not that normal call. So WhatsApp the user got a call. So if he answered or if he is not answered, so in both cases what people are doing, they are the one spyware. So that especially that what happened when meantime whenever that call if you are disconnected or not disconnecting, so meantime then one kind of virus they are injecting in the WhatsApp. Okay, so if you are attempting, then easily they are injecting and then immediately they are taking the control. If you are not attempting also, after some time the number based upon that number, then some virus is injecting inside this WhatsApp. So then whatever only WhatsApp, it is not something else, in only in the WhatsApp whatever you are doing, so that data they are getting actually. So by using that, the people are understanding then what kind of message you are sending, to whom you are contacting, and what are the core languages are you are speaking. These kind of things they are able to analyze that completely. So this is the one way the people are getting this information. And then this attack was targeted, especially that some people only who are in that like a critical, like a defensive system, other way in a financial, the people are in a higher position. Those people this targeted with this attack actually spyware. So Israel cyber people were majorly behind this attack actually. So then what happened here, the sensitive information anyways went to the public, and based upon that they did so many other things, so many ways they are attacked in this certain people actually. Why? Because the sensitive information, if it is went out, then maybe it is affecting not only the person, it is some organization, otherwise sometimes it the country also will be affected due to that. So that's what we have to be very careful, whatever the application we are using and what permissions we are giving. You can see that most of the time we can see that these are the threats things.
Hello?
Yes, sir. 10 minutes only.
Yeah, cut short.
Yeah. So 4:20 like that we can be end it. So then these are the hidden apps. One thing I already discussed about the hidden apps, how it will be stored inside your mobile and how it can be affect your device. And mobile phishing is one more the famous attacks nowadays, and so many movies also came on this one. So by clicking the SMS, otherwise you got a message like that, you got a lottery. Otherwise you got a some person, some so and so your relative in sending some package to you, but it is stopped it somewhere. So click on this link and pay something, then you will get that package. Like that, so many things we can see that. And malware, spyware, adware, we already know about these all. So how it is affecting that. Normal usage of these mobiles also will be affected due to this. The performance will be decreased and these all. IoT threats, we know that all the devices if connected to the single network, then how it will be affected. We know very well that. And if one device will be compromised in that network, all the devices which are connecting into that will be affected. And Wi-Fi threats, we know that public Wi-Fi, if you are using, how you will be lose your sensitive information to others. And then that if that we know that routers and these all will be compromised sometime, then your device will be compromised immediately. If your device will be compromised, then these routers and these all also they can be read it and they can be get the data. So then these all are, we have to be checked that misconfiguration of these devices. That's what I'm talking. So when permissions and which kind of permissions you are giving. So what kind of options you are enabling. So these are, we have to be check that how it will be affecting that our financial data and the sensitive data of our application. Fake applications, we already discussed about the cloned applications, and which is one part of this fake applications. Using the fake application, suppose if you are using SBI app, if you are using, so sometimes that same kind of the cloned application, the fake application is available in the Play Store. By mistakenly, if you are using that application, then it will ask for the your name and your CVV and your card details, all it will ask. If you once if you entered, then obviously your data will be tampered. This your applications is already the tampered one. So all that information, everything they will get it, and then they can use it instead of you. Actually, the card and everything they will be used instead of you. And mobile phishing, we already said this one. By changing the minimal text format, they will be changed it. And even though we cannot be identify that it is a small change, we cannot be identified. Why? Because we can read that any text, if it is there, we can read it even it is a zigzag manner. You can see here it is a completely zigzag, but even though you people are able to read it according to the research directly I'm reading. So why? Because most of the time as a human human being, so we can see the first letter and last letter only, and then we can be assume the word immediately into our brain. So this is a way the phishing can be made easily to the people. Instead of this small URLs, that will be change the text and immediately it will show that what is the exact URL. That URL it will not redirect. Why? Because whatever you clicked it may be it will be the phishing attack. It can be some minimal changes they will do in a text and they will do it easily. So this is a way they can be continue with the attacks. So and the URL is the one is the major thing when it comes to here. So then why? Because by on clicks in the device, if your fraud it is happened, means everything we consider as a on click listeners. So on click if you did in the mobile, so then it leads to something like some fraud. It can be provoking through this one. So that's what we can say, that the URLs what you are checking, that double check it when you are going to be use that application, and whether that URL is going to be used for the financial purpose, other any sensitive information. If you are filling that in the form, then we have to be take care about that URLs also. And hidden applications we discussed, adware we already discussed this one. So then we have to, you can do the minimal changes in your device, then you can say that this based upon this one, your application is means your device is little, means that I cannot say your device is 100% secure now. So by doing these minimal changes, at least some part your data can be secure, some part of your device can be secure. So by doing this, you can go for the settings and go for that backup and reset, where you are applying into that, you are taking the backup into the cloud actually. So then once you taken into that data into the cloud, there are more chances to be data can be tampered, data can be hacked actually. So that's what disable this backup my data. So this is the way it is visible in your device. So you can be check for this one backup and reset. So there you can be disable this backup my data. So this is a one tip actually to secure it. And the second one, enabling this smart lock, where it will be smart lock. If you are enabling here, then at trusted places you can be think so that a smart lock can be off actually. In the rest of the places, if you are keeping the device inside your pocket, otherwise inside in your any devices, means at any other place where it can be like it can be able to get according to your gestures, it can be unlocked actually. So like that, what is the gesture means? On body detection. So based upon that, it will be lock and it will be unlocked. That could be the better way you can be give a secure way we can be give that the devices can be trusted. So then next we can see that ads, it will be pop up most of the time. So by doing this personalization of the ads, so we can be stop the most of the ads, we can be stop it. So where we can be get it in the settings, we have a in the settings you can see that Google. So where the Google having the ads, in that ads you can be opt out this ads personalization. If you opt out this one, so then easily we can be get it only the minimal amount of the ads we can get into your device. Even it is that app is invoking some more device, some more ads also, but your device will be restrict some ads by using this feature. And the second thing, the location, always better turn off the location and then give that permission whenever the device is needed only. You cannot give that permission always. So that why? Because if you given the location permission always, then the Wi-Fi also can be get it where through the Wi-Fi, and these all we can get it where you are traveling and what you are doing. These all possible actually. So then, so always give the permission of location history whenever if it is needed only. So you can see that here in your device also you can get like this, you can disable it. And then we have a automatically wipe option, so which is in the part of the security in a settings. So always enable this automatically wipe. So why? Because if you are giving some other person if get it, and whether if you given 10 times wrong password, otherwise if your device is lost state, then automatically data will be wiped. So that means your data will not go into that other hands. So that is the one more thing we can do it. And then you can see this sensitive information, we have to be hide it. Why? Because notifications, if you are seeing, then even your device is locked, so we can see that. So that notification can be appears on this one. So that's what we have to be disable this, means by selecting the hide sensitive information. So you can be disable this one. So that means suppose any bank information, otherwise any personal messages if you are doing in the WhatsApp, those also be able to see in this screen on the notification bar. So by using this one, we can be stop that notifications visibility to all. And we can see that I told already in the settings, we always have to be disable that install options from the unknown sources. This always give a better things for you people actually to avoid any malicious activities if you are doing also. So any other application is trying to be install the malicious application to stop that. So better always do this unknown source installation, you have to be stop it. And always check whether this any update is available for this software. If it is available, then immediately do that. Why? Because if any security issues comes, then they will give them an update. So always better to do this patchwork, means by updating it. So then so most of the time now everything whatever you saw here, then so most of the things are happening due to the data, means a network things only. That's what when you are connected to any Wi-Fi or any hotspot or something, if you are connected, check whether this exactly you are connected to the secure one or not. If you are not in a secure network, then always turn off that, better use the mobile data only. And then updates and even the WhatsApp and SMS also we have to be checked whether from known person only you are getting, otherwise you are getting from unknown persons from URLs, and never go for it actually. Never click, even from the mail, even from the messages, even from the WhatsApp or anywhere. So this is the way you can secure your device. So that's it from my end. And thank you, everybody. To give
Thank you
this.
very much. Thank you very much, Sunil. We'll take a 10 minutes break and we'll meet at 4:30. And next by Mr. Danish. He will be covering that understanding Android app security and iOS app security.
Okay.
Thank
Any doubts, if any queries are there, please post it.
Yeah,
Otherwise, send me
please
in the
post.
WhatsApp.
If you have any queries, please post into the chat box. Keep that it everyone and please post it. Or you can also send it to Q&A.
Yeah. Okay, Naresh sir, then I'm closing this meeting. Then I'm hand over it to that.
Please.
Yeah, yes. Okay then. Thank you all. Bye.
I think the break time is over. I request Danish, can you please start the session?
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. So here I start with the Android vulnerability assessment course. So basically, first about me, I'm Danish and I'm working in web application and mobile security, VAPT, Android and iOS, project engineer at CDI. So these are my details. So first, basically for starting Android vulnerability assessment or security testing, we need to so basically for starting vulnerability assessment, Android app vulnerability assessment, we need to be thorough with the following prerequisites. Basically, you need to understand the mobile app Android architecture. So basically, you need to know basics of the Android architecture. Like Android is basically based on Linux, so you need to be hands-on with the Linux command. Then Bobsuit is a tool that is being used to intercept the backend APIs. Whatever when we click on some button or something, the request goes, and for capturing that request, we need a Bobsuit. This is the tool that can be used. So basically, you need this good system with all this requirements. So start the audit or the basic assessment. So for basically assessing an Android application, you need to have a APK. APK is basically the thing you install from the Google Play Store. So full form is Android application package. So like first, for setting up this up, you can use a real your device or a virtual device, that is a Genymotion device, or even you can root your device using custom ROMs that are available in the market. And for like assessment, you need to have one more operating system that can be installed on your VirtualBox, Tamers, onto Mob Elixir. So if you're using Windows, even you can install API directly on Windows. Through this, you can start with the assessment. So basically, first we need to know that in which language the application is being developed. Like mostly it's being developed in Java, C++, or Kotlin. And recent applications, like everyone is using updated mobile phones, so the versions of it are Oreo, Pi, and Android Q, and like that. So the frameworks that are being commonly being used by organizations to develop these applications include Xamarin, Ionic, PhoneGap, and Cordova. So what they do, it is mostly some of these frameworks are language independent and like easy for them to customize for different version of OSs, and if even for different devices, they can like customize this thing using these frameworks. So basically understanding the Android architecture, as I told that basically Android is based on Linux kernel. So like the base is this, that we have the drivers, Wi-Fi drivers and everything in Linux. Above that, we have the libraries. This SSL library is basically for secure communication over HTTPS. So all these libraries are there. Then there are SQLite library for database and all. Then OpenGL is for graphics and all. These kinds of libraries are there. Further, you can see the frameworks are there: window manager, activity manager, package manager, this telephony manager. These are the packages manager packages for like different functionalities like calling, for handling the backend and location, resource, and all. And the final applications are the ones that we use, like the contact. These are the basic applications the device has. After that, you can install from Play Store other applications you want. So basically, when we get a APK file, we can like do analysis of what the APK file is containing. So for this analysis, you need to know about the like internal architecture. We can like decompile or like extract the contents of the Android package structure. So like basically after extracting the contents, you will find this following type of contents, like Android manifest file. So basically, like what in previous session we gone through the permissions that are being set. So while developing, the users set these permissions using manifest file. So these are there in the manifest file, permissions and components, and all these details are there in the manifest file. That is written in XML language. So basically, after that, there is a libraries like depending on your version of the phone, like it's supporting x86 architecture or 64, something like that, or even the tablets using MIPS. And most of the devices in the market are ARM-based architecture. So these are the files that will be there. Depending on the type of mobile you are using, it will be there, and the type of support the application provides, the libraries will be present in the application. And the other assets includes the components of the application. And the .dec is basically Dalvik bytecode. It is basically the code or the thing function that provides the functionality. Smalley code is in the assembly language. So Android app components. Basically, the components are like intent, activity, services, broadcast, receiver, content providers. Activity basically provides the user interface. That is the thing that is visible to you at front end. So whenever you click, you are clicking on one activity, it's transit to another activity that is there. And when you click on one, something in background happens. That is basically a services in backend that will work. And when the services, like you click on some application like music, it will start the music. So if you are listening music online using like Spotify or something like something YouTube or something, so it will fetch data from backend using broadcast receivers and content providers will and content providers. It basically stores some point of buffer or like content on your device. Basically, it is that. So for analyzing, so same whatever I told. This is the what the application looks at the developer end. So basically, this all are the components of the files. So like you can try to check for all these things. So basically, what happens is sometimes in this coding, while doing source code, some people try to hard code information, like they store the information hard coded. So if someone decompiles, he can get the internal hard coded data that should not be there. So we should avoid hard coding data inside the applications. So I will show you one demo. Yeah, so see, basically, yeah, so here I am showing you the basic thing. First, I am using my setup on VAPT setup. I am using a demo application for this. So see, this is the demo application. You can take APK of the application you want to do security assessment. So see, using the file Linux command, we are checking the contents of the like we are checking what type of the file it is. So basically, it shows that it is a zip file that is compressed. All the code and everything, images, resources, everything that I talked about previously are stored and compiled into a single APK. So this is the format. So further we will look into practical how to decompile this. So basically for decompiling this, I'm using tool. So basically I have installed API on Windows, and after that there is a tool called APK tool. Then APK tool /d as shown. Then we write the name of the application, that is Androgoat. See this way. Then we give the output folder. -o is output, and output folder name test we are giving over here. So this way, see it decompiles. So see this way it decompiles. It takes time to decompile using this. So see this has decompiled now. Fine. See. So further we go ahead and like go into the test folder and check the contents. See, we go into the test folder, then ls command. See, the way I was talking about the manifest file, this is basically that manifest file that contains the basic permissions and the details of the applications. You need to analyze each and every. First, we are looking at the manifest file over here. See, manifest file it gives the complete details, like the package name is there, OWASP this is the Android demo application for OWASP. OWASP is basically open web application security project that provides these details, give the common set of vulnerabilities that are there in the application. So what happens is OWASP give list of top 10 security vulnerabilities that are commonly found in the application. So basically, last 2016, the OWASP released the top 10 vulnerabilities for mobile applications. So based on that, we basically assess the applications. So first, while assessing the manifest file, we check for the user permissions that are given. Like see, external storage is given. Then there is a allow backup and set Android to debuggable. This Android should not be set to debug mode. What happens is if it is set to debugging mode, so like a person who is hands-on with coding can try to understand the code and try to do some malicious activity with the using the debug. He can get into the backend internals and try to exploit your application. So it's a good practice in production ready application or Play Store application. Debug is mostly turned off because it is not required. And even backup, even that facility is not required, that also needs to be turned off. And further, we see here the network security configurations. These are need to be taken care. Configuration gives details about how the application interacts in backend. Like if it is using HTTP protocol, clear text, that is not recommended. So that kind of things needs to be avoided. Even if it is maliciously sending data to some other URLs, that can be checked using this network configuration rules and files. So basically all this we need to check. These are the basic type of testing we do. So further I will continue with the PPT. Basically I was talking about OWASP top 10. So OWASP top 10 is giving you the M1. M1 is improper platform usage. What happens is as an operating system, Android provides a platform. But if you if the application Android application is not using the features properly, so it leads to like some vulnerabilities. Like what happens is Touch ID being properly not implemented by the application if the coding is not done properly, or the activities are not securely implemented. So it leads to vulnerabilities into the application. How to mitigate this? So basically what happens is, like we need to store sensitive data in Android keychain. Android keychain is a safer way to store this data. And so for like malicious activities, we need to set export to false. If we don't require to export services and broadcast that are not required, we can set it to false. So malicious services and backend broadcast receivers will not able to interact with the application if not required. Similarly, we can check for the file permissions in the APK, like mode readable or mode world permissions and all. These all permissions are important. Then we move next. Yeah, insecure local storage. So basically, insecure local storage is what happens is in a normal mobile, we don't have root permissions. So like a normal person can't get into the backend of a mobile and check how the application is storing data. But when it comes to malicious users and hackers, they have rooted mobiles and they install application on rooted mobiles. So they can like when you log in into an application, it gives you user ID, password and all. If that is stored in a clear text in a rooted device, we can get into the using rooted device, we can get into the internal files and files and folders of an application on the device. So by connecting to that, we can like check the internal shared preferences and all, and we can get the sensitive username and password, or how the application is storing data in database. That all things we can extract, and even we can try to call activities maliciously. And also the using the log files, like what happens is at runtime logs are being generated by using ADB logcat. So that happens is that even if the logs in production ready application, logs should be disabled. So this kind of thing you need to do. Yeah, further move ahead. Mitigation. Shared preference. Whenever you are storing data on a shared preference on a device, it is should not be readable mode unless explicitly required. So what happens is if you start it as a readable, other application will try to access that data. And the way the like you are using some application and the application is storing your details as a database like password and username. So when they are storing this on your mobile device, it needs to be using ciphers. It needs to be encrypted, right? So this kind of things needs to be done. For encrypting, you can use this crypto libraries and all. And even we can avoid logging information, like logs should not contain the application data. Like whatever you are typing or whatever you're doing, if it getting logged into the application, into the logs of the device, then it can be used by some another application in background, running in background, and it can take advantage. So this all permissions and settings we need to take care. Next, insecure communication. Yeah. So basically, I was telling you that while applications are developed, it needs to follow HTTPS. But most of the application communicating on HTTP protocol, and even if they are using HTTPS, they are not setting the certificate or SSL pinning. That needs to be done. So like I told you, like there is a tool called Bob Suit. Based on that, you can intercept and check the backend communication. So to avoid this kind of things, you can set up SSL pinning and all. Yeah, SSL pinning basically means having a self-signed certificate, X9 digital certificate, rather than the normal HTTPS. That will help you to like secure your communication, and it's a bit difficult to bypass this. And even you can avoid unnecessary certificates that are not required. This is all the HTTP, ORG, Apache, and all. Then hostname and all. So and this is the classes that we need to check the method is properly implemented. Further, insufficient cryptography. Like what happens is even like I told, if you are not storing on clear text in data on database is not storing on clear text. Even if you are using cryptography, sometimes you are using using sorry. So sometimes you are using cryptography, but algorithms and or you are using are like outdated one MD5 or something like that. So you should avoid that kind of things. And further, proper key private key should be maintained. It should like cryptography should not involve only public keys. It should involve private keys also. So this all care needs to be taken. Further, we go ahead like insecure authentication. Like what happens is sometimes the application is hard coding sensitive password, local storage or application. So like if someone like I showed you using APK, if you decompile that application and if in the internal files, if you find that password, default passwords and all being hard coded, then using this they can bypass. Or even if proper protection is not implemented, someone can like try it multiple times, brute forcing the application, or like trying multiple times username and password combination using using multiple tools are available. So they can try for SQL injection and bypass the authentication method. So proper checks needs to be implemented for this to take care. So mitigation, like what happens is only setting a password is not sufficient. You need to have multi-factor authentication, like use of OTP, MPIN. Like MPIN, what happens is like after a point, if your session expires, you can set a MPIN. Using MPIN only, you will get the back into the application. If you don't enter MPIN, even after authentication, also it will give a pop-up to enter MPIN. So multi-factor authentication plays an important role when it comes to important banking applications or some critical applications. So no one can try to, even if you have left your phone logged in with some application, if it is having MPIN and all, it is completely secure. So no one can get into the application even if they get your device. So this kind of server validation and client-side validation needs to be done. Further, insecure authorization. What happens is like there are two users, like one is the admin and one is normal privilege user. So like what happens is normal privilege user should not able to access the data of an admin privilege. So for this, you need to take care that proper authorization, like the proper authorization is being done, so that one person is not able to access admin features and all. So this kind of thing can be done. So IDR basically refers to IDR is like insecure direct object reference. So basically, these are what is that is what I discussed. Like a normal privileged person is trying to access admin roles. So basically this happens because of the ID or vulnerability. Like there is some parameter value. If you change that ID value normally in application, like some ID is defined given to a particular ID is given to a normal user and particular ID is given to admin user. So these IDs need to be encrypted and like not be guessable. If someone guesses that ID and manipulates that ID and gets the admin role access, that is very critical thing. So proper things should be implemented. And even IMEI number should not be used as a cookie. When you log in into application, you get cookies. That cookie should not be the IMEI number of your device. If that is being used, it is easily spoofable. People can get your IMEI number using some script. So always be careful not to click on any links, malicious phishing links. So you need to be little careful about all this. And like basically privilege, it happens between like I am told, like even normal vertical and horizontal privilege escalation things should not happen. So mitigation. So for mitigate to fix this, we use JSON Web Tokens. JSON Web Tokens are secure implementation of in the application. So basically, it is more secure as it has feature of adding private key. So even if someone gets your cookie value, if the proper algorithm is implemented, they cannot decrypt your tokens, and it's become difficult for them to break into the application. And for like after login, everyone gets a access token in the backend. So this access token should expire like after 30 minutes of time or like 60 minutes of time. So if the access token expires, so it's a good practice. So you are automatically logged out of the application after inactivity. And like I mentioned, that admin and normal user should not able to access each other's features. So proper access control for different roles should be provided, and it should be checked at runtime that if some malicious activity is detected, it should be like network admin should get some alerts. Client code quality. So like developers need to keep this thing in mind while developing a code. Like they should follow the software development life cycle. What happens is security testing is done mostly at the end. So in case of that, if we start security coding practices, make this as a discipline, like we implement secure coding practices at initial stage and consider this parameter as the requirement while developing an application. So it will be like we will have more secure applications. Mostly after like completed developing application, then come to for security assessment and all. So this should be avoided, and secure coding practices, if implemented from start, this will help you to like reduce the risk of the code quality. And like I told, like what happens is like while coding, they are using framework, they are using some frameworks, and then frameworks you are developing the application. And what happens is while coding, they hard code or like they give information that is sensitive, and while we decompile we get these details. So it's basically we should avoid storing data in string parameters. So this can be accessed maliciously by like someone can get your personal identification. I found some details like Aadhaar card details and everything being stored by application. So we need to take care that developers does not store this kind of things directly into the application unless required. And even if they are storing, this needs to be proper encryption and all. And we can use for how do we check that if the client code quality is good or not? We have some open source tools like Findbugs. Findbugs is basically open source for Java. Like analyze the client quality, code quality. You can ask your developers to check the code quality. Even there are paid tools for this. So it depends on your use. For the code tampering, what happens is after developing the code, it is formed, an APK is formed. and while APK is formed, we give them a signature and like certificate. Like based on that, the APK is further circulated from Play Store. So you should avoid installing application from untrusted sources. So what happens is someone can tamper the code and redistribute your APK. So this should not happen. So in case to avoid this, proper mitigation should be done. So like malicious, sometimes what happens is similar, like WhatsApp is there. So it was previously what happened is WhatsApp, there was a similar malicious APK with similar name, but just a word was like in small letter or capital letter. So you need to take care. Yeah, I got some question. Okay, sir, do we need to get source code from manufacturer to analyze his device, maybe router switch for security analysis? Source code no one will give you a source code for application. Source code basically you can't get from for application. If you are generating, if you are developing in-house organization application you are developing, then you can have a source code. But a different manufacturer, like a remote application, they will never provide you a source code unless it is a open source or like something. So source code, if in your organization the application is developed, then you can analyze the source code. Otherwise, other applications source code, you need to do reverse engineering, and that is bit critical. So source code analysis can be done if the app is developed in your in-house or in your organization only. Remotely developed apps, source code analysis is not possible unless you get a permission from them to they provide your source code directly. Then only you can like do source code analysis. Okay, how to test device for security requirement? Basically, basically OS level checks you need to do. Yeah, so basically first we need to develop our own ROMs and all. So if we develop that, then only we can like be more secure. Like most of the users are using Redmi and MI. So then the ROM is itself is Chinese. So first of all, we need to start developing ROMs. Best practices you can use Google's ROMs are there. That is good enough. If you want to, for testing device security, basically you can't test devices. Basically, you can use Google Pixels and all that are more secure ones than the Chinese. So this is all I can say about this. Further, we move ahead. Yeah, signature check demo. Yeah, fine. I will show you one demo. Here, basically, we are checking the signature of the application. So I'm using key tool command. Using this, we check the signature of the application. See here what happens is like the complete details of the organization, owner, and all the things come. If it's a production application, it will all the details will come. This way you can differentiate between a malicious application and a normal application. So this is the thing. Even you can resign applications malicious. You can resign malicious application malicious way and check if application is detecting fake signature. So a fake signature can be detected. So that kind of checks needs to be done. Further, there are tools called jar signer. Like jar signer is there. Tools like jar signer. Even this you can use to like check the do security testing and all. Okay, fine. We'll move ahead with. Yeah, so like how to avoid code tampering and all. First of all, application should not get installed on rooted device. So there should be proper checks implemented in application that it's not getting installed on rooted device. And second check is that application signature. So once we sign and distribute the application with a signature, if the someone resigns that application, you should have a mechanism to check if that application is resigned. You can get alerts. So basically that kind of check you need to implement in the code. itself, that application signature is checked at runtime. So if a fake signature based application is connecting to your server, you will get automatically stop it from connecting as the certificate is fake. So that kind of checks you need to implement. So code checksums and integrity checks and all you can implement for this. So basically, I was talking about reverse engineering. You want to test code of some application that does not provide a source code. So for that, you need to, like I showed you in the beginning, the .dex files were there. The .dex files, um, .dex files, what happens is you can convert to jar using dex to jar command. Dex to jar tool that converts .dex file to jar. Once that jar files are with you, you can use the tool called JADX GUI to check the Java source code. So basically, this will happen if the proper protections of code are not implemented. Mostly, so you can get a overview of the source code of an application this way. So like even we have library files inside I mentioned. So even sometimes what happens is in library files also .so library files get stored in the application once you install application. So this .so files, some information is even hard coded in SO files also. So if someone analyzes SO file using Ghidra tools, this is an NSA based tool. So they can do reverse engineering and gather hard coded information. So hard coding or information is very critical thing. So avoid hard coding information into an application. So extraneous functionality. So basically, some hidden backdoor functionality that is basically available for a developer should not be there in the production ready application. So avoid giving backdoor exploits to users. So this kind of things also need to be checked. Further, we can do penetration testing. We can do root partition checks and all. For this, we can use tools like Frida and Exposed, etc. Okay, this is done. Thank you. So for this Android, if any questions are there, let me know, or else I will move ahead with the iOS part. Any questions? Okay, fine. I will move ahead with the iOS part then. Just wait a minute. I'll just configure my things. Yeah, so I will start with the iOS. So basically, the iOS is the mobile operating system developed by Apple. So it's exclusive for its hardware. So even it's nothing is open source. It's like a very like a closed community. So it's like there are limited resources available for iOS. So like iOS basically means iOS. So basically, the iOS is developed for iPhone and touchpad and all. So basically, iOS architecture is based on Unix. It's a mobile version of OS X, sorry. So it's a layered architecture that has system interfaces. So further we go into the details. Like we get here the application Cocoa. Then there is a layer called media. So this core services are there, and upon that there is a core OS. It will consist of the libraries, and below that there is a kernel and a device drivers. So basically, currently the iOS architecture is not open source. This is the old architecture that I am giving you in detail. So currently, they have like closed these things. Yeah. Further, you look from an application point of view. So application runs over the OS, and OS interacting with the hardware. So it's like this. And the frame kit we are using is Cocoa Touch basically. This all is there, and below that is the media layer that consists of the graphics, audio, video, and the core services includes the address book, core data, location details, and all. And further it goes, we go down, it's Bluetooth and security, local authentication and all, right? So the basic layer, hardware layer. Yeah, so further iOS basics. So like in Android we have a APK file, here we have a IPA file. So basically when you install from iOS store, you get the iPhone application archive. So basically this is also a zipped file. So basically mostly it is developed in like Objective-C and Swift code, and the integrated development environment for iOS coding done for iOS is done in Xcode, and this Xcode is available only in a MacBook. So if you want to get involved into iOS security audit and like iOS development, then you need to have a MacBook. So everything it's here requires having a MacBook dependency, an iPhone dependency if you want to get into this. So basically, iOS applications are based on a modern view controller. So here what happens is, like every time you update something, it will go to the model, then it will notify. This is the way this cycle moves on. So model view controller further. Yeah. So like iOS security controls. What happens is first we have a bootloader. So root CA is their certifying authority. Root CA it checks for that hardware is proper and everything. Then it gets the user ID and group ID for the applications and all. And after the lower level bootloader configuration done with the Apple's root certificate authority, then we go into the booting process. And even the iBoot is signed by Apple, so we can see how secure the process is. Again, after that, there is a signature verification of kernel happens. So being an enclosed environment, it is not open source. So it's like lot of security involved even in the booting process also. So like after that, even the iOS signatures or application or signatures are also being assigned by Apple, and that is very kind of verification is done. So for like checking whether the application is signed or not, that checks are there in the iOS by default. For Android, that checks are not there, but for iOS by default it's more secure comparatively, and even the sandboxing is there. And similarly here also we have keychain and file encryption based storage. So like I told you, user ID and group ID are provided for the each and everything. Fine, we can move ahead. So basically, when you install a application on iPhone, so this will be the content that will be visible to in a device, like the My App. Like similarly, some WhatsApp.app will be there, and internal files will be documents, libraries, and temporary folders. Documents are basically that whatever images that will be get stored here, it will be available. Libraries are like the I told you .so kind of files, and temporary data is like it will be visible for limited duration. After that, it gets deleted. And further communication happens with the iCloud. here iCloud gets involved as you get logged into the iPhone store. So any backup, anything you are storing, it gets stored on the iCloud by default. So you need to log in into the Apple stores for all these things to be done. Further, yeah, these things are given over here in detail, whatever I explained. So app name contains the bundles, contains the app and its resources. Document contains the file sharing thing and all. And further, this is the cache support and all. So this is all what I told you guys. Further, iOS basics. So what happened is zip application. So like for using Xcode, the application is being developed in Swift or Objective-C. Then it is compiled and signed with the Apple developer account. So Apple developer account is needed if you want to start developing application. And by default, it's secure as no self-signed site certificates are allowed. So even for installing application on a device, you need to provide your device ID. Unless you provide your device ID, it does not get installed on your device. So when you log in into the Apple Store, by default it checks all this and gets installed. So jailbreak, basically the way you root on Android, similarly you can do jailbreak. Why to jailbreak? So basically is what happens is for a normal user, it's not possible to get into the backend how the application is storing data and even if you want to customize your device, it's not possible. So like you can customize, you can change the carrier unlocking. You can after jailbreaking, you can increase your baseband, you can increase your network, but for that you need to create use a custom IPSW. Like you have custom ROMs for Android, similarly we have here custom IPSWs. So this is like a bit of complex thing if you want to try at your own risk. So basically after jailbreaking, you get access to the root file system. So root file system is like a pseudo user, like a super user privilege. So once you get a super user privilege, you can get into the how the application how the device is storing each and every detail of every application, that details we get in. Further, how to jailbreak, like yeah, how to check, like based on the iOS version that you are using, like 10, 12, you can visit this can I jailbreak link and check for the exploit or the code. But jailbreaking is once you jailbreak, the Apple is not responsible for your device. You are only responsible. So do at your own risk. Further, there are two types of jailbreaking methods, tethered and untethered. Tethered require boot up. So what happens in tethered, once the application battery reboots, runs down or tethered to your computer. So what happens is, even if in tethered one, when your battery, like when you switch off your mobile for iPhone, so what happens after restarting, the jailbreak is gone. And while in untethered, even after jailbreak, even after restarting or rebooting your device, still the jailbreak is there. So depending on the type of jailbreak you do, so this kind of things will be available. So after jailbreak, what happens is you like there is a normal Apple Store application, but once you jailbreak, you can like use open source and customize applications from another version of Apple. Like it is little bit useful for hacking or like vulnerability assessment. For normal user, this kind of thing is not advisable. So Cydia and Celio are basically the app store application stores other than the Apple's Mac store. So these are bit untrusted, but when you have to do vulnerability assessment or security testing, this comes into place. So you can I say here I have written it's like alternative app store for jailbroken devices. After jailbroke, you can use this kind of Cydia and Celio. So you can install applications. You can like customize your customize applications, and you can try to log in using SSH and like protocol, this kind of protocol into application into the device, and you can try for something different things. For the installing iOS applications, so it is very complex procedure. Even through Windows also, you need to set up this tool, box. This you can use to install application. But again, if that application is a bit secure, then you cannot install using iPhone and iTunes also. So it varies from application to application. While if you have a MacBook on using Mac OS, then you can definitely easily install application using the App Store, Xcode, and iOS deploy tool and the CDI impactor. Fine. This is all from my side. Further, any questions and queries, let me know.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Danish. As of now, I have not seen any questions. Dear participants, if you have any questions, kindly post it in the chat box.
Okay. I think no further questions. Okay. We will end the session. Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Danish.
Thank you, sir.
I'll take if any questions are there and I will route it to you.
Fine, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, dear participants, I think there are no questions. We are closing the session for the day. And tomorrow we'll meet tomorrow. Thank you. Have a nice day.